Cultivation. My augmented statuses have unlimited duration. 851 18th level, 2. After coming here, various mental and soul statuses naturally followed. However, the energy it provided or the soul fragments it nourished became extremely slow at the same time, almost stopping. The amount of energy produced every second was still calculated according to the uniform time standard of the continent of the 9 provinces. A day's worth of energy spread across 3,750 years was naturally extremely scarce, causing Zhongli's cultivation in hell to encounter many problems. However, thinking about it, this was normal. If the gain was really affected, it might be an even greater problem. This was because his previous experiences had long proven that the rules of heaven and earth did not have the ability to change the status panel that affected him. Even the heavenly Dao of the 3 worlds could not retrieve its merit lotus after being forcefully exploited by him. Now, if the rules of the flow of time could accelerate the effect of his interface, wouldn't slowing down the time also reduce the effect of his interface to the lowest? If he went to the heavenly realm in the future, wouldn't he lose 364 days of status benefits every day? The effect of the permanent status was not affected by the flow of time in hell. This instead proved the power of the status bar. However, in this way, Zhongli had planned to enter the 18 levels of hell through his main body. It seemed that his plan to obtain endless immortal qi in a short period of time had temporarily failed. In addition, the 18 levels of hell were not a paradise for cultivation. Even if one could endure endless pain, in this space, no matter how long one cultivated, it was impossible to break through to the immortal realm. His clone was an example. Zhongli raised his hand and shattered another stone shell in front of him. It revealed the infinite Dao ghost that had already condensed a yin body and become almost identical to a living person. His cultivation level had also stagnated at the same level. It's still a step away from becoming a ghost immortal. However, this was enough. Zhongli calculated the time. He had gone into seclusion for an unprecedented 3,750 years, which was equivalent to a day in the outside world. Because his main body was still outside, he could only cultivate his essence soul and soul. Therefore, during this period of time, he had been using the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to read the lives in those dreams. The spirit refinement cultivation that had fallen behind walked to the front in one go. His soul was already considered perfect and his accumulation was extremely robust. He was only a step away from breaking through to the immortal soul realm. Since he had already grasped this Dao ghost, it was time to go to the next level. Zhongli did not bring the Dao ghost with him. He controlled the clay clone to look at the 2 staircases and decisively chose the one that descended. He climbed down the staircase. This time, the change in time was not as exaggerated as before. This was because the time flow between the first and second levels of hell was only twice as fast. If one did not pay attention, they would not even notice. On the second level, there was the hell of scissors. On this level, it would cut off 10 fingers of the sinful ghost every day and grow another 10 fingers. Here, Zhongli also saw a motionless ghost without facial features. He used appraisal. As expected, it was another infinite Dao ghost. In the former netherworld, the punishment was extremely heavy for a long time. Among 10 ghosts, 5 or 6 had to go to the 18th level of hell. As a result, every level here was almost full. From the looks of it, there was probably 1 on each level. This was not a bad thing for Zhongli. He used the same method to brainwash the ghost. Due to the increase in the flow of time this time, it only took half a day in the outside world for 3,750 years to pass. Then, he continued down. The 3rd level was the Iron Tree Hell. When they were alive, they sowed discord between their children and instigated father and son to fight. Brothers, sisters, and husband and wife were at odds, so after death, they went to the Iron Tree Hell. The tree was covered in sharp blades that pierced into the person's back and hung on the iron tree. The 4th level, the Sin Mirror Hell. They punished the ghosts who had escaped punishment in their life through bribery and other methods. The 5th level, the bamboo cage hell. They specialized in treating those who were usually short-sighted, framed, slandered, and insulted others. The 6th level, the bronze pillar hell. The bronze pillar hell was for those who deliberately set fire to or as evidence of destruction, revenge, and murder. After death, they would be thrown into a bronze pillar hell. The ghosts would strip them naked and let them hug a bronze pillar while burning charcoal in it. It was the so-called burning punishment. The 7th level, the wok soup hell, specialized in treating murderers. The 8th level, the iron bed hell, punished all evil women who harmed their husbands, committed adultery, and maliciously had an abortion. On the 9th level, the mountain covering hell dealt with prostitutes, thieves, and robbers. There were also those who bullied the weak, falsely accused others, ate animal meat, and plotted to seize other people's property and wives. Level 10, Ice Hell. Level 11, Skinning Hell. Level 12, Beast Hell. Level 13, Saber Soldier Hell. Level 14, Iron Grind Hell. Level 15, Banishment Hell. Level 16, Iron Book Hell. Level 17, Maggot Hell. Level 18, Copper Hell. Just like that, less than a day passed in the outside world. Zhang Li had already stayed in each level of hell for 3,750 years. Beside him was another infinite Dao ghost that had been brainwashed. He was currently in the lowest level of hell. This hell was purely made of flat brass. There did not seem to be anything abnormal. However, this hell was extremely hot in the day and cold at night. When it was hot, it could melt the brass and turn it into a sea of liquid copper. When the ghosts fell into it, they were burned by the scorching liquid water until they wished they were dead. At night, it would be extremely cold, freezing the ghosts that were exposed to the liquid and making them unable to move at all. After repeated torture, no ghost could last long. Only ghosts who had committed all the sins on the 1st to 18th levels would be thrown in here. In theory, the longest sentence here was 1.31072 billion years. A day in the human world was equivalent to 491.52 million years here. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was an eternal calamity. All the ghosts thrown in here could be destroyed in about a breath of time. At this moment, he was planning to come to the 18th level of hell. This was because he had already seen the 9 netherwood that he had been thinking about for many years. Perhaps because the rules of time were too ridiculous, the 18th level of hell was extremely fragile in terms of space. Even a 3-year-old child could break through the boundary here. After casually tearing open the border of hell, he saw the huge tree in the endless space outside the 18 levels of hell. The huge tree that lay outside the 18 levels of hell and used its roots to coil to support the netherworld and reincarnation. The complete bloodline suppression made Zhang Li instinctively tremble from his soul to his body. Even if the other party was an unconscious divine tree. Moreover, according to the 9 Nether Dao scripture, it might take the initiative to receive Zhang Li's will. However, Zhang Li wanted to devour the other party instead of absorbing it as nutrients for its consciousness. In addition, the restriction left behind by the ancient mighty figure on the 9 netherwood seemed to still exist. Zhang Li could see that there were actually more than 10 wooden lumps on the huge 9 netherwood. Presumably, the nearby 9 netherwood had already arrived here. However, because they were not strong enough, they were all swallowed by the mother. As nutrients, the soul will still could not give it intelligence. Could Zhang Li's current soul reach it? Relying on the status panel, he might be able to last a little longer, but it was still not safe. If he failed, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, before seizing the authority of the 9 netherwood in the end, Zhang Li still had to do something else. 852 taken in one go? 1. However, I still have to leave this place first. The 18th level of hell is really terrifying. Zhang Li could not help but sigh as he looked at the molten liquid copper that was constantly boiling under his feet. The copper juice iron pill could transform a person's cultivation and ruin their Dao foundation. Everyone knew what the great sage had become after being suppressed for 500 years. Here, not to mention ghosts, how long could a zenith heaven golden immortal last? He opened the status panel and flipped to the bottom column. A status called closed copper sentence was hung there. Apart from the permanent status, this duration was the longest Zhang Li had ever seen. It had reached a terrifying 1.3172 billion years. In fact, this was a time status calculated using the normal flow of time in the outside world. The actual prison time was an astronomical figure that was hard to count. It was this prison sentence that bound the sinners and ghosts here. They could only endure the pain and could not escape no matter what. On the other hand, Zhang Li calmly pressed the minus button behind a long string of numbers for 5 seconds. As this status disappeared, Zhang Li felt a sense of relief. The originally unreachable staircase could already be touched normally. The long sentence ended immediately. Now, he was already released from the 18th level of hell. He was a super fierce person who had stayed on every level. Of course, if not for this ability, he would not dare to let his main body's soul enter this place. However, he did not plan to return to his main body through the channel of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. Previously, when he was in the first level of hell, he had been trapped in the mental passageway for a few days. If he returned from the 18 levels of hell, although in the eyes of the outside world, the time spent would not be much different, in terms of soul senses, the time experienced was 2 to the power of 17 times. Although he already had an infinite Dao heart, he did not want to torture himself like this for no reason. In any case, this staircase was not long. He would climb up layer by layer. A moment later, a figure flew out of the well. It was Zhang Li's clay clone. As soon as he came out, before he could land, the clone automatically floated up. His entire body began to transform, and he floated into the sky without needing to control it. From the looks of it, he was about to become an immortal. This was because he had cultivated for 3,750 years on every level of the 18 levels of hell. His cultivation was too perfect. As soon as he came out, he did not control himself well and accidentally broke through. In order to prevent affecting his main body's soul, Zhang Li's consciousness returned to his body. He used the spirit surging technique to infuse immortal qi into his clone and help it ascend to immortality better. At this moment, from the time in the outside world, it had only been less than 2 days since this clay clone was born. With the support of Zhang Li's dense spiritual qi and the help of the netherworld merit, it was just a process of cultivating to become an immortal. There was no problem at all. In just a few hours, after experiencing a symbolic calamity, an immortal had already appeared among Zhang Li's clones. This time, the strength of this clone could really compete with Zhang Li's main body. It had to be said that although there were many restrictions, with the ability to escape the 18 levels of hell at any time, the exaggerated and unreasonable flow of time there was quite useful. However, the joy of obtaining an immortal clone only lasted for a short period of time. Previously, due to the huge difference in the flow of time, he was unable to know the situation of the 9 provinces and Fengde city. Now that he sensed it, Zhang Li's heart sank. Too many people had died. Just as he had guessed, this world should not have such powerful individuals appear so early. It would have been fine if he was the only one. After all, with his head full of merit flowers and his moral bottom line that was often benevolent, it was enough to guarantee that even if he became the strongest person in the 9 provinces, it would only make the 9 provinces better than before. However, Zhang Zia could not do that. In ancient times, they had betrayed the human camp for their wealth and glory. Together with the civil and martial kings, they forcefully pushed the human emperor's lineage, causing the humans in the world to lose their protection and the power to resist the heavens. They could only kowtow to the sky like ants and pray for good weather. However, in order to maintain the reverence of the people, not only did those immortals and gods not bless the lower realm, they even used evil methods. It was clearly the concentration of spiritual qi in ancient times that was so rich, but how many places had been starved year after year? Countless people had starved to death. Moreover, after losing the protection of the human emperor, once anyone failed to overturn the tributes, it would be even more disrespectful to the heavenly gods. They would easily send down a decree to slaughter a city. From then on, the human race lost the dignity to live with their backs straight. This was one of the reasons. It was enough to prove that he did not feel any sense of responsibility towards the humans. Then, because of the bloody contribution of betraying the human race and overthrowing the human emperor, he was conferred the title of Marquis of Qi Kingdom and enjoyed the wealth of the world. However, because he was afraid of death, he was unwilling to enter reincarnation. Not only had he used the relationship he had accumulated in the divine investiture battle to open up the connections of the netherworld, but he had also even possessed his sons for countless generations. This was the second reason, which proved that he was heartless. He did not even let go of his child for benefits. How could they expect him to pity others? 853 taken in one go? 2. After that, when the cultivationless age arrived, he ambushed his fellow disciples and former comrades to seize their artifact remains. Thirdly, it proved that he was not loyal at all. These were all his sins from ancient times. What made Zhongli the angriest was everything in the prosperous Ox continent. In order to create the chaos immortal embryo, Zhongxia did not hesitate to sacrifice an entire continent and turn all the living beings on it into armored trolls. They raised a large number of humans and provided them to those monsters to eat. He had done such a thing when he had no strength. Moreover, after he grasped the supreme divine power and was corroded by the evil thoughts, if such a monster was left alive for another day, it would cause unimaginable harm to the continent of the 9 provinces. Zhongli really wanted to stop him, but it was not time yet. Go and support them first. Try to last as long as possible. Reduce the casualties before I return. The current strength of the clay clone was very close to his. If he used the Bakyan Mountain and Fengde City, he might be able to stall for a moment. The clay clone nodded and disappeared on the spot. On the other hand, Zhongli had returned to the beginning of the Yellow Springs Road, the edge of the 9 provinces' human path. He reached out and pulled the light path that lay across the netherworld. The path of light that he had deliberately turned back and forth to extend the journey was pulled straight by him. The journey was 10,000 times shorter, and Zhongli immediately saw that the evil thoughts of all living beings had already thinned greatly. He used the 9 provinces' human path again and ran towards the reincarnation well of the Hell Dao with the evil thoughts of all living beings. Although tens of thousands of years had passed in Hell, in the outside world, his long experience had only lasted for a mere 2 days. However, looking at the 9 provinces now, they could barely recognize its original appearance. On the day the demon appeared, the top experts of the continent of the 9 provinces had already suffered an almost destructive blow. Just as Zhongxia had said, half of it was swallowed by him, and the other half was made into a blood-colored jade brick. Only the female ghost, Qin Shuman, and a few others escaped in advance thanks to the reminder of half their lives. Without the rule and control of top experts like them, the 9 provinces that had barely united immediately became chaotic again. At this moment, the short-sightedness of human cultivators really refreshed Qin Shuman's worldview. Or rather, the vision and structure of most cultivators were far from seeing the safety of the entire 9 provinces. They would forever only stare at the benefits in front of them. Even if the world ended tomorrow, he had to snatch this piece of meat today. Without the top experts who could suppress an area, large-scale sect bloodbaths immediately appeared everywhere in the 9 provinces. They would fight for territory, resources, population, immortal qi, or revenge. When Fengde City reorganized its forces and went to find them, these guys were about to lose their minds. Not to mention organizing a resistance, even if they led them to fight guerrilla warfare and transfer the population to reduce their losses, more than half of these guys were unwilling to obey. When they were in the mood to fight, some of the winners were excitedly checking their gains. The ferocious demon who had already called himself the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning appeared above their heads. Black energy filled with evilness enveloped down. No matter how talented they were in the past, all the cultivators of the 9 provinces were unable to resist at this moment. They were refined into pieces of blood bricks by that extremely vicious method. The demon who called himself the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning seemed to be in a hurry. Cultivators had more energy in their bodies and the efficiency of conversion was higher, so he prioritized attacking cultivators. There were also some cities with more people who were the first to suffer. After discovering this rule, Fengde Ghost City moved a large number of humans to the side. While taking refuge in the netherworld, they would also force the human gathering places to evacuate as soon as possible through dreams and other methods. They temporarily lived separately. The population was dispersed. On the one hand, it reduced the probability of being attacked. On the other hand, even if they still encountered that demon, they could waste more of the other party's time and slow down Zhangzia's killing speed to the greatest extent. However, even so, the casualties were still heart-wrenching. In just 2 days, in the continent of the 9 provinces, many famous sects had completely disappeared. The losses of the human race were also countless. It was very difficult for Zhang Li to determine what kind of immortal Zhangzia was at his current realm. However, the efficiency of immortals was far greater than mortals. He had clearly only attacked alone. However, according to the incomplete statistics of Fengde City, there were no less than 100,000 empty cities because of Zhangzia's attack. The loss of population was easily hundreds of billions. That was the total population of Earth in his previous life. There were dozens or hundreds of times. 10 million people could only refine a brick. How many bricks would it take to build a jade void palace? If this continued, countless humans in the continent of the 9 provinces would die to satisfy his request. On this day, a grey rain was falling in a large mortal city. Above the city, there was an extremely low dark cloud floating. This was Fengde City's artifact, Profound Yin Moisture Rain Cloud. It was an auxiliary artifact customized for Fengde City by concubine Yun of the Cloud Manor. Wherever the dark clouds went, they could create a yin environment in a short period of time. Below, regardless of whether it was day or night, they could open the gate of hell. Sure enough, after passing through the dark clouds, one could see hundreds of gates of hell standing in the city. A large number of cultivators and yin soldiers were urging the mortals in the city to enter the gate of hell as soon as possible. They even specially turned into fiends, causing the citizens who were dragging their feet for a few coins to escape 500% faster. On the other side of the netherworld, Qin Shuman was staring at Zhangzia through the village viewing platform. By checking his movements, they could adjust the population of the gate of hell at all times. The first prerequisite was safety. However, the speed of a true immortal was far from what an earth immortal could compare to. Coupled with the fact that this evil god used the best cloud soaring technique of the Jade Void Palace, the 9 provinces could be crossed in an instant. At this moment, he was still in the Azure Cloud continent. In the next moment, he might have already arrived in the prosperous Ox continent. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to understand. Staring at the scene on the village platform, Qin Shuman did not dare to relax for a moment. She was nervous and cautious. However, this time, the evil god in the scene suddenly turned around. He looked over from the village gazing platform. He even smiled meaningfully and said something inexplicable. "Thank you for your hard work." Through the village viewing platform, the other party should not be able to see him. However, Qin Shuman felt as if her entire body had been seen. She could not help but panic. What did he mean by that? Wait. Oh no. Quickly evacuate the temporary camp of the netherworld. Transfer everyone into Fengde City and bury the yin burial coffin. Cut off the gate of hell immediately. Quick. A heart beat rapidly in Qin Shuman's chest. This heart was given to her by Galanfran. The effect was to warm the body of a dead person. At this moment, This heart made Qin Shuman feel nervous and afraid. Deputy City Lord, there are still many of our people who haven't retreated? Should we? Someone at the side was a little hesitant, but Qin Shuman interrupted him with a roar. I said cut off the gate of hell. Now. Qin Shuman had a very, very bad guess. That guy knew everything we did. He was only waiting for them to gather everyone so that he could capture them all at once. As expected, Zhang Jia, who was originally flying towards a large faction in the air, suddenly changed direction. Without any warning, they flew towards a city in Fengdu City that was moving mortals. The gate of hell that connected the two worlds closed. When Zhang Jia landed, there were only 5,000 Yin soldiers left. They were not afraid of death and launched their final attack on Zhang Jia. Even if they died, he would suffer the consequences of karma. 854 Who would enter hell? 1. Oh! These are Yin soldiers. Before Zhang Jia could attack, the aura he emitted had already destroyed 1,000 Yin soldiers. His expression changed slightly when he actually felt the price of killing the Yin soldiers. However, he had already become an immortal at this moment. He could still endure the consequences of killing 1,000 Yin soldiers. He took another look and already recognized the background of this group of ghost soldiers. With a turn of his hand, the attack that he had just attacked halfway was turned around and hit an empty space at the side. Immediately, a large area of the house and land disappeared. That kid from the human emperor's successor is quite capable. Where did he get so many Yin soldiers? However, you want to deal with me just like that? That's far from enough. He formed a hand seal and black lotus flowers immediately appeared from the ground. He had clearly used the orthodox Dao technique of the profound sect, but after using it, it seemed so sinister and evil. The black lotus flower on the ground blossomed, revealing a terrifying stench of sharp teeth. Then, a powerful suction force erupted, not missing a single Yin soldier. They were all absorbed into the lotus flower and sealed. On the other side of the village viewing platform, Qin Shuman was already looking more and more like a living person. At this moment, her forehead was covered in bean-sized sweat as she stared fixedly at Zhang Jia in the scene. She did not expect those Yin soldiers to be of any use. Before City Lord Zhang returned, no one in the current 9 provinces was his match. It was definitely not advisable to fight head-on. There was no hope at all. All she could do now was pray uneasily that the other party could not find the connection point between the netherworld and the 9 provinces and could not find them here. After all, other than the gate of hell, if he wanted to cross Yin and Yang to come to the netherworld, he could only pass through a special overlapping illusion like the Ghost King Desolate Ground. There were not many in the entire 9 provinces. If one did not understand the method, it was indeed enough to reject many experts. However, they had clearly underestimated Zhang Jia. The title of the second-generation disciple of the profound sect was not limited to having a sage as his master. Apart from the terrifying backer, it also meant that they could learn whatever they wanted. After all, when sages preached the Dao, they could casually open their mouths and spew out golden lotuses. There were also things like inviting immortals to help and asking about fortune to avoid calamity. There were also things like helping to produce grains for mortals, staying quiet and doing nothing, meditating, abstaining from conflict, and enjoying a vegetarian meal. They could either sleep or make contributions and meditate. As long as there was such a thing in the world, as long as they wanted to learn it, there was nothing that sages could not teach them. It was different from those third-generation disciples who generally dared to come out and conquer the world with just 1 or 2 skills or a powerful tool. These second-generation disciples, including the 12 golden immortals, all knew a little about everything. Any single thing from them could become someone else's trump card. Not to mention that Zhang Jia had secretly developed for so many years. What he knew was really amazing. Crossing Yin Yang to connect to the netherworld was nothing to him. After dealing with those Yin soldiers, Zhang Jia walked to a long ravine and sized it up with interest. He even squatted down and touched the ground. Soon, a look of understanding appeared on his face. So it's the gate of hell. What a nostalgic thing. Fengdu City. That guy is quite capable to develop a waste city to this extent. You're just too naive. How can such a small trick stop me? He grabbed a handful of dust from the ground and scattered it. As the dust fluttered, a door with a ferocious ghost face immediately appeared, faintly discernible in the air. The gate of hell that had clearly closed was somehow revealed by him again. Quickly cut off the gate of hell. What are you doing? Qin Shuman roared at the group of ghosts. Sure enough, where a large number of citizens were placed, a gate of hell appeared out of thin air again. It was obvious that on the other side of this ghost door was definitely that peerless demon. That's not what we opened. We can't close it. Damn it, if you can't turn it off, smash it. Under Qin Shuman's orders, the armored troll Grand Duke Anjuan Gold raised his hand to create a sun fireball and smashed it towards the gate of hell. The fireball was very fast and powerful. He did not hesitate to injure some commoners beside him to destroy the uncontrollable gate of hell immediately. However, just as the sun fireball was about to smash into the door, the ghost door was still pushed open. A black-clothed wind blew past, and the sun fireball that was terrifying enough to erase a country from the map was directly blown out like a candle. After Zhang Zia pushed open the door, he only blew a breath upwards and collapsed Fengdu City's counterattack. After taking a step forward, it was already Fengdu Ghost City. In the end, he still came over. After Zhang Zia crossed the gate of hell, Qin Shuman calmed down. This was because there was no longer any suspense. They definitely could not win. The only difference was how long they could last and how much trouble they could cause that demon. The Peepa Hall Master has already sacrificed herself. Fengdu City is all in your hands. The remaining 2 Hall Masters of Fengdu City nodded and fought in front of everyone. 855 Who would enter hell? 2. During this period of time, through the large-scale coverage of the dream, although Fengdu City had also found some reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas who had yet to develop, it clearly required a long period of growth to let them hold their own. Now that the continent of the 9 provinces was heavily injured, only these 2 could still be considered to have outstanding combat strength. 2 Mountain Fox Race, I'll give you the authority to dream. I don't ask you to trap him. I only want you to use the 9 provinces' dream world to affect his perception as much as possible. The 4 merit ministers will try their best to lure him across the Back Yin mountain. Let's see if this demon can withstand the power of yin-yang severing. Back Yin Earth Spirit, open a passageway to the underground of Tragic Death City. All those above the Earth Immortal Realm, take the Netherwood token and move over. I'm sorry, you will be bait. The others, move to the underground city at full speed and cooperate with the Fengdu Array Formation's defense. I will release those ghost-devouring worms. Qin Shuman calmly gave orders. As a woman, she was indeed worthy of Zhang Li's trust in her to be able to maintain her calm and make the best choice when facing an enemy that she knew was impossible to defeat. Even in this terrible situation where others should have fallen into despair, she still prepared a few killer moves. Under the influence of the dream and illusion technique, it disturbed Zhang Zia's perception and lured him across the Back Yin mountain. If he could use this step to cut off Yin Yang and turn him into a dead person, then he would be bound by the rules of Tragic Death City and be unable to leave. In the end, with the help of the endless ghost-devouring worms, they might have a chance of winning. Unfortunately, even if everything went smoothly, there was only a trace of chance. Young master! You have to come back quickly. The evil god that had arrived in the netherworld sized up this power developed by the current human emperor with interest. No wonder he's DXIN's successor. He brought so many evil spirits here and they're all unorthodox methods. These ignorant mortals actually praised that guy. Their deaths are really not worth pitying. Fengdu City was crowded with a large number of cultivators. However, this time, Zhang Zia did not think much of it. This was because, in that city, there were countless ghosts, demons, and zombies. One had to know that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning had never liked these lowly existences. Now that he had also taken this title, he had also inherited the good tradition of the Jade Void Palace. If these demons and ghosts were built into the wall, it would not be called the Jade Void Palace. Not far from him was a dense temporary camp. Not bad. In just a few days, they're quite capable. These mortals can provide me with thousands of blood bricks. People in Fengda City, listen up. If you help me continue to capture mortals, I can spare your lives. As Zhang Zia spoke, he had already stretched out his hand. The mortals who could not escape with their legs were sucked away in batches. The originally lively and noisy camp was immediately filled with desperate cries before death. From the looks of it, it would not take more than a few breaths. The mortals below were all going to die. If I don't enter hell, who will? At this moment, a Buddha statue suddenly appeared and stood between the mortals and Zhang Zia. It was Chu Shui. After seeing such a hellish scene, he finally understood his Dao path. He wanted to sacrifice his body and life in exchange for the chance of survival for the humans below. A large number of mortal casualties temporarily stopped. Instead, Chu Shui's life was continuously extracted. Palm meditation? Earth treasury Buddhist light? These abilities were indeed very strong, but they could not stop the difference between immortals and mortals. Spiritual chi, immortal chi, life, and everything in his body were quickly extracted. Going to hell? Could it be that you're the reincarnation of Bodhisattva Ksatagarbha? Pfft! Ha 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 ha! Ksatagarbha, oh Ksatagarbha! You're a great figure that even I had to look up to in the past. Why did you become like this now? Bodhisattva Ksatagarbha, do you know what my 12 senior brothers looked like when they died? Don't worry, you'll know soon. Chu Shui, who originally only had a deformed right leg, was completely sucked dry this time. In just a few breaths, it turned into a lump of wrinkled dried meat that fell to the ground. It was difficult to determine if it was still alive. Zhang Zia! Die! Another flaming spear flew over, but it was still useless. The peerless spear tip was casually pushed aside by Zhang Zia. The lotus flower child holding the spear behind him was also grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Oh! There's also Neza. My good martial nephew. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Does it feel good to have your spirit essence extracted? It's been a long time. Do you miss me, your uncle master? Zhang Zia grabbed Ling Zuz's neck. 5 fingers with black nails dug into the neck of the lotus flower body, creating 5 huge holes. Ling Zuz stared fixedly at the other party. He transformed into 3 heads and 8 arms and continuously punched and kicked the hand. That idiot Li Jing is really useless. I'd already drawn the array diagram for him, how could he make a mistake? However, it's good that you're the one left behind in the end. You're much more useful than Li Jing and his 2 stupid sons. How about it? Pretend that nothing happened 200,000 years ago. Martial nephews, we will conquer the world together again. Although he said that, his strength was not any weaker. With 2 cracking sounds, the necks of 2 of Ling Zuz's heads were broken on the spot. There was only a bit of lotus root left that was barely connected. Righteousness will get more support, and evil will face retribution. Zhang Zia, you're an evil demon. You'll definitely suffer retribution. I have the lotus flower body. You can't kill me. I must watch you. I must watch the day you are defeated by Senior Human Emperor. Ling Zuz's words revealed his admiration for Zhang Li. He firmly believed that he was the person who saved the world. Human Emperor? He's just a lucky kid who obtained the Human Emperor's inheritance. Don't worry, although he's hiding now, I'll definitely find him. I'll turn him into a brick and place him beside you. Martial nephew Li, what do you think? However, before Ling Zuzi could speak, a voice sounded from behind Zhang Zia. I think you're the good brick. As soon as he finished speaking, something smashed into Zhang Zia's back from behind. It was a huge seal. A huge seal that was completely carved from black jade and had 9 black dragons on it pressed down on the back of the peerless demon. Zhang Zia was caught off guard and sent flying. The spiritual pearl in his hand flew out. With a hissing sound, he was pushed forward and pressed to the ground. This was one of the many artifacts that the clay puppet clone had found in the ruins of the 10 Yama halls before setting off. Zhang Li's main body was not interested in the thing inside. However, the clay clone had all the ability but was impermanent. Without the help of artifacts, it would be too disadvantageous to fight. The things in the ruins were just right for him to hold the fort. This seal was the Yama seal. It could determine life and death and sever yin-yang. Now, although it had already lost the grade of an immortal artifact, it was still an artifact that had definitely reached the heaven rank. Zhang Zia propped himself up on the ground and turned his head to see Zhang Li's face. Hehe, so it's you. Interesting, interesting. You've actually become an immortal. What an outstanding young man. You should be the first in the current 9 provinces. No wonder you have the courage to appear in front of me. However, immortals are different too. Zhang Zia, who was pressed to the ground, chuckled and slowly stood up. A layer of black light flashed on his body, and it sent Zhang Li flying. Looking at the back of his heart that had just been struck by the seal, how could there be any wounds at this moment? Even the layer of clothes was not damaged. On the other hand, when he flipped over the Yama seal in his hand, most of the words on it had already been worn away. It turned out that the sound just now was caused by the damage to the Yama seal. Under the circumstances of his sneak attack, it did not injure the other party at all. 856 stakes, 1. It was really very strong. They were not on the same level at all. Zhang Li's expression was extremely solemn as he stared fixedly at Zhang Zia, who was not far away. His main body's estimation of this guy was not wrong. The current him was far from being a match for this chaos creation. However, if it was just stalling for time, it was still possible. He put away the Yama seal and took out a wide-bladed sword covered in runes. This was the Chujiang sword, one of the 10 kings of hell, King Chujiang's sword. It could slay ghosts and kill gods. Holding the sword with both hands, the clayman Zhang Li erupted with his fastest speed and stabbed towards Zhang Zia. The sword flashed past, but it only pierced through a phantom. The sword rainbow that pierced straight through stretched into the depths of the void without an end. No matter how strong the attack was, it was useless if it could not hit anyone. The ferocious god who had killed countless people had already disappeared from his sight through some unknown method. Oh no! Zhang Li felt a large hand grab his head. The huge force caused his head to deform. His 7 orifices burst out and he was pressed to the ground. The 2 golden spikes stabbed into his body, preventing him from using his spiritual chi and immortal chi at all. The clay clone, who had already become an immortal, was as powerless as a chicken in front of Zhang Zia. In other words, the current Zhang Li was probably not much different if he was here. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over my senior brother Jade Cauldron's remains. Then, get your people to gather all the mortals. As long as you help me rebuild the Jade Void Palace, we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will end up like those 2 guys. The evil god looked at the 2 old acquaintances he had just defeated. Only then did he realize that they were no longer where they were. At the foot of the Baekyan mountain, Ling Zuzi, who was heavily injured, was dragging Chu Shui, who was already curled up into a ball and fleeing towards Fengdu city. Unfortunately, because they were heavily injured, their speed could not be raised at all. They did not grasp the time that the clay puppet clone had bought them. Bang! You want to escape from me? You're really courting death. A ball of black chi condensed in Zhang Zia's hand. He raised his hand and struck at Ling Zuzi, who was fleeing in a sorry state. Ling Zuzi, who was already heavily injured and could only run on the ground, could not dodge such an attack. He was ruthlessly struck from behind and sent flying. When it landed on the ground, it had already turned into a few human-shaped lotus roots. Black rotting areas began to appear on the lotus flower. It rotted from the outside to the inside. When these lotus roots completely rotted, Ling Zuzi would die. The so-called lotus flower spirit body still could not withstand such a difference in strength. The spirit body was directly broken and its origin was corroded. It was corroded into a few rotten lotus roots that were on the verge of death. A group of Yin soldiers hurriedly came over, carried their hall master, and ran back. After Zhang Jia glanced at it disdainfully, he did not pursue it because his gaze was attracted by the 7 balls of immortal spiritual qi rising from Fengde City. The 4 merit ministers followed the orders and pushed all the immortal qi Zhang Li had left behind towards the other side of the Baekyin mountain. This was because at this moment, in Fengde City, only these few balls of immortal qi could attract Zhang Jia's attention. How can there be so much immortal qi here? Moreover, it has all 5 elements. Seeing this abnormal scene, even he could not help but be surprised. The continent of the 9 provinces was clearly still so barren. He had run through the 9 provinces these 2 days, but he did not sense any immortal qi. How could there be so much immortal qi in the netherworld? No wonder this kid could become an immortal. It turned out that he had happened to find so much immortal qi in the netherworld. My luck is not bad. However, from now on, be it the 9 provinces or the netherworld, all of this will only be mine. Bang! He crushed Zhang Li's head. However, what exploded from his head was not flesh, blood, and brain matter, but a ball of mud filled with spirituality. Zhang Jia was a little puzzled, but he could not see any clues from the clay statue clone. He only thought that this was a spiritual body he had never seen before. It was just like how Ling Zuzi would become a lotus root after exploding. This was very reasonable. After adding 2 more hits, Zhang Jia turned around and rushed towards Fengde City. After entering the range of the Baekyin mountain, he was affected by the inverted rules. Even he could not help but slow down. At the very least, he could not completely escape the rules of heaven and earth. Then, it was the method prepared by Qin Shuman. The 2 mountain fox race led by 2 mountains Wuya attacked together with Daji's finger bone as the core. With the help of the dream power of the humans of the 9 provinces and the countless tragic death city, a pure white 9-tailed spirit fox phantom appeared. This phantom was still a little blurry, but it was already their strongest attack together. The 9-tailed phantom ran towards Zhang Jia in the air. Evil god Zhang Jia seemed to have noticed something and turned his head to look down. His eyes flashed with an evil light as he saw the 9-tailed phantom hidden in his mental world. With a disdainful smile, Zhang Jia raised his hand and slapped down. The 9-tailed phantom was already smashed to pieces, scattering in the air and rippling with circles of beautiful halos. In the city below, Qin Shuman was immediately extremely discouraged. Could it be that her plan had failed from the beginning? It seemed that she could only die meaninglessly like this. She was clearly about to return to being a living person. She had clearly not used the body of a living person to feel young master's temperature. 857 stakes, 2. Qin Shuman pressed her chest tightly. Feeling the beating heart inside, she felt a little disappointed. However, at this moment, they seemed to have heard something. It was a pleasant female voice that sounded like the strings of a pipa. It contained complicated emotions like regret and longing. It sounded like, "Sister, save me." That voice came from the stomach of the evil god, Zhang Jia. Everyone in Fengde City was a little confused and did not know who made that sound. They did not know who the sister was. Her sister was not in the entire Ghost City. However, outside Fengde City, in the Fox Immortal Queen's tomb that had already been meticulously repaired, a peerlessly beautiful female stone statue that could make people fall for 3 lifetimes suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. The shattered 9-tailed shadow immediately gathered again. In the next moment, it crashed into Zhang Jia's mind. The peerless evil god was stunned by the phantom's collision. He shook his head and seemed to not have discovered any problems before chasing forward. The two-mountain illusion technique that combined the power of the 9 provinces dream had already reached the immortal realm in terms of power. This time, it was not a lethal illusion technique. This was because even if it could cause some damage, it was useless. This illusion technique was only to deviate from his perception and allow Zhang Jia to walk into their trap step by step. They did not know if the yin-yang power of the Baek-yin mountain could be effective on this evil immortal. The enemy was temporarily attracted away, and the clay figure Zhang Li suddenly moved. A golden wheel floated up from his body. The 2 golden spikes that were originally stabbed into the clay statue had already been obliterated and dissipated at some point in time. This was the great demon vanquishing wheel of one of the 10 halls, the Chakravarti king. It was this treasure that had removed the restrictions on the clone. He picked up the ball of mud on the ground with both hands and placed it on his neck to massage it. Soon, it returned to being an intact head. After all, he was a clay statue and had no vital points on his body. The damage he suffered was not as great as he had imagined. After getting up, he hurriedly ran to the 2 hall masters. Fortunately, he was not completely dead. He took out 2 spiritual pearls and stuffed them into their bodies. It was 10,000 portions of immortal spiritual qi of both earth and fire. It was specially prepared by Zhang Li for the 2 hall masters. After the 2 balls of immortal spiritual qi entered their bodies, some changes immediately appeared on the 2 hall masters. Chu Shui, who had his life taken away and was as withered as a dried corpse, suddenly had a crack on the surface of his body. From it, an even more resplendent and benevolent golden Buddhist light blossomed. Before this, he had deeply comprehended the true meaning of who would enter hell if he did not. He had sacrificed himself to save the mortals. This was in line with his own Dao. As for the rotting, black, and corroded Ling Zuzi, a ball of flames suddenly ignited on his body. Lotuses were born from flames, and mud could not taint the lotus. Although the lotus flower child was defeated, he did not submit and became braver the more he fought. Both of them had broken through their current limit at the moment of life and death. As long as they obtained enough immortal qi, they would transcend mortality and become immortals today. On the other side, Zhang Li used the 9 provinces human path to lure the evil thoughts of all living beings and had already arrived at the site of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He threw the light path into the well of the Hell Dao. After 200,000 years of accumulation, the endless evil thoughts of the 9 provinces surged into the well and headed straight for the 18 levels of hell. The hell that had finally been cleared welcomed another wave of guests. However, Zhang Li did not immediately jump in together. Instead, he flew above the 10 Yama halls that he had not visited before. In the deepest depths of the netherworld, even in the cultivationless age, it could maintain a considerable concentration of yin qi. It was obvious that there was definitely something good left in this ruin. However, at the same time, he was certain that there were definitely some famous guys hidden here. He had actually noticed some clues earlier and ignored them because he did not want to waste time. The other party was quite honest. When Zhang Li's consciousness entered the 18 levels of hell earlier, he had specially left a parallel mind to guard against them. Unfortunately, no one ambushed him in the end. However, Zhang Li could not let such a powerful combat strength continue to stay out of this. Seniors. I, Zhang Li, am fortunate enough to inherit the position of the human emperor. I entered the netherworld today and have specially come to pay my respects. Zhang Li planned to show respect first, but the other party seemed to be unwilling. His eyes immediately focused, and a destructive aura spread out. Now that the situation in the 9 provinces is dire, the enemy has already arrived at the entrance. I advise you to stop pretending to be dead. Release the restrictions of the river of forgetfulness and bring those water gods to buy me 3 days. After that, I'll help you rebuild the netherworld. In the future, Fengdu and the underworld officials will share the netherworld. If we lose, we'll retreat to the 18th level of hell and help each other. However, if everyone still wants to play dead, then I guarantee that when I come out of seclusion, no matter what that evil god does, I will definitely slaughter you first. Believe me, I can do it. That's all I have to say. Everyone, consider it carefully." After Zhang Li finished speaking, he did not wait for a response and jumped into the well. After Zhang Li vanished, the ruins indeed moved. 10 wisps of black qi flew out from within and fused together in the air. In the end, they transformed into a black-robed king with 10 heads. The 10 heads were either sinister and terrifying, fiendish, benevolent, or solemn. It was the former 10 kings of hell. Each of the 10 heads had their own thoughts. There were 10 of them. That kid really threw himself into the Hell Dao. He's really fearless. He has the aura of the 9 netherwood on him. He must have come for that spiritual root of heaven and earth. I'm afraid he'll become nutrients for that tree again. He actually dared to threaten us just now? Should we teach him a lesson? This divine art light path should be quite important. Should we interrupt him? He's very strong. Aren't you afraid of his revenge? So what if he's stronger? No one can come out after entering the 18th level of hell. If you want to find the 9 netherwood, you're just courting death. The current human emperor is only. In fact, I think that the current human emperor is not bad. Yes, yes. Fengdu City has always been on good terms with us. If our neighbor is in trouble, we must help. That's right. In the face of a calamity, no one can escape. Everyone has to kill such a ferocious god who slaughters all living beings. No matter what, you have to count me in. Let's go, let's pull those water gods along and meet that scum of the Jade Void Palace. This fellow with 10 heads was extremely arrogant at the beginning, and he seemed to look down on Zhang Li at all. However, as he spoke, the situation suddenly changed. He suddenly became righteous and had to help Fengdu City. He even turned around and left decisively, heading straight for the river of forgetfulness. That was because, in front of him, a head emerged from the reincarnation well of the Hell Dao and stared straight at them. Zhang Li could not defeat Zhang Xia now, but it was more than enough to deal with them. The fact that he could come and go as he pleased in the 18 levels of hell shocked the 10 of them even more. One had to know that even they did not dare to casually enter the 18 levels of hell. Not to mention whether Zhang Li could obtain the inheritance of the 9 netherwood. If they dared to cause trouble, he could at least come up and hammer them to death. The netherworld was only so big, and they did not have the confidence to escape from Zhang Li who had just obtained the 9 nether inheritance. Facing a powerful enemy was better than facing 2 powerful enemies at the same time. The 10 kings of hell had 6 water gods, so they had the combat strength of 16 immortals. No matter what, it should be fine to stall him for 3 days. It was better for everyone to be friendly and help each other. The 10 kings of hell had always been such easygoing people in front of power. Zhang Li watched them leave before turning around and returning to the 18 levels of hell. He wanted to bring the evil thoughts of all living beings for the past 200,000 years to the 18th level of hell. Didn't he need a large amount of soul residue to cultivate the indestructible infinite Dao soul? He had found them. 858 million years, 1. This time, Zhang Li directly jumped into the path of hell with his main body. It was another different feeling. The 6 paths of reincarnation well was a passageway used to provide the reincarnation of the black soul. Fundamentally, they rejected living people. Streams of power from reincarnation tried to wash away his life. He could transform it into a hellish life that could endure torture for a long time and not easily dissipate. However, Zhang Li cultivated the 9 nether Dao scripture, one of the most orthodox 9 nether inheritances. In theory, he could actually be considered an orthodox hell creature. Previously, even the clay statue clone was not afraid of this, so how could he be affected? Just as he was about to activate the 9 nether Dao scripture and switch between yin-yang and life and death to pass through the reincarnation well, he suddenly discovered a force coming from the void and surging into his body. Before he could react, circles of benevolent and resplendent Buddhist light appeared on his body. He recognized it at a glance. It was the Earth Treasury Buddhist light. Moreover, it was no longer the usual 5 layers of Buddhist light. As the power that surged over continued to increase, the Buddhist light on his body quickly emitted. The 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, and 9th level. Without a doubt, this was the power feedback from Fengdu City's northern profound hall master. The 9 layers of Buddhist light directly helped him block the power of the reincarnation well. One had to know that Bodhisattva Ksatagarbha was originally one of the mighty figures in charge of the netherworld's 9 nether. No matter where his strength was, it was an unimpeded pass. Immediately after, balls of pink flames that were like lotus leaves appeared on Zhongli's body. The flames were burning hot and had a powerful purification effect. This was the spirit fire on the lotus flower child. Buddhist light and lotus flames wrapped around his body, as if they had even changed his physique. First of all, the lotus flower cleansing fire and earth treasury Buddha light had been updated. It allowed him to be immune to most negative statuses. Moreover, under the protection of the Buddhist light, it was difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. All his attributes kept jumping up. The most obvious was the lifespan column. The number jumped until he could not see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed 200,000 and was still rising. This saved him a lot of 9 nether earth fruits. He was clearly not in Fengdu City at this moment, but the feedback from the 2 hall masters was even more than before. There was only one explanation for this reaction. His 2 hall masters had not let him down and had already become immortal and Buddha respectively. Chu Shui and Ling Zuzi are quite capable. As the city lord, I can't fall behind. Continuing to accelerate down, the 9 provinces' human path ahead had already failed in the reincarnation well. However, he was already here, so it was already too late to turn back. It was as if endless evil thoughts were guided by reincarnation and could only plunge into the 18 levels of hell. After landing on the 1st level of hell, the evil thoughts of the 9 provinces that could not be touched were forced to appear. It was hard to say anything else, but a tongue had to grow out no matter what. For some reason, the hooks on the ground could really hook out a tongue from the large ball of evil thoughts. A ball of black chi surged past the ground, leaving behind a bloody and wriggling tongue. Every time its tongue was hooked out, the black fog would dissipate a little. After Zhongli brought this large ball of evil thoughts around the 1st level of hell for 300 years, the evil thoughts visible to the naked eye had already shrunk by half. The situation was smoother than he had imagined. Then, Zhongli brought them deeper into the lower level of the 18 levels of hell. In hell, it was very difficult to escape from below, but falling from above was very simple. Under Zhongli's lead, this large ball of evil thoughts enjoyed the 18 levels of hell. Perhaps it was because they were formed from hatred and evil. The punishment of the 18 levels of hell was simply effective on all living beings. Basically, every level could shrink by at least half. When he reached the 18th level of hell, the originally endless black ball of evil thoughts had already turned into a small lake. Moreover, the color was no longer so pitch black. Instead, it had become an old grey color that was similar to being washed until it turned white. Zhongli could sense that this ball of evil thoughts was gradually having the feeling of an infinite Dao ghost. He tried to summon a ball of ghost lantern cold flame and burned it for a long time, but only burned a little. This large ball of evil thoughts was already very close to pure residue. There were not many other impurities left. In the copper soup and iron juice that was converted day and night, if he cultivated it for tens of thousands of years, it would probably be completed. At this moment, the evil thoughts of all living beings were no longer offensive. Zhongli scattered them around the 18th level of hell. He himself was also sitting cross-legged in the center of the hell pool. He allowed it to rotate day and night and be repeatedly tempered by the copper soup and iron juice. This kind of torture indeed had the cruel effect of grinding one's cultivation and destroying their soul. Staying here for too long was harmful to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. However, for the sake of refining the infinite Dao soul, Zhongli's main body could not leave. He had to stay here and collect the residue of the souls that had been refined to the limit and fuse them into his body. He could only endure endless suffering with the evil thoughts of all living beings. 859 million years, too. Fortunately, he was not like the monkey suppressed by the five-finger mountain. At that time, the great sage, heaven's equal, had not had any food to replenish himself. In fact, under the barrier of the Buddhist mantra, he could not even absorb any spiritual qi. Under the ravaging of the copper liquid iron ball, it had been weakened to that extent in a short 500 years. However, this was different for him. He originally had many buffs like spiritual qi infusion, but because of the dilution of the flow of time, the effect was very limited. However, times were different now. This time, his main body had also come down. The previous status effect was not useful under the current flow of time. However, could he not create some new statuses in his current state? This time, Zhongli brought the yin burial coffin down. Of course, he could not bring the citizens of the prosperous Ox continent inside. Who knew what would happen after bringing them into hell? Therefore, he had already gotten someone to build more than 100 earth-rank coffins and transport everyone in. Zhongli himself brought the yin burial coffin that had risen into the sky again and embarked on this journey to the 18 levels of hell. Inside were top-notch materials and special medicinal pills from the continent of the 9 provinces. Among them, there were more than 100 types of heaven-rank medicinal pills and heaven-rank materials. He had also gathered a new set of immortal qi of the 7 attributes. As long as he put it into his mouth, he could quickly create a new set of gorgeous buffs. However, he had to pay attention to a problem. When he stayed in hell, there was naturally no problem. However, he had to remember that when he went out, he had to remember to eliminate the statuses created by the current flow of time in advance. Otherwise, statuses that were created according to the limits of the body would suddenly increase by 3,750 times after the flow of time returned to normal. Even a sage would burp at such an exaggerated increase. At that time, even if he became a golden immortal, he would probably explode. He opened the coffin and stuffed all the spirit pills and precious medicines gathered through Fengde Ghost City into his stomach. Then, he fixed the statuses that appeared one by one. The familiar feeling quickly returned to him. This set of buffs was enough to ensure that he could cultivate anywhere without any worries. In fact, even if he cultivated with all his might, he could only absorb 1,000th of the immortal qi and various powers that surged out of his body every moment. According to tradition, the remaining ones were still stuffed into the coffin. With the current yin burial coffin, it should still be able to contain the immortal qi and spiritual qi, right? He could not become an immortal in the 18 levels of hell. However, cultivation below the immortal realm was still not affected. Sitting cross-legged in this area and entering the infinite Dao heart state, Zhongli began his indefinite seclusion cultivation. His foundation was stronger than others to begin with. There were 1,750 petals on the 3 flowers. This meant that if he cultivated to perfection in the earth immortal realm, he would have to spend 1,750 times more bitter cultivation and 1,750 times more resources than others. This was something that he needed to spend time grinding. With the help of the best cultivation resources, it took him 300 years to push his cultivation to perfection. Next, he only needed to fill up the remaining 2 of the 5 qi in his chest. He would be at the limit of the earth immortal realm and could become an immortal at any time. However, his cultivation did not end because of this. The current human emperor did a strange thing and sank into the boiling copper soup. From then on, Zhongli's cultivation would be reduced a little every day. That night, after the copper solidified, he could quickly cultivate again. On the contrary, every night, his soul would be worn down. Moreover, the next day, he would absorb the surrounding soul residue to fill the gap. This repeated endlessly. It seemed that his cultivation had reached the limit. His cultivation level did not increase, and his soul was still the same. All of this seemed to be in vain. However, in fact, every day, his cultivation would become more corporeal and his soul would become stronger. Under his infinite Dao heart, time would pass much faster than he had imagined. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and 5,000 years passed in a flash. 10,000 years was the time to drink tea, and 100,000 years was barely a night of sleep in the human world. When Zhongli woke up from his repeated bitter cultivation, he had already been in the 18 levels of hell for 1,000,000 years. As the last ball of soul residue slowly floated to Zhongli's side, he gently sucked it into his body. His soul seemed to have changed from the inside out. The direct feeling was not obvious. He simply dissipated the spiritual qi protection around him. Then, his soul left his body and landed on the boiling copper soup. This feeling was a little strange. He sensed carefully for a long time before discovering that there was something called fear missing from his soul. This was because there seemed to be nothing that could completely injure and destroy him. The fear instinct in the depths of his soul naturally disappeared. He reached out and picked up a pool of copper water to splash on his face. He could feel the heat of the copper water, but he did not feel any pain. That was because it could no longer hurt his soul. On Zhongli's interface, there was a new characteristic. At first, it was called Tough Soul, then Strong Soul. Now, it had already become the indestructible Infinite Dao Soul. On his interface, his lifespan, which had originally been exhausted to only a few thousand years because of a long period of seclusion, had also become. Coupled with his body's undying characteristic, this time, Zhongli was truly undying and unafraid of all challenges. He opened his palm again, and a ball of spiritual qi appeared, condensing in the air. Then, his right eye flickered with blue light as the anti-cultivation domain enveloped the spiritual qi ball. The ball of spiritual qi immediately began to swell, but it did not dissipate immediately. Strands of energy seeped out, but when he turned around, they actually entered the spiritual qi ball again. It was not only Zhongli's soul. His spiritual qi had also been tempered by 1,000,000 years. At this moment, it had also become extremely condensed and tough. It could even resist the power of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead. At this moment, even if he was thrown into the cultivationless age, he would probably be able to live very well. Oh? What's this? Wait. Damn! This is the Yin burial coffin. Just as Zhongli was studying his gains in the past 1,000,000 years, a round ball slowly floated past him. Zhongli was stunned for a long time before he recognized the tortoise shell on the ball in front of him as the Yin burial coffin. When he sensed it, he discovered that his coffin had already jumped 2 levels from the medium-grade heaven rank to a top-grade heaven rank artifact. It was the most extreme situation where it was about to become an immortal artifact or divine artifact at any time. Although you've advanced, how can you be so fat? The Yin burial coffin that had transformed into an armored kunpeng was now rounder than a pufferfish. It was playing with its stomach flipped over, no longer having the heroic and domineering aura of before. Why don't you transform back to your original form? The Yin burial coffin was very excited to discover that its master had woken up. Hearing the order, it waved its seemingly pocket-sized tail and returned to its original coffin appearance. But was this really not a ball? He pressed down on the coffin and felt how much immortal qi, spiritual qi, and other miscellaneous energy were inside. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. In the end, it was still his fault. In the 18th level of hell, 1,000,000 years passed in a flash. However, how much energy had he stuffed into the coffin in the past 1,000,000 years? At this moment, he should be pleased that he woke up before the coffin exploded. However, he was really embarrassed to use such an artifact in front of others. He had to find time to help it lose weight. 860 Possessing the 9 nether wood, 1. It was not only the Yin burial coffin. In order to cultivate the infinite Dao soul, Zhongli spent 1,000,000 years. This caused a huge change in the 18th level of hell. Just the spiritual qi and immortal qi that seeped out of Zhongli's body caused the concentration of spiritual qi in this hell to increase by more than 30 times. In the outside world, it would be a proper yin-yang paradise, a paradise for raising corpses. Any corpse would become a bronze-armored corpse in less than 3 days. In another 3 months, it could mass-produce zombie kings. He seemed to have gone overboard this time. He did not know where this energy that he created out of thin air came from. It had not been sucked dry by him for 1,000,000 years. He temporarily put these questions aside. After confirming that the coffin would not easily withstand the explosion, Zhongli heaved a sigh of relief. After studying the changes in his body, Zhongli arrived at the border of the bottom of hell again. He reached out and pressed on the end of this space. It was like pulling a curtain, easily tearing apart a spatial barrier. In front of him, the huge tree that lay across the void appeared again. The 9 nether wood that was born in the world from the beginning of time. You're mine from now on. The current human emperor leaped and floated into the void. The spatial hole behind him slowly healed. In this endless darkness, only he and the inverted tree that could not be accommodated in his vision were left. It's really ridiculously big. After entering this void, he understood the true size of the 9 nether wood. Looking around, there were huge roots extending into the depths everywhere. It was as if this world did not contain the 9 nether wood, but the branches and roots of the 9 nether wood supported this space. Only then did he know that the thing he had fused with on the Bakyan mountain back then was really only a broken root. It could not even be considered a true root. The 3 incomparably huge statues of Buddha, Dao, and Demon formed its tree body. Its majestic size deeply displayed what it meant to pluck the stars and moon. If it was this size, it seemed to be only natural to reach out a hand to the sky and pluck 1 or 2 moons or stars. Endless roots descended. Every root was as wide and thick as a mountain range, spreading into the depths of the void. This was one of the 10 remaining spiritual roots of heaven and earth in ancient times. This size caught Zhongli off guard. Where should he start? He took a deep breath and opened his hands. He tried to release his 9 nether spiritual qi. The 9 nether wood was originally motionless like a dead thing but immediately moved after sensing the derivative 9 nether spiritual qi. Amidst the crisp sound of wood deformation, a root that covered the sky swept over and wrapped around Zhongli. He was originally full of vigilance. However, he decided not to sense any danger at the root. From the looks of it, they did not want to harm him. He did not resist and allowed the roots to pull him in. The root brought him through the layers of branches and approached the tree formed by 3 statues in the middle. At this distance, if Zhongli threw out the ghost lantern cold flame that had already evolved twice, this last spiritual root of heaven and earth would probably really disappear from the world. Of course, it was just a thought. How could he burn his own possession? As he approached, a crack slowly opened in the tree ahead and stuffed him in. What is the difference between this and letting a wolf into the house? The imagined battle with danger surrounding him, and then exploding at the last minute, and finally getting what he wanted, did not happen. Instead, it was surprisingly smooth. This was because Zhongli, this disguised branch, was not mortal enemies with the 9 nether wood. The 9 nether wood had no intention of devouring its descendants. It had already been severed by a mighty figure and its intelligence had been erased. The original goal of releasing the spiritual root branch was to wait for these descendants to grow. After returning and fusing with itself, it would finally develop intelligence again. The general meaning was, my body is right here. Come at me. It's your ability to occupy me. Be it the authority of the spiritual root of heaven and earth or the accumulation over countless years, feel free to take them all. However, if it could not control the main body like this, then this descendant could only be considered useless. It did not care. In any case, there was a lot of time. The 9 nether wood would wait until an outstanding and powerful clone fused with it. Therefore, everything was so natural. Zhongli's body was stuffed into the crack. Then, the tree bark outside healed again and locked him inside. However, he did not feel imprisoned or confined. Instead, it was as if he had returned to his mother's womb. That feeling was extremely comfortable and reassuring. Unknowingly, nature took its course, and the 9 nether Deo scripture in his body circulated. It seemed to be the simplest breath. The purest and most orthodox connate 9 nether wood spirit from the beginning of the world was absorbed into his body. It turned into the 4th of the 5 chi in his chest. The final chi was the last legendary holy flame of the human race, the human fire. 861 possessing the 9 nether wood, 2. The 5 chi in his chest finally reached the perfection of the 5 elements. They cycled together and never stopped. If not for the fact that he was still at the bottom of the netherworld, he would have become an immortal on the spot and wrestled with Zhangxia. However, now, he had to take away this spiritual root of heaven and earth that he yearned for. After this wood spirit entered his body, he felt that he had become a part of this huge tree. Endless 9 nether chi flowed in this huge tree that was hard to imagine. It flowed in and out of his body. He, who was as small as dust, joined the cycle of this huge system. It was as if he was a part of the 9 nether wood to begin with. His soul took the opportunity to escape from his main body. It was as if this huge tree was originally his body. He could swim freely inside without any unfamiliarity. The 9 nether wood was also very generous. It did not mind if he took any energy from it. To any cultivator of the 9 nether Deo scripture, this was a place that was even more comfortable than the 9 heavens palace. However, at this moment, an invisible fluctuation swept past, causing his soul to tremble. In the next moment, as if he had been thrown into a crusher, his soul was cut into countless pieces the size of mahjong tiles without any resistance. Then, an invisible force violently ground him into even smaller pieces. Even his infinite Deo soul felt a trace of pain. If it was before, he would probably be heavily injured on the spot and lose at least half of his soul. No wonder the 9 nether wood could not develop intelligence after so many years. This kind of power is really unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, the soul that had been ground into tiny pieces returned to its original state. Zhang Li still had lingering fear towards the force from before. Fortunately, he had the foresight to spend 1,000,000 years preparing. If he did not have the infinite Deo soul, he would be in deep trouble. He continued to wander in the 9 nether wood. He swam to a root and with a thought, the root moved with his thoughts. With a slight shake, a strong earthquake immediately occurred on a netherworld continent. The originally flat ground bulged up, turning into a mountain range. The originally towering mountain peak collapsed again, turning into a long, narrow, and deep valley. After a long time of growth, it was in the deepest and core area of the netherworld. This made the growth of the 9 nether wood never stop. Its body was relatively outstanding among the 10 connate spiritual roots. This time, it was probably worthy of being number 1. Now, the roots of the 9 nether wood had almost taken root in every corner of the netherworld. Although it could not be seen on the surface, a slight change would affect the entire situation. Any move could turn the entire netherworld upside down. Of course, Zhang Li could not do that. He spread out his mind and could only control 5 or 6 tree roots. He was still very, very far from controlling the entire 9 nether wood. Feeling everything in the 9 nether wood, he truly felt what a giant's shoulder was. Every energy flow in this wood, every bark ravine, every sway of the 9 nether leaves, every touch of the roots, and any ordinary reaction seemed to surpass all his comprehension of the 9 nether Deo scripture over the years. By staying in this huge tree, all the mysteries of the 9 nether Deo scripture were exposed to him without reservation. There was also a detailed and comprehensive explanation behind each answer. The mysteries of the 9 nether were obvious at a glance. That feeling was even more carefree than an epiphany. However, this comfort did not last long. About 15 minutes later, the same soul wave as before appeared again and kicked him out of the comfort circle. Even Zhang Li, who was already prepared, was still instantly dispersed by some force. His soul had an indestructible characteristic, so after a while, it recovered to its original state. However, as soon as he spread out, the mental strength that penetrated these roots was wiped clean. All the efforts he had made earlier were wasted. This was not good. He tried a few more times, trying to use the traditional possession method to directly occupy everything of the 9 nether wood. However, he was interrupted at the beginning every time. If this continued, he would probably not succeed no matter how many times he tried. He had to think of a way to eliminate this power that could erase souls first. Zhongli returned to his body first. Then, he used the 9 nether escape technique and fused into the huge tree to move around in the 9 nether wood. Even if he had repeatedly tempered his spiritual qi in hell for 1,000,000 years, it was still far inferior to the true 9 nether wood. In comparison, the only thing that could be considered an advantage was that he had obtained the power of the immortal peach tree, allowing his spiritual qi to balance yin-yang and enter the chaotic power of the Azura world. At the same level, his 9 nether spiritual qi or 9 nether immortal qi would be stronger than this 9 nether mother tree. Following the soul cleansing that happened every 15 minutes, Zhongli gradually entered a core tree hole of the 9 nether wood. After spending some effort, he successfully found the origin of the power. What emitted that power was a white and black millstone that was slowly spinning. The 2 grinding stones separated a gap every 15 minutes and emitted a dim light that shattered all the souls nearby. 862 possessing the 9 nether wood, 3. It was called the reincarnation yin-yang grind. Just from its rough appearance, one could tell that it was definitely another top-notch treasure from the beginning of the world. Since I want to take everything from you, I'll accept this karma and tribulation. Zhongli approached. Taking advantage of the moment when the millstone separated, his soul left his body and plunged in. A spiritual light appeared and crushed his soul that was halfway through. Fortunately, the shattered souls still rushed in along with the inertia. The yin-yang millstone continued to spin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Less than 5 seconds later, the millstone suddenly malfunctioned. The shell stayed there for a long time and could not move. A moment later, the millstone suddenly trembled, and a trace of soul fragments flew out and fluttered into Zhongli's body. He used the bit of soul to control his body and barely raised the millstone a crack. Only then did Zhongli escape from inside and return to his original state. Using such a suicidal method, he stopped the millstone that had been spinning for countless years. Undying and indestructible were just so powerful. Now, it was time to get to the point. He wanted to completely take this big guy for himself before the 9 Netherwood developed its own intelligence. Netherworld, Bakyan Mountain Peak. The 4 merit ministers pushed the 7 balls of immortal Qi and had already successfully crossed the mountain ridge that separated yin and yang. They had the wooden tablet left behind by Zhongli and had already turned themselves into the state of the dead in advance, so they were naturally not affected. After running for a distance, he turned around and stared at the figure chasing after him. They watched as he got closer and closer to the boundary. Zhang Zia seemed to have noticed something and stopped in front of the boundary. From time to time, he would shake his head as if he was resisting the fox demon's illusion. His strength was too great. No matter how powerful his background was, it was extremely difficult to take effect through the difference between immortals and mortals or even several major realms above the immortal god realm. Just as he was about to break free from the interference of the illusion, from behind, the clay man, Zhongli, flew over with a mountain in his arms. It collided with Zhang Zia's back and pushed him 1,000 feet forward, crossing the yin-yang barrier. That mountain was the artifact of one of the 10 halls, King Mount Tai, Black Mount Tai. After pushing Zhang Zia past the yin-yang barrier, the yin-yang heavenly chasm was like a sharp blade that cut off his shadow. Death Qi instantly appeared on Zhang Zia's face. Crossing this place unprepared, under the influence of the rules of heaven and earth, he was already a dead person. Under the influence of the fox demon's illusion technique, he did not discover the change in his body. He only grabbed the clay figurine Zhongli and tore him into pieces before continuing to head towards the 4 merit ministers. However, the clone that only had an intact head discovered that they had overlooked a huge problem. It was Zhangzia's shadow. The evil god shadow on the ground did not run around. Instead, it had its own clear will and actually directly pulled itself up from the ground. The flat shadow without any thickness soared into a black cloud and was about to catch up to his main body. This shadow was not affected by the illusion technique. If it chased after it and combined with the main body, it would be troublesome. Fellow deist, don't worry. Leave it to us. Right when the clay figure Zhang Li struggled to use a broken clay hand to grab the shadow and use all his strength to stop it from leaving. The 10 Yama artifacts that he had taken out from the ruins floated up at this moment and flew back to their masters. The 10 kings of hell arrived with 6 water gods. 863 Sage Orthodoxy, 1. Hold this guy down. Don't let him escape. Under the control of the main body, the 10 Yama artifacts erupted with true power. 10 streaks of light landed on the evil god shadow at the same time, suppressing its flying figure again. The boundless aura on its body also weakened. The 6 water gods following closely behind even swarmed forward and wrapped tightly around the shadow evil god in a robe manner. Water gods who could overturn rivers and seas with a raise of their hands were generally famous for their strength. Yinglong, River Earl, Tianwu, and Wu's Haiki. Any one of them was a peerless god who could compete with the current human emperor. At this moment, they were entangled together. They were all water gods and had lived in the same river for 200,000 years. At this moment, their cooperation could be considered intimate. They used the concept of 100 rivers convergence to gather their endless power together and crazily pressured the evil god shadow in the middle. Concubine Mi stepped forward and touched it lightly. Her 2 soft palms pressed on the eyes of the shadow evil god. Her secret dew was refreshing, destroying its will to resist. In the end, the weak water transformed into 3,000 waves and swept them all in. This evil god shadow had a portion of Zhangzia's strength and was extremely powerful. However, it was only new after all and its intelligence was too simple. Coupled with the fact that they did not know any divine arts or Dao techniques that could unleash their strength and were suppressed by the combined efforts of the 10 kings of hell, their strength was greatly weakened and decreased. Only then did they successfully suppress it under the combined efforts of the 6 water gods. Oh right, this token was brought by the Fengde city lord. See if it's useful. After finally suppressing the shadow, one of the heads of the 10 kings of hell opened its mouth and spat out a token. On it were the words Eastern Azure. Others might not be able to understand, but as Zhang Li's clone, how could the mud man not understand this? You came at the right time. Quick! Pull the thunder god's corpse over. Zhang Li first pinched his mouth back and hurriedly ordered Fengde city. Soon, an extremely huge corpse was hung out of Fengde city. It looked soft because there were no bones in this mountain-like corpse. It was the corpse of the lecherous lightning swamp thunder god. After Zhangzia transformed into an evil god and appeared, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Fengde city had once done the opposite and returned to the lost Black Sea that had caused the entire 9 provinces to suffer heavy losses. He followed the bottomless pit and found the ruins of End, where the lightning swamp was. He took out the corpse of the thunder god and sighed. This powerful Khanate divine spirit had already lost his bones and died for hundreds of thousands of years. The lightning swamp evil beasts evolved from its corpse could sweep through the 9 provinces, suppressing all the forces until they could not breathe. As long as he could develop something from it, it might become an important force to resist Zhangzia. Unfortunately, Zhangzia came too quickly. Before they could develop anything useful, they had already entered a state of decisive battle. However, now, something seemed to be useful. If he could use Zhangzia's shadow to revive it, not only could he eliminate this shadow, but he could also obtain another powerful combat strength. Under normal circumstances, there was no way to fuse the incompatible shadow and body. However, this was the Bakyan Mountain, the place where Zhang Li's 9 Nether Dao scripture was first born. It was his home. As the overlord of the Baekhyun mountain, it was not a problem for the 9 Netherwood to break through the restrictions sometimes. The Thunder God's corpse was transported over. The 10 kings of hell stepped forward and stabbed their hands into the water god meatball. After searching for a while, they pulled out the 2 feet of the evil god shadow. They matched the bottom of the Thunder God's corpse. Although there was a huge difference in size between the two, the shadow's flexibility was very good. As long as they pulled hard, it could be stretched. The 2 9 Netherwood standing on the mountaintop immediately came over. They were also controlled by the parallel mind of the current human emperor. Countless roots grew out and stitched the evil god shadow and the Thunder God's corpse together. His craftsmanship was astonishing. The clayman, Zhongli, had been staring at the evil god and noticed that the 4 merit ministers were in danger and were about to be caught up. He could not help but pinch his body back to its original state while urging everyone to speed up. Quick! Send him back there! The huge lightning god's corpse was pushed back to the yang side of the Baekhyun mountain. The shadow sewn under the thunder god struggled desperately, but in the end, it was useless. Previously, it could be cut off by the power of yin-yang separation, so it naturally could not resist that force at this moment. In the shadow, the vitality that was stripped from Zhongzia's body immediately surged into the Thunder God's corpse. In the current era where the underworld judgment hall was in ruins, the Baekhyun mountain was probably the only place that could truly reverse life and death. Its huge chest began to rise and fall. The corpse of the Khanate deity came to life. Now, the clayman, Zhongli, barely pieced his body together and jumped up from the ground. Due to the fact that it was too rushed, his body was covered in bumps, and could barely be seen as a human. 864 Sage Orthodoxy, 2. He did not care about the details and raised his hand to take out the token of the Eastern Azure Emperor Hall. In the 4 halls of Fengdu City, the last ownerless hall automatically flew out. In a few flashes, it had already arrived and caught the falling Thunder God. My name is Thunder God. After the Thunder God revived, its first words were to announce its existence to the world. However, at the same time, the words Thunder God appeared on the stone monument of the Eastern Azure Hall Master. Qin Schumann was not a fool. How could she ignore the danger of such a super expert? She had long done a bunch of tricks on the Thunder God's corpse, leaving countless back doors. There was no need for his approval to sign. By the time the Thunder God reacted, it was already too late. He was forced to abandon the darkness and join the light, becoming the last hall master of the 4 halls of Fengdu City under the noble human emperor. At this moment, 2 pillars of light shot up from Fengdu City. One was formed from the 9-colored Buddhist light, and the other was a lotus flower spiritual flame that soared into the sky. They were Chu Shui and Ling Zuzi who had returned after becoming immortals. Zhongli looked around. Coupled with him, the Thunder God who had just revived and become the Eastern Azure Hall Master, the 10 Kings of Hell, and the 6 Water Gods, these were 20 immortal-level experts. All of them had extraordinary backgrounds and were famous figures in ancient times. Against Zhongzia, this battle was worth fighting. In front, the flying speed of the 7 merit ministers was not fast enough. They were about to be caught up by Zhongzia from behind. Dragon Sun Ba gritted its teeth and stomped its feet. It opened its mouth and bit off a ball of water attribute immortal chi. Then, he handed the 2 balls of immortal chi in his hand to the unorthodox trio and turned around to face the invincible evil god, using his body to stall for time. After all, he was the slowest and had the strongest defense. At this moment, he was the most suitable to stop them. Evil god, don't be arrogant. I'm the son of the ancestral dragon. Ba retracted its head and collided with Zhongzia with the 5 mountains on its body. However, when he was 1,000 miles away, Ba suddenly felt a fatal fear. 11 golden shadows inexplicably appeared on Zhongzia's raised right hand, forming a light wheel that quickly spun around his wrist. As he punched out, 11 golden lights shot forward. Time seemed to have stopped in front of the 11 golden lights. Before Basia could do anything, its tortoise shell was pierced by the golden light. Immediately, blood splattered on the spot. This was originally only a remnant soul. Zhongli recalled that he had helped King Yu control the water back then, so he let it join the human emperor again after admitting his mistakes. That was why he specially ran to the Black Sea and helped him capture the huge island tortoise that had the black tortoise bloodline. He even considerately beat him half to death for him to possess. Only then could he recover to such strength in a short period of time. However, at this moment, his island tortoise body was directly beaten to death. The remnant soul was damaged again and returned to Fengde City to recuperate. That was the power of the 12 golden immortals of the Jade Void Palace. If not for the fact that he was missing the Jade Cauldron remains and had not completed it, the power of this attack would have increased by at least 5 to 10 times. Fortunately, with Basia blocking it, the other 3 merit ministers were still faster and sent the 7 balls of immortal chi to Fengde City. After completing the mission, the unorthodox trio turned around and ran. They could not fight head-on, nor did they have the courage and integrity to die for the living beings of the 9 provinces. After the 3 merit ministers left, the living cultivators who had already arrived through the secret passage emitted their vitality and spiritual chi. Countless mortals and cultivators in Tragic Death City who were dreaming were also emitting their vitality under the control of the dream. Zhang Xia, who was affected by the illusion, could not see the true appearance of the city below for the time being. In his eyes, these were all the blood refinement materials he needed. The mortals and cultivators in this city could bring him at least a few thousand blood jade bricks. Under the attraction of the bait, he still stepped into the territory of Tragic Death City. Fake vitality spontaneously surged into his body. Qin Shuman, who was already prepared to sacrifice herself, had a lens stuck to one eye as she looked at the figure standing in the sky above the city. Even the resentment could not approach. Through the lens, she could see that a black chain was condensing on the evil god. This lens was made by Galanfran with a special crystal and the Earth Treasury Buddhist light of Chu Shui. It had no other effect, but through it, one could directly see the chains on the dead. As long as the chains of rules of Tragic Death City formed, she would break through the ground and release endless ghost-devouring worms to bite the evil god. However, Zhang Xia's current performance was a little strange. He lowered his head and looked at his waist. It was as if he could also see the chain of the tragic death. So this is your goal? What a good plan! Unfortunately, how can insects and ants like you understand the greatness of the sages? He grabbed the chain around his waist. The power left behind by the 11 golden immortal remains became even more dazzling. With a forceful tug, the chain condensed from special rules easily broke like a defective product made of foam, shattering and dissipating. Evil god Zhang Xia opened his arms, and the 11 golden lights continuously blossomed around him. From it seemed to be possible to see the figures of 11 immortals. When the 11 figures of light overlapped, they gradually overlapped into a figure that wore a daist robe that was white like snow and carried an infinite circle of light. He shone in 72 colors, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He was an extremely profound figure. I was born before the primordial beginning and created all things. I have the body of a heavenly lord, I can live forever. I am unrivaled and unsurpassed. I mark the beginning of all things. I manipulate the Dao to become the Supreme One, and I am always clear and above the heavens. I am supreme. I am the Jade Pure Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. He spoke the words of a Supreme One, but the expression on the evil god's face was arrogant and demonic. It did not have the intent of a transcendent sage. That was only an illusion formed by pure strength. However, that power was still ridiculous in this current world. As the evil god spoke, the power of 11 golden immortals emitted endless divine light and profundity. In his body, the phantom of a 9-tailed fox was washed out by the golden light. It let out a sorrowful cry in the air and completely dissipated. The fox demon's illusion technique was broken. The plan has failed. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. The clay figure, Zhongli, led the group of Fengdu Hall masters, the ancient water gods, and the 10 Yama kings to attack the self-proclaimed heavenly lord of primordial beginning. They had the absolute advantage in numbers. However, many times, numbers did not mean everything. 9 Nether Divine Fiend. Buddha's Fury Earth Treasury. Divine Sharp Spear. Lightning Swamp. 6 more streams of water divine arts and 10 Yama artifacts arrived at the same time. The 20 current immortals roared at the evil god with all their might. However, everything was shattered by the 72 colored primordial Dao light. The evil god flipped his hand again. Endless light gathered in his palm, turning into another jade scepter with monstrous evil intent. He raised his hand and threw it. The jade scepter flew out of his hand. No one could see the trajectory of the wish. His vision blurred and he was sent flying. The 3 flowers were dispirited and the 5 chi were weak. In just a single exchange, 20 famous and dignified immortals were already heavily injured. It turned out that the rumors in the Jade Void Palace were not groundless. When the 12 golden immortals combined, they could actually assemble a sage orthodoxy. Even if it was only a shell without a true realm and did not contain the truth of the great Dao, with pure strength, he could be invincible in the 3 worlds and suppress the 6 paths. The 10 kings of hell and the 6 water gods were all afraid of this. They cowered in the distance and did not dare to step forward again. This was especially true for the 10 Yama kings who had flexible moral bottom lines. It was unknown what they were thinking. That was until Zhongli's voice sounded again. No. He's not that strong. There's a flaw in the primordial beginning illusion. Every time you attack, he will return to the golden immortal phantoms. Don't give him a chance. Keep him busy. 865 Fengdu's First Lady, 1. This was the first time such a battle between 2 powerful immortals and gods had happened after the magical era. The aftershock that spread out made the entire netherworld tremble. The netherworld continent that had just been pieced together was almost shaken apart again. Tragic Death City, which was the first to bear the brunt, was actually erased from this netherworld just like that. The endless ghost-devouring worms under Tragic Death City were also swept away by the aftershock of their battle and went somewhere. At the original location of Tragic Death City, only a huge curved hole was left. It was unknown if there was any hope of rebuilding it. With this city as the center, it was like a dry and cracked clay ground. A large number of canyons split open everywhere as if the entire netherworld was about to completely collapse at any moment. In this area, the 5 senses that ordinary cultivators relied on to sense the world completely lost their effect. Under the endless power, light could not spread directly. As soon as the sound came out, it would be torn into pieces. Not to mention other things like smell, taste, and touch. In fact, most cultivators would go crazy or die from the aftershock that shot into the sky. Only experts above the earth immortal realm could hide behind the Baekhyun mountain and barely stare at the swelling and shrinking energy ball. They could only watch in fear, unable to understand what had happened inside and how the battle was going. They only knew that an especially tragic energy would erupt every 15 minutes. Time slowly passed. The clayman, Zhongli, brought the other 19 gods and Buddhas and barely held on. After another explosion, a piece of divine blood splattered over, turning into specks of blood that landed on the Baekhyun mountain. A huge ape god was sent flying from the battle and smashed into the inside of the Baekhyun mountain. His entire body was twisted beyond recognition. One look and one could tell that not a single bone was intact. Blood flowed out of his body and turned into surging rivers on the Baekhyun mountain. The experts of Fengdu City who were hiding on the Baekhyun mountain peak to watch the battle were all shaken until they spat out blood. If not for the Baekhyun mountain as a barrier, most of the aftershocks would probably not have left many living people in Fengdu Ghost City. The strength of the 6 water gods was not much different, but this was Wu's Haiki, recognized as the weakest among them. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Then, every time the evil god Zhongxia erupted, an immortal-level expert on his side was thrown out. At this moment, a day and a half had passed. The 20 immortals were clearly all figures with deep cultivation levels, but they were all exhausted. After a few more rounds of explosions, even the clay statue Zhongli was already unable to fight anymore. There were only 10 Yama kings left on the spot and the ancient thunder god who had just revived. It was also because Yama could borrow the power of the netherworld that the thunder god's body was extremely powerful and endured most of the pressure. That was why they could last until now. However, this was already the limit. Of the 10 artifacts, only 2 or 3 were left. After suffering another blow from the evil god's jade scepter, they finally could not withstand it and were beaten until they scattered, turning into 10 heads that scattered and smashed down. Thunder God! If you still had your lightning skeleton, you might be able to fight me. But now, what a pity! Due to the fact that the Thunder God had lost his skeleton, he was unable to use his best lightning methods. The only thing that was heavy was his powerful vitality. Previously, this Eastern Azure Hall Master had almost withstood more than half of the damage. However, with only one person left, no matter how tough his skin was, he could not withstand it. They were beaten back step by step and finally fell to the netherworld. If not for Zhang Zia deliberately holding back, they would have at least lost half. My Jade Void Palace is still lacking 20 pillars. You guys are just right. Such evil gods had no so-called kindness to speak of. They were only used as materials to build the Jade Void Palace. After defeating all the enemies, Zhang Zia stretched out his sinful right hand again. The right hand continuously enlarged, covering the entire void tightly. It enveloped the 20 heavily injured Buddhas, the entire Fengde city, and all the mortals who had moved here. On the tattered city wall, the female ghost, Qin Shuman, who had barely escaped with the power of the Son of Heaven, was standing there with Shen Shan Kaihua. They looked at the impending destruction above their heads. The many years of hard work of the current human emperor were ruined today? Sister Qin, in Nuwa's inheritance, there's a way to liberate life and release the power of the descendants of Nuwa. My ancestor once used this move to defeat the water demon beast with the power to destroy the world. Perhaps I can give it a try. Shen Shan Kaihua, who Zhongli had originally arranged to hide in Star Tower's space, was still unwilling to enjoy her safety alone and ignore others. She still walked out of the space without Zhongli knowing. At this moment, she held a strange fire and water flying sword in her hand, and her other hand tightly held a Nuwa stone fragment. Her current strength was not very outstanding, but she seemed confident that she could fight that peerless evil god. As it turned out, the benefits of holding authority were unimaginable to ordinary people. 866 Fengde's First Lady, 2. Those rogue cultivators who wandered around alone and relied on luck to encounter good things were indeed worrisome. Occasionally, one of them would take a fancy to some family heirloom treasure. When he came to rob a house, he would turn around and stay thousands of miles away. He did not have to worry about revenge and could live a carefree life. However, without the help of loyal subordinates, the drawback was often greater. Even if one's talent was peerless and cultivated to be the strongest in the world, in the eyes of many people, he was still a brute. At that time, if he wanted to rule the world, there would definitely be a large number of people who would be happy to serve him to abuse that authority. Layers of bribery and false reports would be inevitable. At that time, when the dignified immortal venerable ordered them to buy a quail egg from a street alley, believe it or not, the price would be 10 high-grade spirit stones. Even when he chooses a concubine, in the end, more than 80% of the candidates would be divided by the people below and distributed internally, becoming their beautiful wives and concubines. In front of the immortal venerable, only a group of leftovers would be presented. The people below acted tyrannically and caused the reputed immortal to be infamous in the entire world. Zhongli was definitely unwilling to be used like this. As for the current human emperor's Fengde city, after many years of development, it was also filled with loyal talents. In terms of combat strength, they could not help him decisively in the top battle. However, in terms of gathering materials, exploring mystic realms, logistics, manufacturing, faith management, and so on, they could all be extremely helpful to him. Especially in the previous calamity of evil thoughts, the authority of Fengde city enveloped the 9 provinces. In a short period of time, the things that were taken back were enough for the entire cultivation world of the eastern region to work hard for hundreds of years. Some things were top-notch immortal treasures that could not be replicated exclusively. For example, the heaven-rank materials and medicinal pills that Zhang Li had used in the 18 levels of hell. For example, the corpses of the other 3 seniors who were descendants of Nuwa. That thing was useless to others, but it could be of great use to the First Lady of Fengde City. During this period of time, Shen Shan Kaihua absorbed the immortal power in the corpses and replenished a portion of the power passed down by the descendants of Nuwa. If she released that power, she could indeed erupt with strength that surpassed ordinary immortals. Perhaps she could really resist the evil god for a period of time. However, it was obvious how serious the consequences would be if she used the power of an immortal with a mortal body. No. You'll die that way. You're young master's woman. Before young master returns, I won't allow anything to happen to you. Qin Shuman desperately wanted to stop her. This was because if she died, Zhang Li would be very upset. However, there was probably no other choice now. The hand had already pressed down. Everyone felt that their lives were quickly flowing away. Shen Shan Kaihua no longer hesitated. After forming a seal, a crack appeared between her brows. Her legs transformed into a long snake tail that erupted with a pure Nuwa immortal qi. She released the power of life. Fire and water fusion. Nuwa sword control technique. The water and fire sword in his hand slashed out, successfully cutting open the palm that covered the sky. The monstrous evil god retracted his palm in pain. He looked at the healing wound on his palm with a surprised expression. In the 20-on-1 siege just now, he was not injured at all. He did not expect such a powerful woman to exist in this ghost city. Oh? You're actually a descendant of Nuwa. After a moment of surprise, he was overjoyed. With this descendant of Nuwa, it will save me a lot of effort. Zhang Zia seemed to have thought of something and stopped slaughtering. With a wave of his hand, a platform built from blood jade appeared in the sky above Fengde city. It emitted an endless bloody aura. It was the Jade Void Immortal Palace that the evil gods were building by extracting human lives. According to him, as long as this immortal palace was built, he could raise the palace and ascend to the heaven realm to become the ruler of the 3 worlds. However, at this moment, there was only a layer of blood bricks. Countless human lives were still needed to build the entire Jade Void Palace. The evil god raised his hand and summoned divine light. It turned into a copper coin in his hand and was thrown at Shen Shan Kaihua. As soon as the copper coin landed, the fire-water flying sword immediately lost all its power and fell to the ground. Shen Shan Kaihua, who had lost her weapon, was also grabbed and could not move. Descendant of Nuwa, you're still useful. You can't die like this. After seeing Shen Shan Kaihua's condition clearly, he took out another Jade Void Deo talisman and threw it into the girl's Qi Si. After forcefully interrupting her method of releasing her life, the aura around her quickly fell again. However, it still saved her life. He grabbed the 20 Buddhas who were lying on the ground and unable to move. They were thrown onto the platform of the Jade Void Palace as they screamed. He had really refined them into 20 living pillars. He threw Shen Shan Kaihua out and chained 2 of the pillars. Then, he ignored the large number of mortals beside Fengde city. He directly tore open the space in front of him and dragged the Jade Void base back to the 9 provinces. That was because Qin Shuman understood that once the casualties of the human race were too great, it would cause Zhang Li's strength to fall. In order to maintain the power of the human race during the decisive battle, the current human emperor could not lose the power of the human race. To prevent this group of mortals that they had gathered from being casually slaughtered on a large scale, taking advantage of the time just now, she let the yin soldiers in the city spread evenly among the mortals. It was to cause as much trouble as possible for the evil god. This actually temporarily stopped Zhang. However, it seemed that he had already found a better method. After returning to the 9 provinces, the evil god could not wait. He raised the jade void stone platform high and continuously formed hand seals and chanted. A stream of light flew out and cut open Shen Shan Kaihua's palm. Blood that carried the aura of Nuwa immediately flowed out. Not a drop of blood was wasted. It was all absorbed by the evil god. It was condensed into bloodline seals by him with a special method and scattered throughout the 9 provinces. Then, all the seals connected to Shen Shan Kaihua. She actually used her Nuwa bloodline to create a relationship with the humans of the 9 provinces. In the next moment, red life threads that filled the sky were extracted along the runes and continuously condensed into blood bricks on the platform of the Jade Void Palace. Evil god Zhangzia was using the bloodline of Nuwa as a guide to directly absorb the lives of the humans of the 9 provinces. As the mother of creation, the Nuwa bloodline could indeed do this. Get lost! Evil demon! Scumbag who should be locked in hell for eternity! You're a human to begin with. How can you do such a thing to your fellow humans? With her bloodline continuously extracted, Shen Shan Kaihua endured unimaginable pain. However, looking at the blood jade bricks that appeared in the surroundings, it made her feel even more sorrowful. That evil god used her bloodline to kill 10 million human citizens with every breath. Be it as a descendant of Nuwa or the wife of the current human emperor, she had the love and responsibility for the human race in the world. Seeing this scene was even more torturous than the immense pain of having his bloodline extracted. In such an outcome, she would rather die. Zhangzia, right? I heard senior brother mention your name before. The lowest kind of traitor. A traitor of your own race. Even if you obtain strength, you'll still be a despicable person. Kill me, you despicable villain. I'm not afraid of you at all. Kill me. I'll definitely defeat you. I'll kill you. I'll erase everything about you. Shen Shan Kaihua wanted to die now, so she did not hesitate to tell the other party's despicable past in front of him. She tried to anger Zhangzia and make him kill her. At the very least, this could stall for time and reduce the number of deaths while waiting for Zhang Li to return. If this were a normal Zhangzia, he would naturally not be easily angered by these words. However, now that he had been corroded by the evil thoughts, no matter how strong he was, he only had a little rationality. By the time Shen Shan Kaihua finished speaking, Zhangzia's fingers had already grown black claws that were more than 7 inches long. With a sinister smile, he grabbed the head of Nuwa's descendant. A mere descendant of Nuwa. How dare you criticize me? Die! The smell of death assaulted her senses. Shen Shan Kaihua closed her eyes and waited for the last moment to arrive. She was already satisfied to be able to fall in love with her senior brother. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see senior brother Zhang Li again in my next life. However, as time passed, she did not feel the pain she had imagined. She tried to open his eyes. In front of her, a pair of yin-yang fish had appeared at some point in time. They pieced together into a Taiji symbol and blocked in front of her. What followed was a familiar voice. Great Ultimate Slash. Split Heaven and Earth. 867 Return of the Human Emperor, 1. Evil god Zhangzia, who was angered by her words, did not know what holding back was. Under that claw, even the thunder god would bleed and have his stomach cut open. However, such an evil claw that was brandished with all its might stopped in front of the Taiji symbol that suddenly appeared. There was not even a ripple in the air. The boundless destructive power that could tear apart the bodies of immortals and Buddhas inexplicably disappeared without a trace. Not only Qin Shuman, but even the evil god Zhangzia was stunned. Why was his claw that could tear apart heaven and earth suddenly useless? While he was in a daze, a hand stretched out from the yin-yang symbol and grabbed the black claw. He still wanted to struggle, but the strength in the hand was extremely great. It was still tightening, preventing him from breaking free. Bang! The evil god could not struggle free. His wrist even exploded because of the terrifying pressure. In the end, it could not withstand it and spewed out black and gold blood. Zhang Shang! Have you thought about how you are going to die? What appeared from the Taiji symbol was a pair of eyes that were suppressing endless anger. The pair of eyes, one blue and one red, contained power that ordinary immortals and Buddhas might not be able to withstand his glare. Human Emperor! Aren't you all ready? After evil god Zhangxia saw that face clearly, his face was filled with shock. He could not help but look at a pillar beside him. Wasn't that the successor of the human emperor? Why did another one appear? Could it be? He thought of something, but before he could react, he felt a numbing pressure on his chest and abdomen, and then the scene before his eyes blurred. It was as if he was flying. For a moment, he could not tell north from south. Something seemed to have shattered behind him. Something shattered and fell to another airless place. When he recovered from his shock, his surroundings were filled with darkness. The peerless evil god was already in the void outside the 9 provinces. After a long time, there was a tearing pain in his right shoulder. Then, he felt a warmth in his chest and abdomen, as if something was flowing out. He turned his head to check and realized that his right arm had almost been torn off by the tearing force. Now, only half of the muscles were still connected. They swayed and did not look very sturdy. On his chest and abdomen, there was a huge hole in the shape of a footprint. A pile of various organs was flowing out continuously. From the huge hole, one could see the stomach bulging. There were some things that he had yet to digest. It seemed that he wanted to come out. Clearly, he had been kicked flying by the current human emperor. As he flew back, because the power was too great, he directly shattered the spatial barrier of the 9 provinces and fell into the void. In that split second, he did not even have the chance to counterattack. He was the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. The 20 immortals and Buddhas had already proved his strength. He was absolutely invincible in the world. But what was going on? How is this possible? How can such a person appear in the current 9 provinces? Human Emperor. Is the human emperor really that strong? Holding the 2 painful wounds, the peerless evil god felt a sense of fear. Looking at the slowly healing spatial hole, he discovered that he actually could not muster the courage to return to the 9 provinces. On the other side, Zhang Li's figure finally appeared from the yin-yang Taiji symbol. He had just come out and did not pursue that damned guy. He had already planted several methods in the other party's body. Even if he ran and hid in the endless void, Zhang Li could still capture him and cut him into pieces. The current human emperor turned around and waved his hands to cut off the 2 chains binding Shen Shan Kaihua. The weak descendant of Nuwa fell and was gently caught in his arms. I'm late. Looking at the person in his arms, Zhang Li's words were filled with self-reproach. With one hand on Shen Shan Kaihua's back, he continuously sent pure Khanate wood attribute immortal qi. This was not ordinary immortal qi. Instead, it was an immortal spirit born after the power of the 2 Khanate spiritual roots, the peach tree and the 9 nether wood, complemented each other. The vitality contained in it could be said to be incomparable. Just a mouthful of immortal spiritual qi could revive the dead. It could increase a person's lifespan by 1,000 years and allow them to be reborn. After receiving the nourishment of this immortal spiritual qi, Shen Shan Kaihua's pale face quickly regained its color. However, the damage to her origin caused by the release of her life energy was still a little troublesome. She would probably have to eat a few immortal peach fruits or the 9 nether earth fruits to make up for it. It should be a little troublesome. Senior brother. You're back. Although the 2 of them had already become Dao companions, calling each other senior brother and junior sister was still quite interesting, so it had never changed. When she saw Zhang Li's true body return, Shen Shan Kaihua finally relaxed. Even if the evil god had not been dealt with, she no longer had any worries. Because no matter what problem it was not a problem for her senior brother Zhongli. Senior brother, my injuries are fine. You still have to deal with that monster. You can't expend too much immortal qi at this time. Shen Shan Kaihua suddenly recalled this, and she hurriedly pressed down Zhongli's hand to stop him from continuing to expend his immortal essence. This descendant of Nuwa, who was his childhood sweetheart, was still a valiant sword cultivator who had walked out of Shu Mountain. 868 Return of the Human Emperor, 2. She would definitely not be willing to drag Zhongli down at any time. Originally, with her heavy injuries, if she relaxed her mind, she would definitely faint on the ground and might not wake up for a month. However, Zhongli's immortal spirit qi was ridiculously powerful, and it directly blew away the injuries on her body. It even made her a little energetic. Not to mention fainting, she would probably not be able to sleep for 10 days. With such an exaggerated effect, she was naturally worried that Zhongli would expend too much energy. It's fine. When have I ever lacked spiritual qi? After stabilizing Shen Shan Kaihua, he looked at the 20 pillars that were trembling in excitement. The blood jade bricks under his feet were probably very difficult to reverse. The best place to return to might be to build a reincarnation cycle and let them enter it, giving them a chance to be reborn. However, there was a difference between immortals and mortals. There was a high chance that the 20 immortals and Buddhas could still be saved. After becoming an immortal, as long as they did not die completely, as long as they were given a chance, they could crawl out of the tomb themselves. In order to let these 20 immortals and Buddhas maintain their greatest strength after refining them into stone pillars, Zhongxia did not refine them too thoroughly. This gave Zhongli a chance to save them. The current human emperor waved his hand, and an immortal qi scattered out from his hand and landed on the 20 stone pillars. Immediately, the surface of the blood-colored stone pillar shattered inch by inch. 20 balls of blood immediately broke out of the seal and danced in the air, venting the fear of being made into stone pillars. The experience of being refined into building materials was really not very friendly. They had really thought that they would be trapped in the stone pillar forever. Fortunately, the current human emperor rushed back in time. Thank you for stalling for time for me. Come here now. I'll help you reconstruct your bodies. Great Ultimate. Yin-Yang Reversal. The Taiji symbol appeared in his hand again. However, this time, the yin-yang fish was spinning in reverse. A pillar of light shot out from the Taiji symbol and shone on the 20 blurry energy balls, immediately causing their statuses to reverse. As if placed in reverse, they returned to their original state in a few breaths. During that period of time in the 18 levels of hell, under the terrifying flow of time, besides cultivating the infinite Dao soul and accumulating an unimaginable amount of immortal qi, Zhongli's greatest gain was his comprehension of the great ultimate principle. After all, the status of Epiphany, Fuxi's great ultimate, did not restrict how much he could comprehend per second. He had spent 1,000,000 years under hell and had comprehended it for 1,000,000 years. This kind of time span that was easily an astronomical figure was usually an experience that only those mighty figures from ancient times had. Zhongli's comprehension was passable. After 1,000,000 years of epiphany, he had already fully comprehended the principle within the great ultimate stone disk. Unfortunately, the upper limit of this status was all that was left behind in the stone disk. If he wanted to advance further, he would have to break through the 33 heavens and search for the land of chaos to comprehend it. However, it was enough for now. As one of the Khanate Five Greats, the power of the Great Ultimate was not simple. It was one of the laws of the world. If one comprehended it to the depths, they could even turn something useless into something magical. Just like the legends, it was not impossible to cut apart the world and create a new continent in the 9 provinces or even open a small world. City Lord Zhang, I'm sorry that we couldn't last 3 days. Thank you for your help, City Lord Zhang. Human Emperor, please forgive Yinglong's previous disrespect. The 20 immortals recovered their bodies and their faces were filled with a pleasant surprise. They immediately came up to greet him. Of course, the 10 kings of hell still shared a body like before. Previously, they were still regretting choosing to help Zhongli. Fortunately, they were unable to speak when they became stone pillars. Otherwise, it would be awkward now. In the beginning, they agreed to last for 3 days, but in fact, they were all defeated in less than 2 days. 3 days was really a little difficult for them. In the cultivation world of individual strength, the gap between immortals could also be very large. If not for Qin Shuman being smart and using the Baekyan mountain to cut off that guy's shadow, causing the strength of the evil god Zhongzia to decrease, who knew what would have become of them? Zhongli's 3 days was only a conservative estimate. The process of seizing the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 nether wood, was much smoother than he had imagined. As a result, he came out from below in advance. However, when he looked up, a thick dark cloud gathered above. His body was now filled to the brim and could no longer suppress the process of becoming an immortal. It was not only him. The yin burial coffin in his arms was also about to advance to an immortal artifact. Of course, if he was only an ordinary immortal like Chu Shui or Ling Zuzi, the 3 calamities of becoming an immortal would not happen immediately. They would still let him live freely for 500 years before sending a calamity every 500 years. If he could survive it, his lifespan would be as long as the heavens. However, Zhongli was the same as the previous evil god Zhongzia. Clearly, he was not something that ordinary immortals and gods could compare to. Once he appeared, there would definitely be a heavenly tribulation to liven things up. In fact, he had already enjoyed the yin fire before he became an immortal. Zhongli had just come out earlier and leaked his aura when it immediately attracted the lightning tribulation. After all, there was a spiritual root of heaven and earth in his body now. 4 of the 5 qi in his chest were connate items. In fact, the human fire inherited the providence of the human race and was not inferior at all. It was even better. It was only right for Zhongli to face the great heaven lightning of the 10 directions desolate region. Retreat. I'll transcend the tribulation and become an immortal first before dealing with that guy. Since the heavenly tribulation had already begun to brew, there was no room for rest. He raised his hand and tapped the space between his brows. Then, he struck out a great ultimate light barrier and landed on the Jade Void platform. Then, an immortal chi sent them far away. After sending them to a safe distance, Zhongli completely released his aura and faced the lightning calamity cloud above. However, at this moment, a head poked out from the spatial hole that had sent Zhongzia flying. Foolish kid! You didn't hide and find a place to secretly transcend the tribulation. You actually came back at this time for a woman. This time, you're courting death. The evil god that filled the hole in its stomach quietly returned to the 9 provinces. An evil light jade scepter condensed in his hand and was thrown towards Zhongli, who was undergoing the tribulation. City Lord! Be careful! Ling Zuzi, who had the sharpest eyes, hurriedly raised his cultivation level. When the jade scepter was about to strike Zhongli, a shadow suddenly flashed out and blocked in front of him. A violent explosion spread. The figure was blasted into pieces, but before the aftershock completely dissipated, the parts that were blasted apart automatically condensed into a ball. It was strictly forbidden to return to human form. The Jade Scepter attack actually did not cause any damage to it. Zhongli glanced at Zhongzia with disdain. With a wave of his sleeve, another 17 figures flew out and surrounded Zhongzia. They also emitted the aura of about to advance to the ghost immortal realm at the same time. This clearly stimulated the lightning calamity cloud above, and the area it rolled doubled. These were the 18 infinite Dao ghosts. It was a pity to leave them in hell, so Zhongli brought them out together. Kid, you don't know how to transform. The calamity of becoming an immortal is already 90% fatal. Now, you're releasing these 18 ghosts. You're courting death. Zhongzia could not understand Zhongli's actions. However, the current human emperor did not care about this at all. Taking out the remaining few jade cauldrons, Zhongli poured all of the human emperor's blood into his stomach. At this moment, he had truly become the human emperor of the 9 provinces. At the same time, a bolt of lightning that emitted a purple gold light instantly descended from the sky. Accompanied by a scream, a figure was charred. However, that person was not Zhongli, but Zhongzia, who was the only person not facing the calamity. Didn't this guy know how much negative karma he had accumulated in the world? How dare he run in when there was a calamity brewing? Wasn't this asking for trouble? 869 Calamity Lightning Waterfall, 1. The figure of the current human emperor disappeared under the lightning tribulation. When his figure appeared again, he had already grabbed the falcon's face. Do you think I won't recognize you if you stick a few random feathers on your face? Isn't it a little late to leave now? As the strength in his hand continued to increase, his 5 fingers dug deeply into it, directly creating 5 bloody holes. A large amount of black and red blood surged out of the wounds. The eagle let out a mournful cry, and its pair of claws continuously scraped traces of blood on Zhongli's body. However, he did not care. He was already increasing his strength, and his fingers directly dug into 2 knuckles. Under such pain, the struggling hawk was forced to return to Zhongzia's original appearance. His facial features were squeezed until they were twisted and deformed. An eyeball was squeezed out of his eye socket, and he no longer looked human. However, this was more in line with his image as an evil god. Kid! Let go of me! Zhongzia grabbed Zhongli's wrist with both hands. He exerted strength in different directions and tried to twist his wrist like a towel. It had to be said that his strength was indeed powerful. The skin on the current human emperor's forearm could not withstand it and was directly rubbed off by him. However, the dark red muscles under it were unimaginably tough. No matter how he tore, they did not move at all. Zhongli glanced at the evil god and did not mind the filth. He grabbed the other party tightly and did not let him escape at all. Didn't he want to take advantage of the time when he was undergoing the lightning tribulation to kill himself? Zhongli gave him this chance. Since you're already here, it'll be a pity not to enjoy this lightning massage. However, I believe the dignified Zhang Taigong will definitely not fancy this ordinary lightning tribulation. How about letting us work harder? The Fengdu city lord actually felt that the power of the lightning tribulation was not enough. He took out a round and chubby coffin. 870 Calamity Lightning Waterfall, 2. After the coffin revealed its aura, the tribulation clouds above indeed rolled even more terrifyingly. The thickness range swelled again. In order to condense this lightning cloud, the concentration of spiritual qi that the entire 9 provinces had been increasing seemed to have decreased greatly because of the expenditure. Condensing this tribulation cloud consumed a lot of energy in the entire 9 provinces world. It could be seen that this coffin was really not ordinary. The Yin burial coffin was probably the first artifact to be upgraded to the level of an immortal artifact after the cultivationless age. If it was the Yin burial coffin at the beginning, because the grade of the blood-sucking wood was too low, it was impossible to advance to an immortal artifact no matter what. However, as Zhongli walked, he had really invested too many precious things in the coffin. It allowed the coffin to accumulate a deep foundation. Later on, he reconstructed the Yin burial coffin with the 9 nether wood, Kun Peng's skeleton, and Ba Xia's tortoise shell as the main materials. These were absolutely top-notch materials in ancient times, completely making up for the shortcomings of its insufficient foundation, allowing this coffin to have infinite possibilities. In the 18 levels of hell, almost all the million years of immortal qi accumulation were contained inside. Even in ancient times, there were not many items that could enjoy such treatment. At this moment, Zhongli took out the heavenly tribulation that the Yin burial coffin had advanced to an immortal artifact. A cheat-like current human emperor, 18 undying infinite Dao ghosts, and the first immortal artifact divine weapon in the world. Amidst the lightning and thunder, a human face even appeared in the tribulation clouds above. A few electric arcs flickered on that person's face, and it was cut into the appearance of the 9 provinces. With endless dignity, he stared at everything below. "Let go of me quickly, damned human emperor! I was born from the chaos immortal embryo and have a sage orthodoxy. I won't die. Don't even think about perishing with me. It's useless, it won't be useful. You won't succeed. Let go quickly. Otherwise, after you die, I'll torture your woman. Slaughter your subordinates. I'll exterminate all the humans of the 9 provinces. Damn it! What do I have to do to make you let me go? All right, all right. As long as you let go, I can teach you an earth fiend transformation technique. It can save your life. Hey! Lunatic! Do you want to die?" Evil god Zhongxia panicked when he felt the gaze of the tribulation cloud. He did not know if he could survive such a lightning tribulation. After discovering that Zhang Li had the determination to drag him along no matter what, his initial threat gradually turned into a deal or even begging for mercy. Why does it seem that the dignified immortal ancestor is also afraid of death? Zhang Li sneered, but he did not care about his threat at all. His fingers dug into his face as he pulled Zhongxia and the 18 infinite Dao ghosts towards the natural disaster above. It was not as if he had not experienced the 3 calamities of becoming an immortal. Up until now, the 3 flowers above were still burning with yin fire. How was he now? Zhang Li and these 18 ghosts were undying and indestructible. What was there to be afraid of? It just so happened that he also wanted to see what his immortal body would become when he underwent the immortal tribulation. The human face in the thundercloud let out a silent roar. In the next moment, endless lightning immediately poured down. It was as if the water in the largest waterfall of the 9 provinces had been replaced by lightning and swelled 100 times. Ahead, everything was enveloped. The lightning that scattered down touched the ground below. The extremely thick ground also continuously collapsed under that force. Under the high temperature, soil and rocks did not even have the chance to melt into magma. Anything that was enveloped was vaporized at the first moment. Even immortals and Buddhas would tremble when they saw such power. Yes, there were 20 immortals and Buddhas over there who could testify that they would really tremble. On the distant jade void stone platform, everyone's expressions were shocked. If such a calamity-like scene spread out, it would probably directly wipe out one of the 9 provinces. How can there be such a natural disaster? City Lord Zhang should be fine, right? Apart from Zhang Li's clay clone and Shen Shan Kaihua, the others were all knowledgeable ancient immortals and Buddhas. It was hard to say how many memories the few hall masters of Fengde city could still retain. However, the 10 kings of hell were different from the 6 water gods. They were really important figures who had existed from ancient times until now. Although the method was to hide in the deepest depths of the netherworld and struggle at death's door, surviving was something that other immortals and Buddhas could not do. Compared to the hundreds of reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas in the 9 provinces, they had preserved many precious memories of the ancient cultivation world. They all knew what the 3 calamities of becoming an immortal were. However, even in that era where there were countless gods and Buddhas, they had never seen such a calamity of this scale. Honestly, most of them were certain that they could not survive the lightning tribulation even at their peak. Apart from the lightning swamp's thunder god and Bodhisattva Ksatagarbha, the others were clearly not very confident. As powerful as that human emperor was, it was unimaginable for a mortal of this era to be able to do this. 871 Calamity Lightning Waterfall, 3. Furthermore, the bodies of humans had always been weak. In this world, there were not many immortal artifacts and divine weapons that could help people survive calamities. Even the human emperor with the enhancement of providence would probably be doomed this time. After all, the backlash of the providence of the human race could not possibly devour this world, right? City Lord Zhang even brought 18 ghost cultivators who are about to break through to the ghost immortal realm. That will greatly increase the power of the calamity. Why would he do this? Could it be that he's taking the initiative to strengthen the tribulation? You're saying that City Lord Zhang deliberately strengthened the lightning tribulation and wanted to use it to kill that evil god. The evil god was born from the chaos. He has a strong life force. Ordinary methods can't kill him at all. It's also possible that there's a problem with City Lord Jiang's cultivation, that's why he came up with this plan to use the lightning tribulation to kill the evil god. Human Emperor, you're so righteous. We feel ashamed of our inferiority. We feel ashamed of our inferiority. They all guessed, and the more they spoke, the more they felt that this was the case. Sure enough, just like Zhang Zia, they went to the side of mutual destruction. After all, a person being undying and indestructible was too unbelievable to them. They did not think about it at all. It was unknown if they were really touched or faking it. They sighed and praised the current human emperor. Perhaps they were also thinking about something else. If these two monsters could perish together, that would be the best outcome. Shen Shan Kaihua, who was standing in front of them, was also very afraid at first. Could it be that her senior brother Zhang had sacrificed himself just like that? However, on second thought, senior brother did not look like it previously. In the past, when they went out to travel and did not see each other for a few months, the reluctance in their eyes was even greater. In addition, senior brother Zhang kicked that evil god away as soon as he came out. It did not look like he needed to perish together to defeat the other party. She recalled Zhang Li's confident expression at the end, and only then did she slowly relax. She believed that there was definitely no problem that she, senior brother Zhang, could not solve. At this moment, a huge crocodile with a pitch-black head and 5 bloody holes poked out half of its body from the lightning that connected heaven and earth. Its 4 claws directly pulled at the space, wanting to escape. Suddenly, there were 5 bloody holes in the head of such a huge crocodile that could only survive the lightning. Without a doubt, it was Zhang Zia's transformation technique again. However, he was halfway out when a hand grabbed his tail from behind. The crocodile struggled in vain and could not move. It was the current human emperor who was also covered in charcoal. Zhang Li had no intention of escaping while enduring the tribulation. To be honest, soaking in this endless lightning felt quite good. His entire body was burning as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He threw out another black chain and strangled the crocodile, pulling him back. In the lightning waterfall, one could almost hear the sounds of fists colliding with the evil god. Soaking in the tribulation, Zhang Li did not resist the lightning. Instead, he took the opportunity to beat up the evil god, causing the other party to be unable to focus on resisting. He looked so lively that he did not look like he was about to be killed by lightning at all. Although they could not understand it, they felt that it was very powerful. Cough cough, that, the current human emperor has boundless power. We are in deep admiration. 872 Overly Simple Victory, 1. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming lightning tribulation still had no intention of stopping. On Fengde City's side, after Qin Shuman arranged all the rescue work, she rushed over with the other 3 merit ministers other than Ba Xia and the remaining Earth Immortal cultivators in the cultivation world of the 9 provinces. If the battle was still as crushing as before, these remaining Earth Immortals of the 9 provinces might not be willing to come and die. Qin Shuman was not stupid enough to let her subordinates die for nothing when there was no hope. In fact, Fengde City had already planned the worst from the beginning. They used the power spread out by the evil calamity. In the 9 provinces, there were more than 10,000 unknown mystic realms of various sizes. They had prepared a large number of supplies inside in advance and transferred some of the old, weak, women, and children, as well as some talented junior disciples, inside. Some mystic realms directly sealed the entrance. The people inside could live for more than 1,000 years without relying on the support of the outside world and not worry about the most basic survival problems. Moreover, the list and map were kept separately. Only a few higher UPS of Fengde City who would never betray them knew all the addresses. It ensured their safety to the greatest extent. Most of these mystic realms had owners. A small number of them were secret information provided by the Earth Spirit that Fengdu City had incorporated. There were also some ruins that had not been destroyed. They could accommodate many people. Of the tens of thousands of mystic realms, many still had independent or semi-independent spaces. Their concealment ability was very good. Even if they were defeated and eventually ruled by the evil god, they could more or less preserve a portion of the people. If there was no one else like the current human emperor, the hope of rising again was very low. After Fengdu City was attacked and defeated, Qin Shuman had originally planned to spread out her remaining strength to conserve her strength. Then, she would bring a small number of experts to try to save Shen Shan Kaihua and the others. However, just as despair filled the Ghost City and the Vice City Lord was mobilizing for the battle, Zhang Li's clay clone finally recalled and sent the situation back to Fengdu City. However, the sudden news made Qin Shuman's mood instantly uplifted. Her city lord Zhang Li had returned. There was no need to hesitate. They immediately gathered their forces and set off for the final battlefield. They, who had yet to become immortals, might not even be able to approach the battlefield. It was very difficult for them to directly join that battle. However, the factors that affected depth were not limited to the strongest. If they used a large-scale array formation to combine their strength, it could also affect that evil god. This had already been proven in the previous defensive battle of Fengdu City. As long as they could cause some influence and provide some help, it might become the last bargaining chip to overwhelm the balance. Facing the evil god, this was the most important life and death moment that determined the fate of the 9 provinces and the netherworld. As long as they could help, even if it was just a little help to increase the chance of winning, they had to do their best. After returning to the 9 provinces through the Gate of Hell, it was actually very simple to find the battlefield. The lightning tribulation that Zhang Li attracted was rare on such a large scale. With their strength, they could easily sense it anywhere in the 9 provinces. As long as they confirmed the exact location, traveling would not take long for them. When they arrived at the battlefield, they still saw the endless lightning. The 21 people sitting on the jade void stone platform rubbed their eyes from time to time. Their eyes could not stand staring at the extremely dazzling lightning. "Young master, how is it now?" Previously, as soon as Zhang Li's clay clone returned, he fought Zhang Xia. Qin Shuman still did not know much about this clone. However, she was not too surprised and called him young master very calmly. This Vice City Lord had a lot of understanding of Zhang Li's ability. For example, Zhang Li was often not in Fengdu City. Every time she reported the situation, she could only find Master Ananda or the 2-9 Nether Wood. However, as long as she told them about this, they could immediately send it to the City Lord. Moreover, sometimes, young master would possess these people and speak with his own tone. That was clearly a very brilliant clone technique. Presumably, the person in front of him was similar. However, her young master had only been out for a short period of time. Not only had he become so strong, but he had also even casually created an immortal clone. As expected of her young master. At this moment, although she felt that the lightning ahead made her soul tremble, Qin Shuman felt much more at ease. The clone that was connected to Zhang Li's main body was not in a hurry. Clearly, her young master's main body was completely confident. From the looks of it, this group of people was only here to boost their reputation. However, since they were already here, Zhang Li simply arranged some things for them through his clone. It was not troublesome. They just dismantled the Jade Void platform and checked the blood jade bricks under their feet piece by piece. Although they were all blood red, through some methods, one could still tell how many souls were sealed inside. If it was refined by a top-notch earth immortal who gathered 3 flowers and 5 chi, there would only be 1 soul in this brick. 873 Overly simple victory, 2. If it was all refined by mortals, there would be about 10 million souls inside. Cultivators of other levels were within this range. According to the different number of souls in the blood jade bricks, one could roughly determine the strength of the victims when they were alive. By separating them according to a few grades, they could be saved in the future in different ways. Under the circumstances that the current human emperor had grasped the great ultimate principle, some people with tough lives, such as the reincarnations of hundreds of immortals and Buddhas, could still be saved. Even if a larger portion could not be revived as before, it would be a waste to directly send them into the cycle of reincarnation. In any case, the 6 paths of reincarnation had yet to be built. Zhang Li's idea was to slow them down. It was best to temporarily rely on his subordinates in Fengdu city to change their class to ghost cultivators. Then, they would establish their own sects and establish their own sects in the 9 provinces. When the next generation of cultivators grew up, it would be time for them to retire. Otherwise, without such a group of people, wouldn't the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, which had developed for more than 8,000 years and had finally flourished with great difficulty, enter a gap again? There were also a large number of unorthodox divine arts and Dao techniques that would be lost. It was really heart-wrenching. As the human emperor of the 9 provinces, the burden of the future development of the human race would still fall on him. Zhang Li was naturally unwilling to see this. Everyone naturally obeyed the orders of the current human emperor. All the cultivators, immortals, and Buddhas present would only sigh at the human emperor's wisdom and righteousness. However, Shen Shan Kaihua, Qin Shuman, and the others looked at the lightning over there and then at the earth immortals who were checking the blood jade bricks one by one. The expression on his face was more or less strange. The shocking battle that would determine the life and death of the world had not ended. Why was their human emperor already concerned about the reconstruction after the war and the development of the 9 provinces? Wasn't this a little too rude to that peerless evil god? Zhang Zia, can't you think about this after fighting me? Look, something flew out. At this moment, a different commotion finally sounded from the lightning. A charred arm was flung out. This arm was also strange. It had just flown into the air and had yet to land when it began to swell. Spinning in the air, it transformed into a strange arm with green skin and 6 fingers. The experts from the cultivation world of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent quickly recognized that it was the arm of the stitched monster that had once appeared in the Epang Earth Palace. At that time, that monster had made them suffer quite a bit. However, he was a little puzzled. Why would that monster's arm appear here? They still did not know that the stitched monster was the embryonic body that the evil god Zhang Zia had meticulously forged for himself. Long ago, when it was still in the stitched monster state, this right arm had almost been cut off by Zhang Li with the 8-splitting light wheel. It suffered the most damage. Although it grew back together after the immortal embryo reincarnation, it naturally could not be displayed in normal battles. However, if he encountered a truly fatal enemy, this would become his flaw and weakness. This arm was torn off. What was worse was that the balance of the 5 elements in the body was broken. This dealt a fatal blow to the overall coordination of his body. Isn't this the right hand of the 6-eared macaque? Among the 20 immortals, the knowledgeable River Earl revealed the origins of this arm. Although he was only the Yellow River water god, he was very experienced and had a very strong relationship. Being able to marry the precious Luo Shen was enough to prove this. In the prearranged calamity of the journey to the west, he had used his connections to not be involved, but he still knew a lot of internal information. That 6-eared macaque was an unlucky figure in the calamity. What outsiders did not know was that not only did it have 6 ears, but it also had 6 fingers. On the other hand, Ksitigarba and Diting, who had really seen the 6-eared macaque, had already lost all their memories. Something else has been thrown out. After the balance of the 5 elements was broken, the body became much weaker. This time, Zhang Zia's left arm was thrown out. Under the lightning tribulation, the chaos immortal body was destroyed, and it transformed into a tiger claw with white fur that emitted auspicious golden chi in the air. Heavens, could this be the claw of a white tiger? This time, there were more people who recognized him. After all, it was the famous holy beast. Just one claw was enough for many people to recognize it. Then, 2 more feet were thrown out. They transformed into the claws of the Bifang and the hooves of the Kuei ox in the air. These 2 divine beasts originally only had 1 foot. He did not know what Zhang Zia was thinking by piecing them together into left and right feet. At this moment, the lightning finally slowly dissipated, revealing the scene inside the natural disaster. The current human emperor of Fengdu City was bathed in resplendent immortal light, and his feet were charred. His hands grabbed the already tattered wind and lightning wings and exerted strength bit by bit. In the end, he slowly tore apart the muscles and joints, pulling the wings off the body. The scene was extremely cruel. In the end, only the head and body were left. He casually shook off the wind and lightning wings. Zhang Li carried the evil god that had killed countless living beings in the continent of the 9 provinces and walked out of the gradually dissipating lightning. His entire body was bathed in the immortal light after the lightning tribulation. 2 more merit golden lotuses that belonged to the continent of the 9 provinces swayed above his head. Coupled with the previous one, this was a 3rd-grade merit golden lotus. It looked so tall and holy. City Lord Zhang, you saved the 9 provinces from destruction. Your contributions are peerless. Please accept our bow. Please accept our bow. The experts of the 9 provinces who had been waiting ahead bowed to the current human emperor. In fact, they were all overlords of the land. They originally had the intention to not submit to others. However, at this moment, they knelt in front of the human emperor without any difficulty. They were all convinced and willing to submit. On the one hand, it was because the Fengdu city lord had defeated the evil god alone and stopped the calamity that swept through the 9 provinces. He could be considered their savior. No matter what, he deserved this bow. On the other hand, if the evil god could slaughter the 9 provinces alone and make them unable to resist at all, what about the current human emperor who was stronger than the evil god? If he wanted to crush them to death, he did not even need to do it himself. Look at the 20 immortals over there. All of them had the power to slap them to death. Now, if they still dared to act rashly, would they be able to live? Fengdu Ghost City was not a place with high moral standards. If they really fought, they would be ruthless. How could they not tell what was going on with the large factions that had inexplicably fallen in the continent of the 9 provinces during the calamity? They were not fools. If they did not bow now, they might not have this chance in the future. Although calamity was not what Zhang Li wanted to see, it seemed that after this series of events, there would only be one voice left in the continent of the 9 provinces. The evil god in Zhang Li's hand was not dead yet. He squeezed out a few words from his carbonized throat with difficulty. Why did I lose? Perhaps what he wanted to ask was why he had lost so easily. To be honest, Zhang Li had actually not expected that he would win so easily. All the configurations of this peerless evil god were so perfect and powerful. A pile of limbs of ancient divine beasts and ferocious beasts formed a stitched monster as the foundation. The remains of 11 of the 12 golden immortals of the Jade Void Palace combined with the Great Dao. He even used the humans of a continent to feed the chaos and create the chaos immortal embryo. If he could combine them all, the power produced would be unimaginable. Even Zhang Li, who had already completely recovered and transcended the lightning tribulation to become an immortal, did not dare to say that he could easily resolve it. They would probably fall into a long tug of war and slowly wear the other party down. However, this evil god had the greatest fatal flaw. That was Zhang Zia himself. This guy's soul was the weakest link of these peerless evil gods. He clearly had an extremely powerful body and a great Dao that reached the sage realm. However, the quality of his soul was really a little too inferior compared to those other combination materials. He could not unleash 1% of its strength. The talent of the ferocious beast and divine beast, the power contained in the remains of the 12 golden immortals, as long as he could use 1 or 2 of them, he would not be defeated so quickly. It could only be said that this guy could not do it. What a waste of his talent. 874 9 Nether Soul Search, 1. The kind of battle where they were evenly matched was indeed more suspenseful and exciting. The climax of the battle was also more exciting. Everyone thought that there would be a long battle. Qin Shuman had already thought it through. If the gap between the two sides was not especially large, it was very common for such a battle to last for dozens or hundreds of years. If that was the case, she would use all her strength to help the mortals of the 9 provinces develop and reproduce. Double the population every 10 years. Sooner or later, they would be able to suppress that evil god through the power of the human race. That way, the story of the 9 provinces uniting and defeating the enemy would be filled with romance. Perhaps it would be more talked about in stories. Unfortunately, reality often did not have such ups and downs. The current human emperor had always planned before moving. He had never fought an unprepared battle. Moreover, the opponent's strength was unexpectedly low. This battle that determined the fate of the world had already been resolved when the current human emperor transcended the tribulation to become an immortal. There was more or less a trace of carelessness. However, since he had won, it was time to enjoy the fruits of victory. In the huge hole that appeared after the lightning tribulation, Zhongli waved his hand and summoned endless 9 nether roots, filling up the missing piece of the ground. Zhongzia, who had lost his limbs and wings, was tied up by the 9 nether roots. Every time his body recovered a trace of spiritual qi and immortal qi, it would be plundered and sucked away by the roots, causing him to have no chance of recovering and turning the tables. The immortal slaying flying sword spun, turning into the 8-splitting light wheel that slashed at the stomach of the evil god. Under the enhancement of Zhongli's immortal power, it took him a long time to break open his stomach again. As soon as the round stomach was cut open, intense air convection was produced. This phenomenon meant that there was clearly another space in this stomach. Moreover, the space was not small. This was because this was the stomach of one of the famous 4 ancient beasts, Doughty. Swallowing mountains and drinking seas, chasing stars and chasing the moon, eating everything it found. For some reason, it had also fallen into Zhang Shang's hands. After cutting open his stomach, Zhang Li stood at the side. He swung a thick pitch-black metal chain in his hand, and then he swung it fiercely towards the evil god. This pole was extremely powerful, enough to create a canyon on any continent in the 9 provinces. The evil god body also struggled in pain. Dozens of balls of light immediately spat out from the broken stomach and darted in the air like headless flies. These were all experts of the 9 provinces who had been eaten by Zhongzia. Taking advantage of the fact that they had not been completely digested, he could save as much as he could. Zhongzia looked like he was on the verge of death, but Zhongli did not pity him at all. He continuously brandished the chain and lashed at his body. He beat out all the experts of the 9 provinces that he had swallowed. Among them was naturally the Pipa woman, one of the 4 hall masters of Fengdu city. When she was spat out, she was in the form of a jade pipa. For some reason, the resentment and obsession on her dissipated greatly. With this incident, the 9-string pipa spirit benefited from a disaster. She saw through the obsessions of the mortal world and was not far from becoming an immortal. After lashing for a long time, the 2 artifacts that had absorbed the chaos immortal blood also obtained huge improvements. The 2 artifacts with extraordinary materials easily reached the high-grade heaven rank. With the strongest person in the 9 provinces refining them every day, it would not be long before he prepared his immortal artifacts to transcend the tribulation. After confirming that the other party's stomach was empty, Zhang Li put away the 2 artifacts. Zhongzia, tell me. This is your last chance to leave behind your last words to the world. You don't want the Jade Void Palace's inheritance to be completely severed, right? Also, what did that sage and the Heavenly Palace do before the cultivationless age arrived? Tell me what you know. Perhaps it can make your death more comfortable. Zhang Li vaguely used an illusion technique to break the mind of this strongest prisoner. Although the essence of this guy's soul was not much, there were really many things in his mind. In Zhang Li's eyes, the Jade Void Palace's inheritance was secondary. Most importantly, what preparations did the sages and the Heavenly Palace make? What did they leave behind? What was going on with those stone monuments that covered the world? How could he find the legendary Heavenly Realm? Cough cough, the human emperor is quite greedy. After obtaining the 9 provinces in the world, do you still want my Jade Void orthodoxy? At this moment, Zhang Zia's head had also returned to its original state. There were 8 eye sockets on it. 7 of them were already empty, and only the last white eyeball could barely see. He looked at Zhang Li. Perhaps because he knew that he would definitely die, he did not beg for mercy cowardly. All right, I can tell you. However, the human emperor is not fated to be with my profound sect. I can't impart the Dao to you. The netherworld did not take my soul back then. I owe a debt to the 10 kings of hell. Each of them can choose a Jade Void Dao technique. There are also the 6 water gods and the reincarnations of the other immortals and Buddhas. In ancient times, they had some relationship with our profound sect. It's not against our sect rules to teach them. Are you interested in my Jade Void Palace's Saint Heavenly Immortal Art? Zhang Zia's lips had already been burned away by the lightning, leaving only a mouthful of burnt yellow teeth exposed to the air. However, at this moment, he could actually reveal a mocking smile. Needless to say, he was trying to sow discord among the other experts and discussed the current human emperor in the end. 875 9 Nether Soul Search, 2. After all, the Jade Void orthodoxy was a fatal temptation even to immortals and gods. If Zhang Li wanted it, he would not give it to him. Instead, he would give it to his subordinates. Should these subordinates take it or not? Zhang Li was not angry. He generously took a few steps back and took the initiative to avoid giving them pressure. The reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas who were named by Zhang Zia stepped forward one after another to listen to his preaching. However, as expected, what he said was half complete. When it came to key parts, it was a pile of nonsense. If Zhang Li was a little narrow-minded and forced these subordinates to contribute the Jade Void Palace's inheritance, regardless of whether they spoke the truth or not, he would not be able to obtain what he wanted. At that time, he would definitely be suspicious and have a rift with his subordinates. No matter what, a calamity would be planted. This old fellow was quite scheming even at the brink of death. However, such a small method was destined to be useless. The others had long been sent away by him. Now, the people in front of Zhang Zia were all illusions and clones created by Zhang Li. With this old thing's current state, it was impossible to recognize them. After listening to him fabricate the Dao techniques for an hour, Zhang Li lost his patience. Indeed, violence was more useful these days. When a person is about to die, their words are kind. However, you, an old fellow, are very bad. Where are the 18 hell envoys? Punish him severely. Zhang Li did not have the mood to argue anymore. He directly waved his hand and summoned the infinite Dao ghosts of the 18 levels of hell. In terms of torture, they were professionals. If it was during the era of complete victory, with Zhang Zia's temperament, even under the punishment of the 18 levels of hell, he should be able to last for dozens or hundreds of years without having a mental breakdown. However, he had just suffered a natural disaster and was beaten up by the current human emperor with the power of the humans of the 9 provinces. He had lost all his confidence from earlier. Then, he was beaten until he lost his chaos immortal body and his powerful divine beast limbs. Now, he was even reduced to a prisoner, guarding his life and death under the control of others. The probability of survival was already quite low. That was the peak of his life that he had planned for hundreds of thousands of years. He had only been smug for a few days before he was beaten. This was a heavy blow to even the strongest person. The corruption of the previous evil thoughts had long changed the essence of his soul. There were already many flaws in his mind. At this moment, after enduring the torture of the 18th level, in just 2 days, he already showed signs of blurring his consciousness. The defense of his immortal soul was wide open. At this time, it was most suitable to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Li slowly stretched out a sharp wooden spike that was 3 inches long from his palms. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhang Zia was in a daze and his eyes were confused, his palms slapped Zhang Zia's ears at the same time. The wooden spikes in the palms of his hands pierced into his brain. The wooden spikes that stabbed into the head also stretched out a large number of roots that crazily spread and corroded the entire brain of the evil god. This technique was called the Nine Nether Soul Search. Dealing with souls was the specialty of the Nine Nether Wood, and the power that belonged to the spiritual root of heaven and earth was already completely in Zhang Li's hands at this moment. Zhang Zia's soul was quickly found by the roots and wrapped tightly. Zhang Li's mind focused, and his will had already entered the other party's consciousness. As soon as he entered, he saw a large ball of pitch-black evil thoughts. This fellow had been forced to the lightning swamp of the ruins of End by Zhang Li all those years ago. Under the state of the Chaos Immortal platform, he had been completely corroded by the evil thoughts of all living beings. There were naturally a large number of evil thoughts in his mind. It was also these evil thoughts that made his mind abnormal. At this moment, when a pure soul entered, it immediately attracted these evil thoughts and swarmed towards him. How could Zhang Li, who had sufficient experience dealing with the evil thoughts of all living beings, be afraid of this? The soul consciousness body flipped its hand, and a small and exquisite black and white millstone appeared in its palm. This was a connate treasure, the reincarnation yin-yang grind. It was this thing that suppressed the Nine Nether Wood from developing intelligence for tens of millions of years. The small millstone opened a crack. The swarm of black evil thoughts was absorbed by him. It slowly spun and crushed everything into powder. After several times, this sea of consciousness finally became clean. Zhang Zia's consciousness was currently a mess. Compared to Zhang Li's mental world, which was simply a paradise, this place was absolutely a calamity. There was almost nothing outside his consciousness. Only the core floated an immortal mountain. On the immortal mountain was an immortal palace. After approaching, one could see that this mountain was called Kunlun Mountain. This immortal palace was called the Jade Void Palace. This was the Dao field of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, and also where Zhang Zia's faith lay. Even if it was only a mental projection, one could still vaguely see the magnificence of the immortal mountain and the supreme prestige of the immortal palace. However, in this person's consciousness, the sky collapsed and the ground caved in. This immortal mountain and the immortal palace had already collapsed beyond recognition. What the Jade Void Palace of the Kunlun Mountain was originally like could only be guessed now. How could such a soul unleash the power of the Chaos Immortal embryo? What a pity! Being invincible is really lonely. Shaking his head, the current human emperor could finally say this openly. Only when one truly reached this level could they experience the feeling of being invincible and lonely. It was really wonderful. After stepping into the range of the Jade Void Palace, there was still no defense in the palace. As soon as he entered the hall, Zhang Li saw shelves lying on the ground. The bamboo slips on the shelves were scattered on the ground. He casually picked up a bamboo slip that had rolled to his feet and looked at the name on it. The 8-9 Arcane Art. Oh, what a familiar name! He suppressed his excitement and did not have too much expectations. If it was blank inside, he would have been happy for nothing. Slowly opening the bamboo slip, ancient and vigorous words entered his sight. The words on the bamboo slip were golden in color, causing him to be dazzled and intoxicated. The profundity of the 8-9 Great Dao made his heart pound. As expected of the famous 8-9 Arcane Art, it was indeed powerful. However, when he flipped to the back, a large black stain suddenly appeared, covering most of the content. No matter how he wiped it, he could not remove it. The incomplete 8-9 Arcane Art suddenly made Zhang Li feel as if a mountain was pressing on his chest. This stain also made the ominous feeling in his heart much stronger. Zhang Li hurriedly stepped into the hall and continuously picked up the books and bamboo slips on the ground to check. The Saint Heavenly Immortal Art, the 36 heavenly constellation transformations, the 72 earth fiend transformations, and other famous cultivation methods and Dao techniques were all lying on the ground here. However, the situation was not much different. Most of the divine arts and Dao techniques were incomplete. The better ones could still retain more than half of the content. He could at least cultivate them to a certain level of proficiency. Some were so incomplete that they had no names. He had searched through all the relevant memories of Zhangxia, and there were less than 10 complete inheritances. They were basically ordinary Dao techniques that Zhang Li had never heard of before, and this caused him to be unable to help but be slightly disappointed. Zhangxia had really sinned greatly to end the Jade Void Palace's inheritance just like that. Shaking his head, he threw away that disappointment. He had the 9 Nether Great Dao, the Human Emperor's Great Dao, and the Great Ultimate Principle. Some of those inheritances were icing on the cake, and it was not a big deal if he did not get them. After checking that there were no traps, he put all these books and scrolls into his mental world and slowly comprehended them in the future. Only then did Zhang Li continue to enter deeper. His Pangu tooth was a little abnormal. In this mental world, something seemed to be attracting it. It was utterly impossible for this tattered mental world to obstruct the current Zhang Li. Following that feeling, Zhang Li quickly found the thing that attracted it. There were 11 balls emitting golden light. They were the remains of the Golden Immortals. 876 Divine Investiture Boards Fragment, 1. The remains of the 12 Golden Immortals of Chan School. With them, I can obtain the Sage Orthodoxy, right? That colorful Daoist robe in the 72 colors of the Divine Mountain and that Jade Scepter feel quite powerful. Zhang Li recalled the power Zhangxia had utilized earlier, but it was obvious that he had not displayed the true power of the Golden Immortals remains and Sage Orthodoxy. The difference between the two was roughly so great. In Zhang Li's hand was the Jade Cauldron's remains to begin with. He had forcefully snatched it from Zhangxia during the decisive battle in the prosperous Ox continent. This also became the greatest flaw in Zhangxia's plan to achieve the Dao, causing him to lose so easily in the end. However, perhaps because he was not a disciple of the Jade Void Palace, he did not acquire a specific technique. After studying the tooth for a period of time, he did not obtain any special benefits. For example, the enhancement of the Golden Immortal status. In the end, he could only treat it as an invincible tooth and place it on his body when he broke through to the Earth Immortal realm. After all, it was Pangu's tooth. Even if he could not dig out the power that originally belonged to Daoist Jade Cauldron, nothing in the world should be able to withstand this tooth's bite. At this moment, seeing the other 11 Golden Immortal remains in the depths of Zhangxia's soul, he more or less had some thoughts. After all, cultivating at the Earth Immortal realm already required 100 years. It was too long to slowly cultivate after becoming an immortal. Moreover, as the number 1 person in the 9 provinces, no one could scout the way for him anymore. He had to walk on his own. The remains of the 12 Golden Immortals of Chan School were undoubtedly the best research target for him. Even if he could not directly increase his strength, it would be very helpful to his future cultivation path. However, before he could reach out and touch the remains, the 11 balls of light suddenly seemed to have come alive and flew towards him. Caught off guard, the ball of golden light at the front had already entered his soul. The current human emperor hurriedly focused and calmed his mind. As he pulled away, he mobilized the power hidden in his soul and prepared to welcome any inappropriate situation. He had now cultivated the infinite Dao soul and grasped the 9 nether wood. He had also obtained the precious treasure that specialized in targeting souls, the reincarnation yin-yang grind. No matter how one looked at it, the increase in his soul strength was even greater than the other 2 aspects. At this moment, even if a golden immortal really fought him in the soul battlefield, the one who would suffer would be the other party. If one did not have any methods, it would be difficult to escape after entering his territory. However, he was on guard and did not feel any sense of danger. There were no enemies in his consciousness. After the ball of light entered, it obediently floated in the mental world and did not move. It only emitted circles of golden light, as if it was really harmless. Right at this moment, Zhongli's tooth, which had never reacted and could only be used as a medium for the spirit essence absorption, suddenly changed. It also emitted a circle of golden light, as if he had embedded a tacky golden tooth. The two resonated and resonated, producing a new and special force. When that force spread throughout his entire body, a new status appeared on Zhongli's interface at the right time. Obtained the enhancement of the mysterious power of the Golden Immortal's remains. Added status, Jade Void Golden Chant. Jade Void Golden Chant, 2/12 the legacy of a Golden Immortal. Sees the creation of heaven and earth. Your lifespan will increase by 10,000 years and you will obtain the power of the Mortal Immortal. Duration, 10,000 years, plus. Looking at that status, he felt that his body did seem to have a little more strength. Zhongli was also extremely surprised. He did not understand, but he felt that it was impressive. It turned out that these 12 golden immortal remains were a set treasure. Holding one in his hand alone could not bring any enhancement to the user. It was only a higher level collection. Only when the number of golden immortal remains reached 2 or more could it stimulate the special set effect and excavate the hidden power inside. He only needed 2 to gain 10,000 years of lifespan and the power of the mortal immortal. 10,000 years of lifespan was easy to understand. But how strong was the power of the mortal immortal? Due to the fact that the spiritual qi in the current cultivation world was even more barren and there had been no immortal qi for more than 8,000 years, the cultivation method of the current cultivators was very different from the qi refinement cultivators of ancient times. The rules of the level evaluation were also different from back then. Now, as the number 1 cultivator in the 9 provinces, Zhongli was already completely qualified to give his current cultivation realm a new name. However, he directly obtained everything from the 9 nether wood. When he became an immortal, he had already skipped several immortal realms. Moreover, time passed too quickly, causing him to not remember the feeling of his realm at that time. However, he still knew about the mortal immortal. Thanks to the merit runes left behind by Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, Zhongli learned a large number of ancient words. Later on, after the expansion of Fengde City's authority, he had seen and collected many ancient books. He had a richer understanding of ancient matters and was no longer just deducing through some myths and legends from his previous life. 877 Divine Investiture Boards Fragment, 2. The so-called mortal immortal was actually not a real immortal. It was because he had cultivated to the limit of a mortal and could prepare to transcend mortality and become an immortal at any time. In ancient times, qi cultivators could refine their essence into qi, refine qi into spirit, and refine spirit into the void. This was probably the peak of the void refinement realm. It was roughly equivalent to the level of a top-notch earth immortal in the current cultivation world. To the current Zhongli, if not for the status bar, he would almost not have sensed the slight increase. However, this power would have been top-notch in the continent of the 9 provinces a few weeks or even a few days ago. If a mortal was lucky enough to obtain these 2 golden immortal remains, they would really be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step. They would obtain power at the peak of the 9 provinces. Of course, whether such power could be used was another matter. However, this was already an exaggerated effect. In all his years of wandering the 9 provinces, Zhongli had never seen a treasure that could allow people to ascend to the heavens in a single step. What would happen if he obtained the remaining 10 remains? What huge power was contained inside? One had to know that although Zhongzia, who had 11 remains, could not unleash his strength, the strength he possessed was actually not inferior to the current Zhongli. If he gathered all the remains, wouldn't he have power several times stronger than his current strength? Under the influence of the 2 remains, his soul could not help but feel greed and desire for the power of the 12 golden immortals. That desire made him involuntarily stop. He still wanted to reach out and accept the remaining remains. Fortunately, his mental will was firm. In the next moment, he woke up and his soul was instantly retrieved. The 2 wooden spikes in his palms were suddenly pulled out of Zhangzia's head. The 9 nether roots that stretched out from above pulled and pulled, bringing out lumps of black brain matter. After shaking off the brain matter, he sensed something else. He immediately kicked his feet and retreated quickly for a moment. Zhang Li's speed was very fast and his reaction was timely. Sure enough, with a few puffs, the remaining 10 balls of light quickly darted out from Zhang Zia's 8 eyes. It also pushed out the last eyeball of Zhang Zia, causing this evil god to lose all his vision. You actually chased after me. It's fine if you didn't move, but now that you did, I won't dare to touch you anymore. The golden immortal remains seemed to have a temper that liked the new and hated the old. They abandoned the completely crippled Zhang Zia and chased after the current human emperor. However, Zhang Li did not dare to accept the Jade Void inheritance that delivered itself to his door. He stepped on the 9 nether immortal steps and retreated repeatedly as the golden light chased relentlessly. After retreating for more than 10,000 miles, he could not shake off these 10 balls of light. Even if Zhang Zia had such speed previously, he would not have lost so quickly. After repeatedly failing to dodge, Zhang Li could only throw out the yin burial coffin and smash it towards the 10 remains. The yin burial coffin, which had already passed the heavenly tribulation and successfully advanced to an immortal artifact, was naturally no longer comparable to before. The 10 remains were very smart. They turned around and were about to bypass the coffin to continue flying towards Zhang Li. However, the coffin instantly transformed into an armored kun. It opened its mouth and erupted with an endless suction force, capturing the 10 golden immortal remains that were chasing after him. It was already too late to turn around, and they were all sucked in. The 10 balls of golden light were still dishonest inside and wanted to come out. However, after becoming an immortal artifact, the artifact space in the coffin was no longer ordinary. It was like one of the 18 levels of hell, a small world with its own rules. In there, everything was controlled by the current human emperor. It was true that the 10 golden immortal remains flew in one direction, but as long as Zhang Li was willing, a straight line could also be a circle. They could never fly out. Coupled with layers of imprisonment, the speed of the 10 balls of light became slower and slower. Soon, they completely stopped and were sealed, unable to move. Zhang Li could sense that the remains contained shocking strength. If he had all 12 remains, the power he could unleash would probably surpass all his current cultivation. Not to mention the chance to obtain a sage orthodoxy. Obtaining this could allow him to maintain an extremely fast speed of improvement after becoming an immortal. Although the treasure was good, if there was anything hidden inside, he would be an unlucky sucker. Zhang Li clenched his fists and felt the boundless strength in his body. The greed that rose in his heart from time to time was quickly dispersed by his rationality. He was already invincible now. It did not seem to matter if he obtained this power or not. Moreover, there was no need to be anxious. This remains could not escape from his hands. Stability was the priority. On the other hand, the remains that had already run into his body had to be more carefully dealt with. Zhang Li closed his eyes. With a thought, he mobilized the ghost lantern Cold Flame and Human Fire. The 2 powerful flames roasted the 2 golden immortal remains that had entered his body from both sides. He had burned that tooth long ago, but for the sake of insurance, Zhang Li planned to burn it for another 49 days. As for Zhang Zia, it was useless to keep him alive. Zhang Li would deal with him today. He summoned the reincarnation yin-yang grind again, and a black and white millstone the size of a house appeared before Zhang Li. He raised the huge rock above and swung it, placing that damned Zhang Zia in the middle. As if sensing the power of this millstone, Zhang Zia's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Is there anything else you want to say? This time, Zhang Zia really wanted to say his last words, but as soon as he said that, the yin-yang millstone suddenly smashed down. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being crushed and flattened, the 2 huge rocks were seamless. Then, the 18 infinite Dao ghosts pushed the stone mill. The stone ink slowly turned. After a long time, some red and black smelly blood mush flowed out from the cracks of the stone mill and gathered together through the grinding trough before flowing into a wooden barrel below. This bucket of blood mud could probably be called Zhangzia's remains. When the wooden barrel filled, he poured it into the round hole above the millstone again and continued to grind it from the beginning. Zhang Li was only willing to stop when it completely disappeared. Immortals were very difficult to kill. As long as one became an immortal, even if their golden body was destroyed, their 3 souls were obliterated, and their 7 souls were torn apart, they could still maintain a bit of their indestructible true spirit. As long as the true spirit escaped, it would run back to its sect and report to seek revenge, waiting for an opportunity to revive. Previously, Zhang Li had never had a good way to kill those reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas. It was because killing them would revive them elsewhere. Zhang Zia had just become an immortal a few days ago and had also become a member of the Tough Life Club. Unfortunately, this reincarnation yin-yang grind could do it. Even the will of the dignified spiritual root of heaven and earth was ground away. How could a mere Zhang Zia who had just become an immortal with the help of external forces withstand such treatment? After repeated grinding, he did not leave any chance and died completely. Did you still want to say your last words? Dream on. In addition, to the last human emperor, Senior Dxin, I've already severed the bloodline of the Son of Heaven. Zhang Zia has also died under my hands. As your successor, I've taken revenge for you. After dealing with the matters here, he took out another mess. He temporarily put the golden immortal remains aside. On the contrary, when he used the 9 nether soul search on Zhang Zia's soul earlier, the memory that he grabbed from the deepest depths of his soul surprised him. Those stone monuments are actually the shattered divine investiture board. The divine investiture board was obtained by the Dao ancestor when he traveled the primordial world. Later on, he ordered the child beside him, Hao Tian, to establish the heavenly court and rule the 3 worlds on his behalf. This divine investiture board also became the foundation for the Jade Emperor to control the gods to maintain his rule. That also became the reason why the bloodline of King Zhou was completely severed. Zhang Li did not expect that the black stone monuments left behind by the sages in the heavenly palace to avoid the cultivation-less age and leave behind a chance of survival were actually built with the fragments of the divine investiture board. He did not have the ability and did not plan to rebuild the Flesh Jade Void Palace. However, this divine investiture board might also help him find the heavenly realm. 878 8 Green Lotuses, 1. It was actually not especially difficult for the current Zhongli and Fengdu city to find the black stone monuments hidden in the corners of the world. First of all, the powerful cultivators leaders of the forces that covered the 9 provinces had basically all died on the day the evil god appeared. Even if Zhongli saved them and made them become ghost cultivators, they would all be ghosts of Fengdu city in the future. After losing them, the cultivation world of the 9 provinces was like a pile of loose sand. They had long fought among themselves. Wherever Zhongli's 3 million dragons went, all the large and small sects submitted. The human emperor's decree ruled the world. With a word, it could determine life and death and determine the world's trends. After he finally defeated the evil god and saved everything, the 9 provinces had already fallen into the hands of Fengdu city. He had the ability to mobilize the cultivators of the 9 provinces to search everywhere. Of course, even so, with the vastness of the 9 provinces, a carpet search was clearly not a wise choice. However, there were still clues to find where the black stone monuments were. As long as he could lock onto a rough range, even if he dug inch by inch, he could still find the stone monument. The reincarnation of those ancient immortals and gods was the best guidance. This was because they had relied on the fragment of the divine investiture board to survive the cultivation-less age and survive until today. The first places they appeared were basically near those stone monuments. For example, the stone monument in Zhongli's hand was found from Ba Xia's tortoise shell. As long as he found the place where the reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas first appeared and searched carefully nearby, he could roughly obtain something. He placed the stone monument in Ba Xia's tortoise shell in Fengde Ghost City and let them know what he was looking for. According to past practice, his Vice City Lord would help him settle everything from now on. There was no need for him to worry. At most, he would spend more time waiting for the results. The current human emperor, I feel at ease when you do things. However, his deputy was finally forced to give up on the endless work. This time, she was a little angry. Qin Shuman, young master, are you polite? The female ghost hugged Zhang Li's thick legs and did not let him leave. Zhang Li was used to leaving everything to others, but his assistant was exhausted. The poor female ghost could not even remember when she last played the illusion role of the entire city. In the past, before Fengde City was opened to the public, Zhang Li did not care about her. The free Qin Shuman brought along a city of ghosts almost every day to play with super-realistic illusions. However, ever since Zhang Li became stronger and had the ability to open Fengde City to the public, the burden on her shoulders became heavier and heavier, and more things happened. The good days were gone forever. Now that they had finally dealt with the evil god that destroyed the world, could the female ghost not rest? Qin Shuman expressed her strong dissatisfaction with the unfair treatment she had suffered and hoped that the current human emperor could compensate her. Zhang Li could only blame the current human emperor for being too soft-hearted and helpless against her strong protest. In the end, he could only take advantage of the few days when Shen Shan Kaihua returned to her family's Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak to visit her. He made up for it and slept with the Vice City Lord of Fengde Ghost City for 7 days and 7 nights. It was a little unbelievable. Qin Shuman was the first woman to follow Zhang Li. Her appearance was also top-notch, cold, and beautiful. Every time she met him, the clothes on her body would always be stuck. The quality of the ribbon on her waist was always poor, and the tied knot was very easy to loosen. Especially when there were no outsiders around to listen to her report, Zhang Li would definitely encounter a meticulously arranged erotic script. However, Zhang Li had never touched such a capable female ghost. In the beginning, perhaps because some of his statuses would burn the female ghost, he could not make a move. In the end, it seemed that because they were too familiar with each other, it was not easy to do it. As a result, it was finally what Qin Shuman wanted. The yin-yang stone disc slowly spun under the tightly connected human and ghost. Invisible yin-yang Taiji power enveloped their bodies. As the current human emperor and a dignified heaven immortal, Zhang Li's yang essence was not something that Qin Shuman could endure. Under normal circumstances, if he directly injected yang essence into the other party's body, he would probably burn the female ghost to death. However, with the help of Zhang Li's great ultimate principle, this problem was perfectly resolved. When Zhang Li's human emperor's yang essence poured into Qin Shuman's body, it immediately rippled with boundless vitality. The female ghost circulated her cultivation method with the help of Zhang Li's great ultimate principle, yin-yang reversal, and the 9 Nether Dao scripture. Qin Shuman's soul and body finally completely fused together again, emitting a brand new vitality. From now on, he should no longer call her a female ghost. This was because Qin Shuman had finally revived. She was a living person with flesh, blood, and warmth. After spending 7 days helping his Vice City Lord successfully revive, Zhang Li threw everything to Qin Shuman and left in satisfaction. He led his people past the Baekyan Mountain and arrived at the place where tragic Death City should have existed. However, because of Zhang Zia's attack and the battle with the 20 immortals, this important netherworld city was completely erased from the map. In its city, billions of ghosts disappeared. 879 8 Green Lotuses, 2. This outcome was an unbearable loss to both the netherworld and Zhang Li. Therefore, after dealing with Zhang Zia, Zhang Li wanted to see if there was any way to salvage the situation. 10 Seniors, you know far more about the 9 Nether than me. Help me. Zhang Li turned around and politely sought help from the 10 Kings of Hell beside him. Their help previously had indeed greatly reduced the losses of Fengdu City and the human race. Zhang Li did not intend to go back on his word. He decided to give them a chance to rebuild the Yamahal and retain some autonomy in the netherworld. However, the right to decide on reincarnation and the 18 levels of hell, and the important land of reincarnation could not be given to them. In ancient times, the 10 halls of the netherworld ruled the netherworld. Fengdu City could only take the leftovers at the edge of the netherworld. However, the heavenly court was gone now, and so were the sages. Now that the human emperor was in charge, everything would naturally be reversed. In the corner of the netherworld, letting them rebuild a Yamahal and occasionally help Fengdu City share some work was already their best treatment. The 10 kings of hell had always been very sensible, so how could they dare to have any objections? They did not even ask Zhang Li for the ruins of the 10 kings of hell. It was already very benevolent of the current human emperor to allow them to keep their immortal artifacts. At this moment, Zhang Li asked them to help because he was actually giving them a chance. If they did well, he might provide them with some help when they rebuild the Yamahals. Or perhaps, he could hand over one of the less important stations of the 13 stations to them to manage. Then, their lives would be much better in the future. Lord Human Emperor, don't say that. We brothers can't be called seniors. With your cultivation, you're embarrassing us. You've saved the world and are also everyone's savior. It's only right for us brothers to follow the human emperor and do something. We can't repay your kindness. Lord, you're benevolent and concerned about the people, right? You want to rebuild Tragic Death City, right? Wait a moment and see our methods. The 10 kings of hell bowed. Their words were quite comfortable to hear. They agreed to Zhang Li's arrangements. Then, 10 heads fell off the body, turning into 10 streaks of light that flew into the huge hole after Tragic Death City disappeared. The battle between Zhang Xia and the 20 immortals almost broke through this barrier. Just thinking about rebuilding it gave him a headache. Especially the special rules of Tragic Death City, Zhang Li did not know how to construct them. It all depended on the ability of the 10 kings of hell. The 10 kings of hell transformed into flying heads and continuously spun around in the huge hole after Tragic Death City disappeared. Their fierce mouths kept opening and closing as if they were biting and swallowing something in the air. A few hours later, they flew back to Zhang Li's side. The 10 heads spat out a ball of fluorescent light. After the fluorescent lights fused together, they slowly transformed into a palm-sized transparent city model. Lord Human Emperor, this is the seed of Tragic Death City. With our current ability, that's all we can do. After that, we need to build a new city and fuse with this seed. We also need to water the netherworld merit and continuously put in the ghosts to slowly develop the city. Through the explanation of these 10 people, Zhang Li more or less understood what was going on. The seed of a city? In other words, he could dig a hole and bury some soil to plant Tragic Death City again. Although everything had to be started from the beginning, there was still hope. Zhang Li looked at the mini transparent city in his hand and suddenly recalled that he seemed to have a city that had always been useless. That was the Chang Le Palace in Zaoch City below Fengdu City. As the last capital city of the ancient human emperor's lineage, it had been sealed underground in the past for safety's sake and to protect its secrets. However, now that he was already standing at the peak of the world, there was no need to continue hiding. Zhang Li first returned to the continent of the 9 provinces and flew to the prosperous Ox continent, which was still heavily polluted in color. He had planted this place in the past. Now, he was here to reap the fruits of his labor. He released the yin burial coffin and let it transform into an armored kun. It opened its mouth and an endless suction force enveloped down, stripping away the polluted soil and rocks on the surface of the prosperous Ox continent layer by layer and absorbing them. What was revealed below was normal land. It took a month to finally clean up the Azura pollution in the prosperous Ox continent. He casually scattered all kinds of seeds on the entire continent and used the power of the dragon race to move the seawater to create a storm that swept through the entire continent. After the rain stopped, specks of green had already sprouted in the bare prosperous Ox continent. In another 10 or 20 years, this place would be filled with birdsong, flowers, and green mountains. At that time, the population of the humans in the prosperous Ox continent that he had raised in the coffin should have increased by at least 3 to 4 times. After they moved back and reconstructed their home, the prosperous Ox continent could slowly get on track. After returning to the netherworld, the Yin burial coffin first spat out a large amount of soil and rocks it had just absorbed into the hole, filling it up. Zhongli used his great power to directly move out the huge underground palace below Fengde city other than the 5 human emperors' halls. He dragged the city that covered the sky with one hand and fused it with the seed of tragic death city before slowly placing it in the huge gap. He threw in a blood jade brick and sent it to the seed. There was an endless stream of netherworld merit and immortal spiritual qi. In the blood jade brick, the 10 million human souls sealed were all falsely revived. At the same time, they were bound by the rules of the city. However, the strength of the current rule chains was far inferior to before. If a few experts appeared inside, they might be able to break the chains and escape. It took Zhongli 10 days to falsely resurrect all the souls. The energy and merit consumed was really quite a lot. However, according to the 10 kings of hell, he no longer needed to invest so much strength and merit after this. As long as those falsely resurrected dead people lived in this city, they could continuously produce some energy. Then, they would rely on this energy to slowly strengthen and expand the city and convert new tragic death citizens into a virtuous cycle. As time passed, it would become a city that even the tragic death immortal soul could not escape from. Although this city would be slower at the beginning, after spending thousands of years, it could roughly recover some of its power. However, Zhongli had never liked to wait, especially for such a long time. He did not lack spiritual qi and immortal qi to begin with, so the main reason why his speed slowed down was because of merit. One merit green lotus was too slow, so he would make a few more. This time, Zhongli stepped into the void alone. He already grasped the 13 netherworld fragments and the last reincarnation core. The dragon imprisoning lock swung, and the netherworld that wrapped around the village viewing platform began to pull back. The current human emperor, who had already become an immortal, was much stronger than before. He gradually exerted strength and easily pulled the entire netherworld towards Fengde city. What he needed to pay attention to now was not to use too much strength at once. He did not want to shatter this netherworld fragment even more. It only took Zhongli 7 days to pull back the first piece of the netherworld and put them together. However, the second piece took 16 days. The third piece took 28 days. This was because the netherworld fragments were randomly floating in the void. They were not connected in a straight line, but every piece of the netherworld was very far away from the previous piece. It would naturally take more and more time. After piecing together the 13 stations of the netherworld, Zhongli had already spent 2 years. However, the netherworld merit obtained from this already made him have 8 green lotuses above his head. Due to the merit obtained, the dragon imprisoning lock had long advanced to become an immortal artifact. As such, he was only missing the last land of reincarnation, which was the hardest and heaviest place. 883 Colored 9th Grade Merit Lotus Platform, 1. Without the enemy pressing tightly above his head, Zhongli's life suddenly became regular, easy, and free. Time seemed to have passed especially quickly. The former Fengde city lord was swift and decisive, be it cultivation, training, or facing challenges one after another. He did not waste any time. He seized every opportunity to become stronger, and even stronger. At that time, he did not have any time to waste. As a result, other than the period of cultivation in the 18 levels of hell, in just a few years, he went from a mortal to an immortal. If it was anyone else, the outer sect disciples who had entered the scripture storage valley with him would probably still be bitterly cultivating at the chi refinement realm. Although the main reason for this difference was his cheat status panel, it was also related to his own hard work. Now, Zhongli's cultivation had reached the peak of the current cultivation world. Without the threat of danger that enveloped the world, Zhongli was gradually not so anxious, and he slowed down his rhythm. Gradually, he focused all his attention on the so-called main business. He slowly developed the mentality of living in the world and enjoying life. Previously, it had taken him 2 years to move the 13 stations of the netherworld. In fact, if he focused on operating them, it would not have taken so long. That was mainly because he had been slacking for a long time. Every time he moved back a netherworld fragment, he would bring Shen Shan Kaihua out to sightsee for a period of time. They would also go help Qin Shuman, concubine Yun, 2 mountains Wuye, and other female earth immortals cultivate for free, adding a few experts to the 9 provinces. The efficiency naturally slowed down. Zhongli took a full 10 years to pull this last piece of the netherworld. In these 10 years, he worked 6 hours a day and 5 days a week. He even found a little of the feeling of working in his previous life. From time to time, he would take leave and give himself a vacation. In the past, he had always wanted to cultivate and become stronger, but he had never properly admired this magical cultivation world. Only now that the world was over did he calm down and take a good look at everything in this world. To be honest, the 9 provinces were as beautiful as a painting. There were wonders that could not be seen in his previous life everywhere. Coupled with the fact that annoying traffic was not convenient, countless different cultures were born everywhere. With his current cultivation, he could casually descend from the clouds in one direction. After landing on the ground, he could experience different local customs. In these 10 years, other than traveling the 9 provinces, Zhongli and Galanfran also made detailed guesses and research on the 21 immortals, including himself, through references to ancient books. He also roughly divided a hierarchy for the immortals after the cultivationless age. This was how the later generations should advance after becoming immortals. It also explored a new path for himself. It was very, very difficult. The immortals and gods after the cultivationless age could currently be roughly divided into spirit immortals, essence immortals, true immortals, mystic immortals, and heaven immortals. Some people had already successfully reached the confirmed level. Apart from that, there were also golden immortals, grand unity golden immortals, and zenith heaven golden immortals. These 3 were still conjectured realms that could be reached. These were only the 8 major realms after becoming an immortal. Compared to the 6 cultivation realms before Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, soul formation, and earth immortal, there were 2 more. However, strictly speaking, spirit immortals and essence immortals should be on the same level. They were all at the peak of mortals. After successfully breaking through, they would reach this level. However, according to their own foundation, aptitude, strength, merit, and other situations, the outcome after becoming an immortal would naturally be greatly different. As for the difference between the spirit immortal and the essence immortal, it was that after transcending the mortal realm and becoming an immortal, would they have that bit of immortal chi in the body that was unique to the person and could completely unleash their strength? Up until now, there were a total of 21 people who had reached the immortal realm after the cultivationless age, including Zhongli. On the other hand, the only person who had truly reached the essence immortal realm was the current human emperor, Zhongli. The other 20, be it Zhongli's 3 hall masters, his clay figurine clone, or the 6 water gods and 10 Yama kings who had survived since ancient times, only had immortal chi that corresponded to their attributes in their bodies. They did not have the kind of immortal essence that combined one's strength. That was probably because the conditions for producing immortal essence were too harsh. Before becoming an immortal, he had to cultivate an immortal body without the help of immortal chi and condense his own immortal chi. After this unique immortal spiritual chi followed a cultivator to transcend mortality and become an immortal, it would transform into immortal essence. They did not know if such a stream of immortal essence had a deeper meaning. However, its powerful effect was already obvious. Zhongli's strand of immortal essence had perfectly fused with hundreds of completely different forces like the human emperor, the nine nether, the dragon race, the blood fiend, the Azura, the dream realm, and so on. They were united and extremely powerful. Once he used it, even if he suppressed his cultivation, he could easily crush immortals of the same level or even beat up immortals of a higher realm. 881 Three-colored 9th grade merit lotus platform, 2. To put it bluntly, the true immortals after the immortal ascension tribulation were immortals who had survived the three calamities. This was because the three calamities of becoming an immortal were really too terrifying. If one was unlucky and could not survive, their lifespan might only be 500 years. How could a mere 500-year-old immortal be considered a true immortal? Only after passing the three calamities of becoming an immortal did they no longer have to worry about dying because of the calamity. They could live as long as heaven and earth and shine together with the sun and moon. Only such an immortal could be called a true immortal. Of course, the so-called lifespan of heaven and earth and the brilliance of the sun and moon did not mean that one would really live forever. This was because the current Zhongli knew that heaven and earth actually had their own lifespan. After a certain period of time, a huge change would happen in a world. Great calamities would strike and eras would rotate. With the destruction of heaven and earth, a new world would be born. The rotation time of an era was 128,500 years. In other words, true immortals who lived as long as heaven and earth would probably suffer a life and death calamity every 128,500 years. This time, they could not use the transformation technique to dodge. If one was strong enough and had a tough life, if they could survive, they would enjoy another era. If they could not, they would reincarnate. In this way, if they could endure 9 eras in a row and comprehend the mysteries of life and death, after comprehending the profound mystery, a true immortal would be able to advance to the mystic immortal realm. The path that one had to walk from the mystic immortal realm was a path to the Dao. They ran determinedly towards the great Dao they sought. For example, in ancient legends, there were stories like the Quafu chasing the sun, Jingui filling the sea, and so on. They looked inexplicable, but they were actually the journey of ancient mystic immortals. Just like in the story, pursuing the great Dao would definitely be extremely difficult. There was a high chance that a dignified mystic immortal would die on the way. If one succeeded, they would have to enjoy the great Dao to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and be called a heaven immortal. The current human emperor, Zhongli, had reached this cultivation level. Speaking of which, this immortal realm could not be accumulated by cultivation alone. The current human emperor had really experienced those unimaginable hardships. He had long passed the three calamities of wind, lightning, and fire. Although the wind calamity was a little excessive because the power of heaven and earth was insufficient after the cultivationless age, the three calamities were indeed complete. The million years of bitter cultivation in the 18 levels of hell corresponded to the 9 eras after the true immortal realm. Finally, in the deepest depths of the netherworld, he took the reincarnation yin-yang grind and transformed the 9 nether wood into his body. This was his journey towards the great Dao of the 9 nether. The hardships were not known by outsiders. Before becoming an immortal, he had already survived the 3 waves of calamity after becoming an immortal. Not to mention that no one would be able to replicate such an experience in the future, it would probably be unprecedented. After that, Zhongli obtained everything from the 9 netherwood and replenished his cultivation in one go, directly becoming a heaven immortal. This only consumed a small portion of the 9 netherwood's strength. In fact, the spiritual root of heaven and earth had accumulated endless power since the creation of heaven and earth until today. Not to mention heaven immortals, without those thresholds to become immortals, in terms of accumulating cultivation, it would not be a problem to push him to the peak of the golden immortal realm. However, now that the 3 realms and 6 paths had collapsed, it was too difficult to become a golden immortal normally. There were only 2 methods. One was to find the heavenly realm in the 3 worlds. Or, he could use the omnipotent power of virtuous merit. The heavenly realm had yet to be found, so Zhongli did not plan to act rashly. He could only rely on the power of virtuous merit. Fortunately, the current human emperor had his own way of accumulating merit. He had connections in the 9 provinces, the Netherworld, and even the Azura world. The Netherworld was the simplest. As long as he pieced together the continent fragments, he could continuously obtain a large amount of merit. He had tried this time and again, but it took too much time. There was also an advantage in the Azura world, which was that the rules of the will of heaven and earth were simple and crude. As long as the area occupied by the Azura world was larger, they could obtain more and more attention and rewards from the world's will. At this moment, he was naturally unwilling to sacrifice the 9 provinces to obtain the merit of the Azura world. Then, he might as well compete for supremacy in the Azura world. With the current strength of the current human emperor, to be honest, doing this was not a difficult thing. In the gap of 10 years when piecing together the netherworld fragments, it was as if he was playing a hack-and-slash game. From time to time, he would run to the Azura world to kill. If he was interested, he would slap a few so-called overlord-level Azura lords to death. Or he could run to the Earth core world and let the Azuras there experience the terror of the human race. In short, after doing that for 2 years, the name Lamb world had already been swept into the dust of history and no Azura had mentioned it again. In its place were the demon world, the demon god world, the slaughter world, and other words filled with fear. They were really afraid of the current human emperor. Invasion? They were found and slaughtered every few days. No matter how good they were at fighting, so what if they were not afraid of death? Those powerful lords with a long history and deep roots or Azura nobles fell one after another. They were like ants, unable to resist at all. Even if an Azura lord inherited the will of the Azura world and successfully broke through to become a great Azura equivalent to an immortal, trying to resist the human emperor would only result in getting possessed by Zhongli's parallel mind and becoming a glorious human emperor's clone. 882 3-colored 9th grade merit lotus platform, 3. On the day Zhongli became the ruler of the blood-colored planet, the number of blood-colored merit lotuses reached the 9th grade first. After he stabilized the status of the 9th grade merit blood lotus, from now on, the will of the Azura world would probably only acknowledge him as a lord. Then, it was the 9 provinces. In these 10 years, the development of the continent of the 9 provinces was far better than expected. The pain caused by the evil god Zhongzia was gradually washed away by time. Under the good policies of Fengde City, the lost 100 billion people were quickly replenished in a few years. 10 years later, according to the growth of the human faith threads and the power of the human emperor, he could clearly sense that the current population of the human race was more than twice that of 12 years ago before the calamity. Under the rule of the human emperor, the human race became even more prosperous. There were many factors that affected this. On the one hand, the existence of the human emperor had the effect of suppressing providence to begin with. As long as he was around, he could make the human race in the world prosper. This was also an important factor in the heavenly court's decision to eliminate the human emperor. The second was under the jurisdiction of Fengde City. Be it the sects or the mountain spirits and demons, they were all governed in an orderly manner. Moreover, the human emperor's temple in Fengde City had already completely spread to the 9 provinces and could uphold justice for the humans of the world. Who dared to harm humans again? No matter how high one's cultivation level was or how strong one would definitely suffer the lightning strikes of Fengde City. No matter how strong the criminal was, could he be stronger than the current human emperor? After capturing them, according to the severity of the crime, they would face 2 different levels of punishment. First, wear a mask and become a hidden rock cultivator. They would never have freedom in their life and had to contribute their strength to the human race to atone for their sins. Secondly, as nutrients for the 9 nether wood, they would be made into the 9 nether earth fruit to contribute to the development of the human race. They were all good ways to atone for their sins. The providence was like a rainbow, bringing away the external pressure of survival. The third aspect that allowed the current human race to live so well was that the weather had been smooth for 12 consecutive years. After all, there were 3 million pure-blooded dragons. It could completely guarantee that every place where mortals lived was peaceful. There were no natural disasters and the weather had been good for years. Due to the increasing abundance of spiritual qi, the production of farmland in the 9 provinces was exaggerated. Coupled with the fact that there were pure-blooded dragons, they enthusiastically rained on them and irrigated the farmland. There would no longer be awkward situations like drought or flood. Coupled with the fact that their human emperor was a heaven immortal who grasped the power of the yin-yang dual attribute spiritual root of heaven and earth, when he was interested, he would sometimes take action. Every time he casually made a move, he would create an extremely rich land of miracles. As long as they worked in the fields, there would not be a shortage of food. If they ate enough, they would have children. With his help, the prosperous Ox continent recovered to a habitable environment in advance. In the 5th year, the population began to gradually move back. As the human emperor, Zhongli taught them everything they should know about survival. Although it was only some basic mortal life skills, the effect was greater than 10 divine arts. He unified the 9 provinces and walked the path of the human emperor again. This also brought Zhongli a large amount of merit. The merit Golden Lotus also reached the 9th grade after that. Now, Zhongli could casually pick up a rock on the ground and crush it. There might be spirit stones hidden inside. Finally, on this day 10 years later, Zhongli pieced together the last piece of the netherworld. The 3-colored 9th grade merit lotus platform above his head was completed. 883 Golden Immortal, 1. The moment the 3-colored 9th grade merit lotus was formed, Zhongli felt that everything in front of him had become different. He seemed to be able to see the entire world. He opened his Dharma eye and looked into the distance, as if everything had begun to shrink. In a daze, he even saw the edge of this world. Originally, his cultivation level reached the heaven immortal realm, and the void could no longer obstruct him. He had also tried to cross the boundary of the ground and fly in a direction of the void to see what was going on at the end of the world. However, he had never found the borders of the 9 provinces, the netherworld, and even the Azura world. It was as if a weak cultivator was trapped in the yin burial space and could never find the end of the boundary. However, it was not that the world had no boundaries, but that his strength was not enough to discover them. Now, it seemed to be possible. At this moment, he finally understood the conditions to become a golden immortal. That was to establish a small world in his body. This was not a divine art that used spatial rules like the universe in the sleeve. Instead, he had to establish a small world with true independent rules that could nurture life. As the saying went, a world per flower, a bodhi per leaf. Legend had it that there were 3,000 worlds hidden in the bodies of sages. Every moment, every thought flashed through his mind, and countless stars were born and destroyed. In the past, he had thought that it was exaggerated. However, from the looks of it, it might not be fake. It turned out that after a heaven immortal pursued their own great Dao, what they had to do was use this great Dao to establish their own small world. Of course, that was only a small world after all. It did not need to reach the level of countless stars in the 3,000 worlds. It was simple enough to maintain the ecosystem cycle with a few thousand square miles of land. As long as he had a rudimentary foundation, he could slowly manage the world and continue to develop. This was why it was said that one could only break through to the golden immortal realm in the heavenly realm. It was because when the world first opened, the clear chi rose to the sky and the turbid chi fell to the ground. The ground was firm and unmoving, making it difficult to cultivate. As for the heavenly realm formed from clear chi, it was floating like clouds. Immortals could swallow clouds and spit out fog to gather heavenly realm clear chi for themselves. To put it bluntly, it was impossible for this small world to appear out of thin air. At the end of the day, he still had to tear a hole in the main world and fill his small world with it. However, the area formed by turbid chi was as sturdy as a wall made of molten iron. Although the small world constructed from this would also be stronger, with the teeth of ordinary heaven immortals, he could not bite it at all. If he could not absorb the world into his body for his own use, what could he use to build a small world? Only the heavenly realm formed from clear chi was like cotton candy in comparison. It was soft, sweet, and delicious. Only by swallowing it could a heaven immortal nurture a world. Therefore, that was why heaven immortals were called heaven immortals. This was because, at this level, one generally had to ascend to the heavenly realm to continue cultivating and become a golden immortal. It was also the main reason why Zhongli was unable to break through even though his cultivation was clearly far above the mark. However, sensing the restless netherworld around him, Zhongli understood that this problem that had troubled him for 12 years had been resolved. In the other worlds, it was actually not certain that they could not absorb the power of the world. However, it depended on whether the merit of one's body met the requirements. He showed great determination and farmed merit. As long as he treated a world well and made it feel comfortable, after accumulating enough exaggerated merit, the world was happy to provide convenience to your cultivation. Just as he had said before, merit was a high-grade currency. As long as it reached a certain quality and quantity, it could do almost anything. The current human emperor felt the friendliness of the three worlds at the same time. That friendly feeling even made Zhongli, who was prepared to take advantage of them, feel a little embarrassed. After stabilizing the status of the three-colored 9th grade merit golden lotus, Zhongli opened his hands, and the 5 auras in his chest spontaneously spun. Fire-fueled earth, earth-fueled metal, metal-fueled water, water-fueled wood, and wood-fueled fire. He had 4 types of connate power that had been born in the world since the creation of heaven and earth. Coupled with the legendary flames that were surging because of the prosperity of the human race, these 5 elements complemented each other and built the strongest foundation of a world like the primordial world. Fortunately, Zhongli did not rashly deal with the qi in his chest back then. It turned out that the influence of these 5 forces would be so far-reaching. If he only used ordinary 5 elements qi to break through, the upper limit of his cultivation would be set. Fortunately, Zhongli had always had high standards and strict requirements for his cultivation. With such a foundation of the 5 elements, it was not impossible for his inner world to evolve into a greater world in the future. After establishing the foundation of the world, the 3 flowers above his head were resplendent, and the 9th grade merit golden lotus blossomed. The heavenly gate above his head opened, and as the vast power of virtuous merit guided it, the endless power of the world swarmed over. It was as if it had thrown itself into his arms, and it took the initiative to enter his body. Its speed was so swift that Zhongli was slightly caught off guard. He had to summon back all the parallel minds and organize the power of the world that he had absorbed. After all, it was a 9th grade merit green lotus. If it was before the 3 realms and 6 paths separated, the 12th grade merit lotus platform would be among the strongest batch of connate cardinal treasures. 884 Golden Immortal, 2. If the speed at which ordinary heaven immortals absorbed the clear chi of the heavenly realm was comparable to the 2G network in his previous life, then Zhongli relying on the 9th grade merit lotus platform was equivalent to the 9G network that had yet to be developed. Or perhaps it was the speed of staying by the server and directly connecting to the optical cable. Zhongli did not even need to work hard to absorb it himself. The netherworld directly pried open his mouth and stuffed the clear chi in. Then, Zhongli switched to the 9 provinces and the Azura world. It was the same situation. He could completely absorb the best and most precious portion of the power of the world without any fear. In the end, 3 worlds that affected each other and relied on each other but were not directly connected formed in Zhongli's body. Just as the 3 worlds completed and began to circulate spontaneously, 3 unique forces reflected back, immediately causing the body of the current human emperor to undergo a transformation. The current human emperor's body began to emit an increasingly dazzling golden light. Then, his figure automatically rose until he directly broke through the barrier of the world. In a place where even the void did not exist, he saw 3 bubbles that represented the world. Under the gift of those 3 worlds, Zhongli transformed into a golden immortal in one go. With his own strength, he raised the upper limit of the current cultivation world by 1 level again. That was a dignified golden immortal. Even in the primordial world, this was already a famous figure. In the orthodox profound sect of the sages, they could all be pulled out as an existence to suppress an area. In the stories of his previous life, it seemed that those mighty figures were not worth much. However, thinking about it, the leader of the profound sect, the Jade Void Palace, could only choose a few grand unity golden immortals below the sages. There were no golden immortals who could attain the Dao and ascend to the zenith heaven. One should know how rare figures above the golden immortal realm were. In fact, even in ancient times, there were only a few people of this level in the 3 realms. Apart from the sages, it was still a problem to find 10 of them readily available. Now, Zhongli had already touched that threshold. However, he had no clue how to walk on the path of cultivation in the future. In ancient times, Dao ancestor Hongjun preached the Dao and guided the way. At that time, the orthodox profound sect believed that the cultivation of all living beings in the world would definitely be divided into the 5 elements and the 3 flowers. At that time, they would be able to cultivate their main bodies and reach completion. Simply put, golden immortals at that time cultivated the 3 flowers gathering and 5 chi facing origin. However, because of the difference in the world, these 2 cultivation methods had been done long before he became an immortal. All he could do now was perhaps continue to absorb the power of the 3 worlds to strengthen his small world. Zhongli floated outside the 3 worlds. He was invisible and intangible, and he did not even have space to support himself. He stayed in a lonely place for a while. After retracting the terrifying aura of breaking through to the golden immortal realm, he returned to Fengde City. Congratulations, Lord of the 3 realms! Human Emperor, World Supreme! You've reached the golden immortal realm. On this day, this voice resounded throughout the 3 worlds. All the living beings in the 3 worlds bowed in admiration. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. In 100 years, the world had changed greatly, but it did not seem to have changed much. The passage of time could no longer leave any traces on the current human emperor's face. However, the world under his leadership could be said to have undergone a tremendous change. Now, 100 years later, a large number of immortals had appeared in the continent of the 9 provinces in a short period of time. The number of spirit immortals had already exceeded 200. However, other than the 10 kings of hell, be it ghost immortals or spirit immortals, they all had a common characteristic. That was, they were all subordinates of the current human emperor of Fengde City. It was not that the current human emperor was sinister and captured the immortals back to Fengde City to forcefully subdue them. On the contrary, without Zhongli, it would be impossible for them to become immortals even if they were given another 1,000 years. It was precisely because they had joined Fengde City and obtained the help of the human emperor that they could become immortals. This logic could not be flipped. Otherwise, wouldn't City Lord Zhang, who loved the people like his children, become a great villain? If it was normal cultivation, 100 years naturally could not have such an effect. The 9 provinces had not recovered to that extent. Every year, there was a limited amount of immortal chi born in the 9 provinces. After being plundered by Fengde City for years, it was not enough to support others to become immortals. Among them, the decisive influence was a policy formulated by the current human emperor. As long as one joined Fengde City and contributed his strength to benefit the human race, he could leave his name on the human emperor's stone monument. When his cultivation reached the limit, which was the so-called mortal-immortal realm, he could be allowed to enter the coffin to cultivate. One had to know that the current human emperor's storage treasure was not ordinary. Not only was it the first artifact in the world to break through to the immortal artifact realm, but it also carried the 7 attribute immortal chi that Zhongli had accumulated in 1,000,000 years. That environment was countless times higher than the former profound sect Holy Land, the Kunlun Immortal Mountain. Raising a pig here could turn it into an immortal pig after a long time. Not to mention those outstanding figures of the 9 provinces. After successfully defeating Zhangxia back then, there were 3,000 current Earth Immortals and 300 reincarnations of Immortals and Buddhas among the experts of the 9 provinces who had been swallowed by the evil god or refined into blood jade bricks. Coupled with the fact that after the dreams spread throughout the 9 provinces, through the omnipresent dreams, he discovered more than 100 reincarnations of Immortals and Buddhas who had yet to develop. These people were basically all taken in as subordinates of Fengde city. The stone monuments in the 5 halls of the human emperor were densely engraved with many names. It was not difficult for these exciting experts to obtain the help of the endless immortal chi of the yin burial coffin and become immortals. On average, 2 experts became immortals in a year. If not for the fact that a number of the experts were afraid of the 3 calamities that would appear every 500 years after becoming immortals, so they consciously delayed the time to become immortals, there might be more. Apart from that, with Zhongli's enthusiastic help, the descendant of Nuhua, Shen Shan Kaihua, the vice-city lord of Fengde city, Qin Shuman, and concubine Yun of the Cloud Manor had also completed their cultivation long ago and successfully transcended mortality to become immortals, becoming 3 beautiful fairies. In the next 1,500 years, the current human emperor personally blocked the tribulation for them. At the very least, their path to becoming true immortals was smooth. They shared Zhongli's worries together and ruled the 9 provinces in an orderly manner. In just 100 years, the human race had become the absolute leader of the 9 provinces. Many ancient races that they had thought had disappeared had also been discovered, making the world more and more colorful. The cultivation world that had once suffered a huge blow became even more prosperous than before. In the past 100 years, the current human emperor had not been idle. In the largest square in Fengde city, black stone monuments of various shapes were placed neatly. After a rough count, there were actually a total of 1,079 pieces. The 1,000+ stone monuments looked to be of different shapes and no pattern, but in fact, if a person with a powerful computing ability observed carefully, it could be seen that they were actually fragments of the same stone. Those were uneven cracks. As long as one found the right piece of gravel, he could piece them together seamlessly. Zhongli waved his hand, and a strand of immortal chi raised all 1,079 stone monuments. Then, they slowly danced in the air and continuously pieced together, finally turning into a huge stone monument. This thing was the primordial world mystic treasure, the divine investiture board. There was only one gap left. At this moment, in the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent in the 9 provinces, in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, in the core mystic realm of the Scripture Storage Valley, in the Scripture Imparting Hall, the stone monument that was the cornerstone of the Scripture Storage Valley suddenly cracked. After peeling off the outer shell, the stone monument fragment of the same material was revealed. The fragment automatically flew up. Before the Scripture Storage Valley cultivator could react, it directly passed through the gate of hell that had been opened in the sect all year round. After the fragment crossed the gate of hell and arrived at the territory, it headed straight for the last fragment of the divine investiture board. However, before it could touch the divine investiture board, a wooden hand intercepted it in advance. Zhongli grinned and touched the jade cauldron tooth that was starting to burn again, revealing a smile as expected. Isn't this day a little too early for you? 885 Kill him. 1. In fact, Zhongli had already removed the status called Jade Void Golden Chant that was brought over by the 2 golden immortal remains. He also expelled the golden immortal remains that had been burning without any reaction with the ghost lantern cold flame and human fire. First of all, the orthodoxy of the sages could not be inherited. He could only walk out on his own. Zhongli, who felt that he was not inferior to anyone, might not have absolute confidence in becoming a sage. However, it was not to the extent of letting him walk the wrong path of no return and cut off his great path to immortality for such a small benefit. In addition, it was also because he had never believed Zhangxia. That guy had used the strength of a mortal to play such a terrifying game. His exceptional mind and temperament were astonishing. However, he was only a mortal after all. There were many things that he could not really see through. His plan looked good, but it was not impossible for others to incorporate something into his plan. Therefore, even if Zhongli searched his mind, he did not find any even more terrifying plots. However, Zhongli had always been very concerned about this guy suddenly calling himself the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning after the appearance of the evil god. He was even more worried about the powerful sage standing behind the Jade Void Palace. Sages were said to be indestructible by calamity and tribulation. Although the heavenly Dao had collapsed and the 3 realms and 6 paths had fallen into the cultivationless age, as the 6 strongest sages, they were undoubtedly the most affected and injured. After all, their invincibility relied on the heavenly Dao. Under the circumstances that the heavenly Dao no longer supported them and even destroyed everything, even sages would die. However, when Zhongli became stronger, he became even more afraid and unable to guess powerful figures of that level. With their boundless methods, it was really not necessarily impossible for them to leave behind something of their own until later generations. Thinking of this, these 12 golden immortal remains seemed very suspicious. In any case, even if the 12 remains were combined, they could only provide him with the power to reach the golden immortal realm. 100 years ago, under the enhancement of the power of the human emperor and the 9 nether wood, Zhongli's strength was not inferior to or even stronger than a golden immortal. Then, this status's attraction to him became quite limited. Therefore, he decisively took out the remains from his body and did a few more tests. He tried to stuff the 11 golden immortal remains other than the tooth into his clone's body. At first, they looked fine. However, Zhongli quickly noticed that his connection with his clone had been affected by some force. The connection became weaker, and the clone's mental state gradually became chaotic. For some reason, the words Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning began to appear in their minds. If this continued for a long time, his clone might even become another person's clone. From the looks of it, it was not only because of those evil thoughts that Zhang Xia went crazy. The 11 golden immortal remains were also the culprits. As such, how could the current human emperor feel at ease leaving such a thing by his side? If he did not deal with this thing completely, he would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. He did not want such a guy to suddenly come and pluck his fruits after he managed to rule the world. Previously, he was not confident. Now that he had become a golden immortal, he planned to see what was left behind in the golden immortal remains. The current human emperor raised the last gap in the divine investiture board and headed towards the deepest depths of the netherworld. This time, he did not need to cross the void. As he flew, he could clearly see the yellow spring road formed by the 13 stations of the netherworld. The screams and wails along the way finally made the Yellow Springs Road, which had been abandoned for 200,000 years, lively again. After Zhongli completely took over the 3 worlds, the people who died in the 9 provinces and the souls of the Azura world would be guided here. They would first consume all their lifespan in tragic Death City before stepping onto the Yellow Springs Road and continuing the long journey. In the end, after the judgment of the human Emperor's Hall, they were thrown into reincarnation. Under the efforts of the current human emperor, the Netherworld, Azura world, and the 9 provinces had already completed the initial connection. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the human Dao, Azura Dao, and Hell Dao were already open. The business of reincarnation could already be handled. Apart from the Hell Dao that the greatest villains went to, the human Dao and the Azura Dao were both considered the 3 paths of reincarnation. This was their good luck. The benevolent human emperor knew the terror of the 18 levels of hell, so he rarely threw people into them. Ordinary people basically reincarnated repeatedly in the Azura world and the 9 provinces. As long as they were not too pretentious, with the current state of the world, it was not a problem to live a good life. Today, Zhongli jumped into the reincarnation well of the Hell Dao again. He went down 18 levels with ease. Soon, he arrived at the lowest level of hell, which was filled with copper soup and iron juice. In this hell, 11 golden immortal remains floated. However, compared to when he first obtained them, the 11 remains were much dimmer. After all, compared to the 100 years in the outside world, who knew how long had passed in the 18 levels of hell? In any case, it was definitely an astronomical figure that Zhang Li could not imagine now. As for these 11 remains, they still did not completely disappear under the grinding of the copper soup and iron juice. This further proved that there was definitely something wrong with these things. 886 Kill him. 2. He still remembered that in the first few episodes of Journey to the West, the stone monkey that ate the magical pills and directly advanced to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm had only consumed more than 500 years of copper liquid iron pills before becoming so weak after his release. However, the 12 Golden Immortals only had a little remains left. What did they rely on to last for so long in these 18 levels of hell? As if sensing his arrival, the tooth in Zhang Li's mouth also began to burn hotter. Originally, even if the 12 golden immortal remains were placed together, there had never been such a reaction. Now, it seemed that it was indeed related to the fragment of the divine investiture board that covered the world. The day the divine investiture board reunited was the day the one among the 12 golden immortal remains appeared. He released his hand, and the last fragment flew out. The divine investiture board recovered completely. This seemed to be a signal. The golden immortal remains erupted with the strongest light and began to fuse together. Only Zhang Li's tooth was left. He gritted his teeth tightly, not letting it have the slightest chance to escape. After a few breaths, Zhang Li's tooth finally seemed to have given up on leaving his mouth. After the last struggle was ineffective, a golden force emerged from inside and threw itself at the other 11 balls of golden light. That golden light belonged to all of Daoist Jade Cauldron's cultivation. After this golden light left, this tooth no longer had anything to do with Daoist Jade Cauldron. It was a pure Pangu tooth, and now, it was one of the teeth of the current human emperor. The 12 golden lights fused together and transformed into a strange ball. Zhang Li could not name it, or rather, it was a holy light that he had never seen before. It was as if the world had not formed, the chaos had not opened, everything had not been born, and yin and yang had not been determined. It was a kind of infinite chaos that was even above the great ultimate. Sure enough. Although he could not tell, there was indeed a huge commotion hidden inside. Zhang Li was naturally not the kind of person who would watch others hold back their ultimate moves and stand at the side indifferently. He put the divine investiture board into the small world in his chest, then picked up the human emperor's battle halberd and rushed over. He raised his hand and pointed. A stream of light instantly shot out and pierced through the infinite chaos. It was the immortal slaying flying sword that had long broken through to the immortal realm after devouring and fusing with the immortal slaying flying saber. This flying sword was Zhang Li's intrinsic flying sword at the beginning. Later on, he fused with the precious treasure of the 9 Li race, the quintet chi essence copper. Now, he had refined the divine weapon, the immortal slaying flying saber. It was extremely powerful and could instantly kill immortals. Even the strongest under Zhang Li, Hall Master Chu Shui and Hall Master Ling Zuzi, were not a match for this flying sword. Moreover, it was far less troublesome to use the immortal slaying flying saber. However, as soon as the flying sword passed through this ball of infinite chaos, Zhang Li's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly stopped the flying sword that was about to continue attacking and retracted it. In this instant, the energy on the immortal slaying flying sword suddenly decreased by half. Zhang Li leaned forward. The human emperor's battle halberd, which was already about to slash out, was forcefully retracted by him. The human emperor's battle halberd had only approached a little, but the human power on it had actually decreased by 5%. He took a few steps back and did not believe it. He undid the dragon imprisoning lock on his waist and threw it over. However, there was still no difference. Even the dragon imprisoning lock did not find anything. Instead, a lot of the power of virtuous merit above was sucked away. Not immortal qi, not the power of the human emperor, not even the power of virtuous merit. This thing is really wild. As if it had obtained the replenishment of strength, the ultimate chaos changed even more intensely. Instead, Zhang Li's attack earlier provided it with energy. This caused Zhang Li to be unable to continue attacking. He had to find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, wouldn't Zhang Li have shot himself in the foot this time? Fortunately, the current human emperor had an advantage. He liked to be prepared. Having more skills did not affect him. Basically, he knew everything. With this, no matter who he dealt with, he could basically find one or two useful trump cards. For example, in the world, all humans had to be restrained by his human emperor status. After death, ghosts would be restrained by his ghost lantern cold flame. The beasts and demons in the mountains were countered by his human fire. The dragon race's water creatures were countered by his top-notch dragon blood. If the Azura race was stared at by his left eye, they would be targeted by the entire Azura world until they were killed. Who would dare to show off in front of the only spiritual root of heaven and earth in the world? If there were no special circumstances, as long as one stood in front of the current human emperor, they would not do anything and would lose 80 to 90% of their strength. What was there to fight? What was there to fight? Thinking about it carefully, even if Zhang Li was not the #1 cultivator in the world now and suppressed everyone's cultivation to the same level, there were not many opponents who could stand in front of him and issue a fair challenge. As for dealing with this thing in front of him, Zhang Li thought for a moment. He had a way to deal with it. Don't you like to suck? Don't I know how to suck too? The current human emperor stomped his foot, and the dense shadows under his feet immediately dispersed, turning into countless broken-wing black mosquitoes. Amidst the buzzing sound, it pounced toward the infinite chaos and inserted the mouthpiece into it, sucking crazily. This was not the end. Immediately after, Zhang Li widened his right eye, and a wisp of blue light flickered. The terrifying anti-cultivation domain followed his gaze and scattered on the infinite chaos in front of him. This time, the thing in front of him was really in trouble. Is my strength so easy to swallow? Spit out as much as you eat. The power of the anti-cultivation domain also followed Zhang Li as he became a golden immortal, and its might rose along the way. Before he became an immortal, it could not work on immortals at all. However, now, the power of this glance was probably not inferior to the drought demon goddess. With a glare, the ball of infinite chaos suddenly shrunk as if its butt had been stabbed. Under the attack of the anti-cultivation domain, not to mention the energy it had just absorbed, even its original strength could not be preserved. A large amount surged out and was absorbed by Zhang Li's shadow black mosquito. Zhang Li was not the kind of villain who had to nurture an opponent to relieve his loneliness. He was not the kind of battle fanatic who would be excited when he saw an expert and would definitely not take advantage of the situation. He had to wait until his opponent reached his strongest state before defeating him to satisfy his desire to fight. Enemies were more reassuring when they were dead. Their strength had to be weakened as much as possible. This time, he brought the divine investiture board here because Zhang Li knew that as the 3 realms and 6 paths continuously approached each other, the power of heaven and earth continuously recovered. The longer it dragged on, the stronger and harder it would be to kill the person in the 12 golden immortal remains when he revived. Therefore, after becoming a golden immortal and being unable to advance further for a short period of time, he deliberately stimulated the other party to revive as soon as possible. It was to nip the enemy in the bud. After suffering the double blow of the shadow black mosquito and the anti-cultivation right eye, the infinite chaos finally seemed to be afraid. It did not dare to continue accumulating strength without any fear. In the blink of an eye, it shrunk into a mass that was too small to measure and suddenly exploded. It even made the current human emperor tumble. What appeared before Zhang Li was the phantom of an old man with his eyes closed. The phantom was covered in 72 colors, but its eyes were trembling and could not open. Zhang Li could tell that this fellow was still in a slumber. He wanted to wake up, but the power of this world was insufficient to satisfy the lowest conditions for him to wake up. This was what Zhongli wanted. If he was not wrong, this old man's phantom was the former sage of the Jade Void Palace. However, without the recognition and love of heaven and earth, he was no longer a sage. It was a greedy parasite that had completely angered the world's will. As soon as it appeared, the entire territory began to tremble. An angry emotion was transmitted. This world wanted Zhongli to kill him. It was not only the Netherworld, but also the 9 provinces, the Azura world, and even a few other faint world wills. It was the voice from the heavenly realm. Earth realm. Heavenly God Dao. Beast Dao. Hungry Ghost Dao. It was the voice of the other 5 worlds in the 3 realms and 6 paths. 887 Replication, 1. In fact, the Hell Dao and the Netherworld had not really separated back then. Therefore, they could preserve a chance of survival with a few immortals and gods in the cultivationless age and the spiritual root of heaven and earth. The former 3 realms and 6 paths had actually split into 8 great worlds. Zhongli had been to 3 of them and they were already in his hands. As for the other 5, he still did not know what they looked like. Now, relying on the 3-colored 9th grade merit lotus above his head, Zhongli finally heard the voices from the 5 worlds. Clearly, they had not fused again. There were even hostile relationships between a few worlds. They would attack each other when they had the chance. However, even under such circumstances, as soon as the phantom in front of him appeared, it immediately attracted the wrath of the 8 great worlds of the 3 realms and 6 paths. It could be seen how much the primordial heavenly Dao hated these sages back then. Zhongli had reason to suspect that the 3 realms and 6 paths were still unwilling to fuse together. Was very likely because these 8 great worlds had sensed that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, the sage, had not completely died. Once the primordial world was formed again, the sages would definitely make a comeback. The destruction of the great Dao of heaven and earth would be meaningless. Therefore, only by killing all the sages could the 8 worlds reunite. The effects of the heavenly lightning, earth fire, and yin wind on the heavenly lord of primordial beginning were extremely limited. Under the circumstances that they were helpless against this fellow, the 8 wills of heaven and earth actually directly issued an order to Zhongli through the merit golden lotus, or rather, they conveyed their intention to request. At this moment, Zhongli was the heavenly punishment sharp saber that the will of heaven and earth in the 8 worlds used to kill the phantom of the sage. I can be considered to be punishing the thief on behalf of the heavens, right? Zhongli shook his head and smiled bitterly, but his expression quickly returned to a serious expression. How could this enemy that even the primordial world could not completely eliminate with a single self-destruction be easy to deal with? Zhongli took a deep breath, and his figure that held the human emperor's battle halberd in reverse vanished on the spot. He surrounded the phantom in front of him, his figure flickering back and forth without any pattern. Thick killing intent enveloped the other party. The human emperor's battle halberd in his hand was ready to be used. The dangerous sharpness pointed at the sage phantom at all times. At any time, he would send the sharp blade into the Jade Void Palace master's body. This feeling of being enveloped by fatal danger was enough to make any creature fear until their heart stopped and their soul collapsed. That feeling would not weaken even if he dug out his eyes and deafened his ears. Even if an expert could overcome the instinct rooted in the depths of their soul, at the very least, they would tense their bodies and deal with the attack that might arrive at any time. That instinct should not be able to be disguised. However, the phantom in front of him still maintained its dignified appearance. It floated in hell and did not move. Zhongli tested it a few times and discovered that the other party was indeed in a deep sleep. Before the 6 paths of the 3 realms returned, he would probably not wake up. Logically speaking, such a sleeping enemy should be safe. However, as a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, Zhongli noticed that a dense layer of cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead at some point in time. It turned out that the probing earlier did not scare the other party. On the other hand, Zhongli was shocked by that motionless fellow. He was afraid before the battle. The current human emperor could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that his temperament still needed to be tempered. However, this was actually understandable. After all, he was a sage. Even if he was a former sage, how many people in the world dared to show him their hostility? After a long period of mental preparation, he repeatedly emphasized to himself that he was a man with an undying body and an indestructible soul. No matter how powerful the other party was, even if he could not win, he should not die. After repeatedly confirming this, Zhongli picked up a little confidence. He raised the human emperor's battle halberd high, and endless human power gathered on it. Then, a black and white great ultimate stone disc appeared on his forehead. The power of great ultimate that came from the human emperor, Fuxi, was mobilized by him, and the entire 18 levels of hell were affected. With the human emperor's battle halberd as the boundary, it was cut into 2 areas, one white and one black. Great ultimate. Yin-yang separation. The black and white line instantly split into 2. Be it the boiling sea of copper soup below or the thick metal steam above, they were instantly torn apart by this halberd. Even the 18th level of hell was divided into 2 pieces like tofu. From the cut gap, a large amount of copper soup flowed out and splashed into the void, condensing into strange copper lumps. This was the strongest attack Zhongli could unleash so far. In terms of the great ultimate principle, 100 years did not allow him to improve much. However, the power of the human emperor was different. The population of the current 9 provinces was more than 10 times higher than 100 years ago. From the big cities to the small villages, they were far more prosperous than before. Moreover, as the providence increased, the physiques of mortals began to slowly approach the ancient humans. The power of the human race that could be provided to the current human emperor naturally rose as well. Just counting the power of the human race, it was more than 20 times stronger than back then. 888 Replication, 2. If the human race could have been so prosperous before the divine investiture tribulation, even if the 2 sages and the heavenly court wanted to attack the human emperor's lineage, they had to have more reservations. Unfortunately, humans themselves had ruined the providence of the human race. King Zhou wanted to calm the chaos, but he was labeled as cruel and violent. They all mobilized their troops to suppress him. In the end, everything was destroyed by a group of guys who only knew the small benefits in front of them and did not care about the future of the human race. Now, Zhongli carried this force and brandished a halberd that surpassed a golden immortal. However, when the line that separated yin and yang landed on the phantom, Zhongli's pupils constricted. In the next moment, the vision in his left and right eyes distorted and deviated strangely. It was so strange that the world seemed to be twisting in different directions. It was not until his left eye saw his right eye that he saw his left eye. That was because the current Zhongli had already been neatly cut into 2 from the middle. The 2 bodies floated in the air and twisted. Only then did the strange angle of 2 eyes looking at each other appear. With a thought from Zhongli, a large number of blood threads spewed out from the huge wounds on both sides of his body. They intertwined and pulled at each other. Soon, the 2 halves of the body were pulled back together tightly. When his body was combined, the line that split his entire body into 2 instantly healed. Zhongli immediately covered his vital points with lingering fear. Although it did not hurt much just now, it was really terrifying. He checked carefully. After confirming that the key parts had been perfectly pieced back together, he felt relieved. Then, he stared at the phantom in front of him even more warily. What happened just now? He carefully recalled the scene before he was cut open. To be able to cut him into 2 so symmetrically, the familiar smooth feeling was as if he had used the great ultimate yin-yang separation just now. What did he do? It was clearly his own attack, but the instant it struck the other party, the phantom did something to avoid Zhongli's attack and instead made him feel full. Zhongli did not see how the other party attacked. However, the phantom had clearly attacked him just now, but at this moment, it lay there without moving at all. He stared at the other party for a long time but still did not find any flaws. Should he try attacking again? The immortal slaying flying sword stretched out a sword tip from between his brows, but before it shot out, he retracted it. After thinking about it, Zhongli did not use any powerful abilities. Instead, he slowly approached and tried to punch the phantom in the chest. That was the basic human fist. Under the situation of high concentration, everything seemed to have slowed down. He watched as his fist slowly approached the other party's chest. However, just as the fist was about to land on the other party's chest, the former sage phantom instantly moved half a body to dodge the fist. Then, the phantom assumed the same posture. It also threw a basic human punch at Zhongli. Zhongli deliberately did not dodge and used his chest to receive the other party's fist. The power, movements, and tilt of his body were all carved from the same mold. He had long thought of this situation. Therefore, this punch, which was not powerful to begin with, could not cause him any harm. However, when he sensed the 7 waves of force with completely different frequencies coming from his fist, Zhongli's expression became a little strange. These 7 waves of force were exactly the same as the force in his fist. Logically speaking, the hidden force in his fist should not have been seen from the surface. Not to mention that there were 7 completely different forces. Ordinary people might not be able to learn them even if they taught them 100 times. However, he clearly could not even open his eyes and was not struck by Zhongli's fist. However, it could see through all his attacks and completely replicate the 7 special powers inside. This heavenly lord of primordial beginning is really impressive. Zhongli narrowed his eyes. The muscles and bones behind him surged, and soon, 3 heads and 8 arms grew out. On each of the 8 arms, there were completely different forces, such as the 9 nether, the dragon race, the human fire, the ghost lantern flame, and so on. Moreover, the 8 hands bombarded the other party with 8 different killing techniques. Blood Fiend Divine Art. 8 Arms Smash. These combat techniques came from the beast blood tattoo that Zhongli had once tattooed on his body. Demonic Ape, Dragon Tortoise, Purple Vine Leopard, and so on. The blood fiend of the demonic Azura race contained the killing power engraved in their instincts. Every time the 8 arms attacked, they would change their style again and continue to attack. Moreover, there was no pattern to speak of. Every attack contained 8 different energies and 8 different moves. The incomparably ferocious 8-armed combat technique pounced at the other party like a storm. However, what was surprising was that the phantom could always assume various postures and dodge his fist by a millimeter. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, a total of 15 breaths passed. Zhongli's 8 arms had already launched more than 10,000 attacks. What was puzzling was that such an attack that was suddenly like the wind and dense like rain could not even be dodged by a speck of dust. It should have been beaten into nothingness by him long ago. However, Zhongli just could not touch a corner of the other party's clothes. When he finally stopped and gasped for breath, the primordial beginning phantom opposite him began to move again. The phantom also bowed, its back bulging. At the same speed and posture, it grew 3 heads and 8 arms. After that, they actually attacked Zhongli with exactly the same fierce moves. Supposedly, only the current human emperor could master the power of the 9 nether, the human fire, the ghost lantern cold flame, and many other powerful energies. In the beginning, the current human emperor could barely dodge and parry. However, the moves he could use did not stipulate that he could definitely dodge them. After persisting for a few breaths of time, the Rama palm that carried the blood chi of Azura was firmly imprinted on Zhongli's head. He was hit hard. This caused Zhongli's rhythm to be disrupted, but the other party's attacks did not stop. More and more attacks landed on his body like raindrops. There were a total of 88,000 moves unleashed. Zhongli endured more than 60,000 of them in a row. 15 breaths later, the beating stopped. Zhongli, who was sent flying with a nosebleed, could only be helpless and generous. The power of his moves was quite good. The current human emperor at least had an undying soul and body. At the very least, he did not have the ability to kill himself. As for this sage phantom, it clearly had the chance to be ruthless in the consecutive strikes just now. However, it did not do that. It was still almost 1-to-1, perfectly replicating his moves. He did not know the reason, but this was troublesome enough. His moves could not injure the other party, but he would be beaten up by the other party with his own moves. This situation was a little embarrassing no matter what. A few breaths later, the sorry state on his body disappeared. After calming down, he rushed forward again and attacked crazily with all his methods. Any ability should have its limit. Zhang Li felt that as long as his speed was fast enough and his moves were complicated enough, there would always be times when his opponent could not see through him or could not see through him in time. As long as he caught the flaw, he could find a chance to defeat and kill this sage phantom. However, for some reason, no matter how hard he tried or how exquisite and powerful his moves were, he could not hit his opponent no matter what. Then, his moves were learned by the phantom and completely returned to his body. It was fine to be beaten up until they looked a little more miserable. However, in this intense battle, unknowingly, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning phantom actually became corporeal and complete bit by bit. Moreover, its body and appearance were slowly transforming into the current human emperor. 889 Formless Immortal Heart, 1. After the fragile 18th level of hell was broken several times, it spontaneously froze all the copper soup. It turned the entire hell into a flat and thick brass ground. Unfortunately, that was useless. The continuous collisions that far exceeded the level of ordinary golden immortals were not something that the fragile 18 levels of hell could withstand. The two figures collided with the barrier and fell into the endless void. The aftershock of the battle streaked through the air, flickering with resplendent light. However, the light belt behind Zhang Li was scattered and radial. The belt of light behind the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings phantom stretched into the endless void as if there was no end. It looked like Zhang Li's attack was more interesting to watch. However, in fact, that was because the methods of the current human emperor had never really hit the other party from the beginning until now. The complete power had turned into a light belt like fireworks, so it was naturally as beautiful as a wonder in the world. If some geniuses with excellent comprehension saw it, they might gain epiphany and comprehend something from it, walking to the peak of their lives. On the other hand, Zhang Li was unable to completely dodge the other party's counterattack. Every time those moves and Dao techniques landed on him, after Zhang Li endured most of the power, the aftershock that spread out would naturally show such irregular radioactivity. In the current situation, rather than saying that they were fighting, it was more appropriate to say that Zhang Li was enduring a unilateral beating. If not for the fact that he was more resistant to attacks, he might have already been beaten into a pile of mush. After a long time of stalemate, Zhang Li was sent flying by another secret technique of the dragon race, the divine dragon lightning control true art. This was an ability that he had learned from Ba Xia not long ago. Not only had he not succeeded in using it for the first time, but he had also been smashed in the face. Fortunately, no outsiders saw it. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. In Zhang Zia's memories, I once saw an incomplete inheritance called the Formless Immortal Heart. It means that all things in the world are invisible and formless. If one can throw away their outer appearance and see through their essence, then the divine arts and spell techniques of the three worlds can be used at will. As expected of a former sage. I've learned something new. He wiped away a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. He finally discovered the change in the other party's body. Compared to the ethereal and thin phantom earlier, the current heavenly lord of primordial beginning had already become much more condensed, revealing a semi-corporeal state that was close to jelly. Moreover, his clothes and size had become very similar to Zhang Li. It felt a little strange. Any bit of the power grasped by a dignified sage would not be inferior to the divine art in Zhang Li's hand. However, why did this person keep copying his moves? Moreover, the power of his movements was exactly the same. Although this was very helpless, it was clearly not the best solution in a battle. After dodging Zhang Li's attack, he directly attacked ruthlessly. Even if he was undying and indestructible, it would not be easy at this moment. Shaking his head, Zhang Li shook off this doubt. The problem now was that even if the other party only copied his methods and did not use other abilities, he would still fall into a disadvantage and find it difficult to parry. At the same time, what made Zhang Li even more helpless was that the other party actually had a human emperor's battle halberd in his hand. That formless immortal heart could even replicate artifacts? Or could it be that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning still had something up his sleeve and had not placed it in the inheritance of the Jade Void Palace? In short, not only could the other party perfectly replicate Zhang Li's ability, he could even easily replicate the artifacts he had meticulously nurtured for many years. It caused Zhang Li to not dare to take out his 3 immortal artifacts and divine weapons at all. If the Yin burial coffin, dragon imprisoning lock, and immortal slaying flying sword were also replicated by the other party, Zhang Li would fall into an even worse situation. Even he had to admit defeat to such an opponent. As expected of the former primordial world's sage. The rules of heaven and earth are no different from turning your palm to observe the patterns in your eyes. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning might not be able to master Zhang Li's many abilities, but he could instantly see through them. The effect he imitated was enough to make it difficult for the current human emperor to tell the difference. It was obvious that he could not defeat his opponent with normal methods. He thought of some other methods. Don't you want to learn from me? Let's see how long you can learn. After spending some time adjusting his condition, the sage phantom did not take the opportunity to attack. It only floated quietly on the spot. After approaching the other party again, Zhang Li persevered and attacked. However, his style had already changed drastically this time. He punched out again, but the phantom easily dodged it. This punch was extremely powerful. Compared to the previous attack, not only was it not outstanding at all, it even seemed abnormally inferior in all aspects. This was simply not a punch that a golden immortal should throw. This was simply like a mortal who had never cultivated before suddenly eating a spiritual fruit of heaven and earth and becoming an immortal. That was why he could throw such a clumsy punch. As everyone knew, ordinary combat techniques pursued faster, stronger, and more accurate targets. Use the least amount of strength to unleash the greatest effect. The less expenditure, the better. The greater the power, the better. On this basis, there were other changes that could confuse the enemy, penetrate the defense, and lasting damage. However, at this moment, Zhang Li's punch was utterly unrelated to those aspects. It was simply the opposite. He was using 100% or even 1000% of his strength to produce a 1% effect. 890 Formless Immortal Heart, 2. Even the lowest level Qi refinement cultivator would not learn such a combat technique. To most people, it was a punch without any value. However, Zhang Li wanted to see if this fellow in front of him would copy anything as long as he used it. The other party's strength came from the remains of the 12 golden immortals and had been exhausted by Zhang Li's 18 levels of hell for so long. Compared to him, the current human emperor with infinite energy, as long as he dragged the other party into a war of attrition, he could exhaust the other party. No matter how long it took, he would definitely win in the end. Sure enough, as Zhang Li had expected, the other party also threw a weak punch at him. This punch was shocking. A torrent of immortal Qi rushed past him. The energy that could originally shatter half of the 9 provinces continent was like a breeze on his face, not causing any damage. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning phantom really learned such a punch. Zhang Li immediately knew what to do and cursed himself for being inflexible earlier. He had wasted so much time. If the other party had such a flaw, there were more opportunities to use it. The fist swung again. However, as soon as he punched out this time, his entire arm wriggled and swelled irregularly. After he punched out, a ball of blood mist directly exploded. This punch was also not very powerful, but strangely, it carried a magical effect of injuring the enemy and damaging himself. When Zhang Li swung his fist, the 5 elements that were originally perfectly fine were suddenly reversed, and it became the suppression of the 5 elements. Reversing the 5 elements in his body was probably something that even the King of Hell did not dare to do. Since his fist could not injure the other party, he could just let him injure himself. In a flash, he invented a move with astonishing power. With the current human emperor's understanding, it was not difficult to temporarily create such a skill. Just as he had expected, after the other party punched out, the semi-corporeal arm suddenly exploded. After fighting for so long, he finally suffered some injuries. Although it could not be said to have been personally injured by Zhang Li, it was still an improvement after all. This success increased Zhang Li's confidence. There was indeed a flaw in the sleeping sage phantom. Then, he continued to work hard. Soon, another self-destruction skill with extremely terrible power was created in his mind. The self-destruction skill of a golden immortal was a terrifying thing. However, this self-destruction did not target the enemy first. The most important thing was to make himself unlucky. Self-destructing by burning the 3 flowers could cause a certain degree of impact damage to the enemy. As for its power, it was probably slightly stronger than his casual punch. The side effects of this move were also very direct. It exploded the 3 flowers on his head. No matter who it was, even a sage would lose half their life. 3 flowers gathering. Explode. Zhang Li raised his hand and directly removed the 3 flowers on his head, and then he threw them over simply and crudely. The stem of the 3 flowers on the top turned into a fuse, finally sending out the 3 flowers on the top of the 1,750 petals. Along with a gorgeous explosion, Zhang Li felt his chest tighten and he felt dizzy. He could not muster any strength in his body. He swayed and was about to fall to the ground. The huge loss of the 3 treasures made him instantly dispirited and unable to endure the burden. Fortunately, his current 3-colored merit lotus had all become 9th grade. The recovery speed of the 3 treasures was countless times faster than when they were 1st grade. Under the effect of the status panel, the 3 flowers above his head quickly formed again. Through the vast power of virtuous merit, he absorbed the power of the 3 worlds and quickly recovered. In just a few breaths, he had already recovered some of his energy. It was only a matter of time before he completely recovered. Zhang Li, who had recovered from his shock, was waiting for the other party to do the same. With this self-destruction, he, who had the confidence to recover, would fall into a period of weakness. If the other party self-destructed like him, he would at least lose half his life. However, what made him frown was that the same 3 flowers did not self-destruct for a long time. Zhang Li suddenly had an ominous feeling. With a wave of his hand, golden, red, and green balls of energy that represented Zhang Li's 3 treasures were summoned back and put into the coffin. This was because it was his energy to begin with. Even if he self-destructed and left his body, he could use it easily. Without the obstruction of the 3-colored energy, the figure that was at least 80 to 90% similar to him was revealed. 3 flowers appeared above the figure. One hand moved to remove them, but his movements inexplicably stopped. When he saw that face, Zhang Li's pupils constricted. The sage phantom was already extremely condensed. Most importantly, the tightly closed eyes actually opened a crack. Only then did Zhang Li come to a realization. No wonder the other party's actions had always been so strange and had always been imitating him. It turned out that the other party's goal was not to fight at all. It was similar to the old method of avoiding the 3 calamities of becoming an immortal. The 3 realms and 6 paths were unwilling to let the sages return. As a result, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning could not even open his eyes and could only be forced to maintain his sleep. But what if he was no longer a sage? At the very least, in the senses of the 3 realms and 6 paths, what if he was no longer a sage, but another identity that the will of heaven and earth loved? Could he wake up? Therefore, the goal of all the imitations earlier was not to kill Zhongli, but to imitate and replace him. Now that he opened his eyes a crack, it meant that the other party had gradually woken up from her sleep. He could already control his actions to a certain extent. He was no longer the brainless clone from before. It seemed that the self-destruction would not continue. Zhongli had been too smart for his own good. In the end, he had still been tricked. Oh no! Zhongli watched helplessly as the other party raised the fake human emperor's battle halberd. The familiar great ultimate power was used by the other party. That fellow had already begun to leave the stage of pure imitation and could freely use all the abilities Zhongli had used before. Zhongli hurriedly urged the great ultimate stone disc between his brows to transform into a yin-yang Taiji symbol in front of him. However, because of the self-destruction just now, he fell into a weakened state of 1,750 breaths. The Taiji symbol seemed a little thin. The slash that separated yin and yang landed on the Taiji symbol. The endless power pushed him back continuously. In the end, it even crashed through the edge of the netherworld and landed in the immeasurable Aeon domain that he had come to when he broke through to the golden immortal realm. There was no air here, not even space. If he wanted to move even an inch here, he needed the support of powerful cultivation. The phantom of a sage disguised as Zhongli followed closely behind. He continuously used Zhongli's moves, causing him to not have a moment to catch his breath. The weak Zhongli was unable to counterattack. The more he moved, the more the other party would learn. The more the sage phantom looked like him, the more it might even replace his identity in the three worlds. The outcome would be unthinkable. Zhongli, who could only use the great ultimate power to continuously defend, fell into an absolute passive state. Time passed bit by bit as everything fell into a stalemate. More strength suddenly surged into the three flowers above Zhongli, and a piece of information appeared in his mind at the same time. It was not only the three worlds that gave him the merit lotus flower. The 8 worlds of the 3 realms and 6 paths transmitted their strength to him at the same time to help Zhongli recover. Moreover, the 8 worlds sent a message that led him to a place. It was as if there was something there that could kill this former sage. After another collision, the great ultimate light shield in front of Zhongli was shattered. When the aftershock of the energy dissipated, the appearance of both sides had already become identical. However, this time, it was not the sage phantom that became like Zhongli. It was Zhongli who took the initiative to become like the other party. This was the Mirror Immortal's innate ability, Mirror Immortal Transformation. Wasn't it just learning? If you could learn from me, why couldn't I learn from you? I'll learn from you. Let's see how you can still learn from me. Zhongli did not take the initiative to attack this time. He pushed the Mirror Immortal Transformation with all his might to imitate his opponent. What move did the Sage Phantom use? It was still the same as before. The innate ability of the Mirror Immortal was naturally not as powerful as the unreasonable replication ability of the other party's formless immortal heart. However, the other party was using his own ability to begin with. It was much simpler to replicate it again. The divine arts and moves used by both sides were exactly the same. They continuously cancelled out each other in the immeasurable Aeon domain. Zhongli finally successfully stopped the other party from continuing to become him. Under his guidance, he flew towards a certain place in the immeasurable Aeon domain. 891, Buzhu Mountain, 1. In the immeasurable Aeon domain, 2 resplendent streaks of light were constantly chasing and colliding. Right now, Zhongli did not even bother to control his body. Even if he had a better chance to counterattack, he endured it and did not attack. This was because he knew that under the unreasonable formless immortal heart of the other party, no matter how big the flaw was, he could not hit the other party at all. That was only a trap deliberately set up by the other party for the sake of letting Zhongli break his Mirror Immortal Transformation. Zhongli, who had already suffered a loss, was naturally unwilling to be tricked again. Now, the best solution was to choose to remain unchanged and use the mirror immortal transformation to let the sage phantom that had transformed into him fight with the mirror. Even if he could not win, at the very least, he could not let the other party continue to get what he wanted. However, even so, the power of the formless immortal heart was far greater than the mirror immortal transformation. In a battle that surpassed ordinary golden immortals, although it was very difficult to want, if a golden immortal competed in rock-paper-scissors with his reflection in the mirror, even the mirror in the mirror might not be able to react. Therefore, Zhang Li was still struck repeatedly and was at a disadvantage. If not for the fact that his body and soul were undying and indestructible, he would have lost countless times. In this place without air, light, or even space as support, there was no such thing as direction. If one did not have enough strength, even if they were here, they could fly in a fixed direction for 10,000 years. In the end, he might still be walking on the spot. The only ones who could move freely here were the golden immortals who had their own small world in their bodies. Only by releasing a small world and supporting the space and direction in an area could they advance here. In the beginning, Zhang Li was not familiar with this method. It was only under the guidance of the other party that he completely grasped it. The power of the two experts who easily surpassed golden immortals slashed through the void as they fought, getting farther and farther away from the netherworld. About a month later, a barrier in another world was suddenly shattered. Two figures came from somewhere and smashed into this world. After a month of fighting in the immeasurable Aeon domain, even golden immortals and above had exhausted their immortal qi greatly. They felt both mentally and physically exhausted. Both sides separated slightly and gasped violently. Even the breathing and frequency were identical. At this moment, the unique rules of heaven and earth enveloped down. Zhang Li felt his throat constrict, and it was as if he had a severe allergic reaction. His swollen throat completely blocked his esophagus, and even his breathing became abnormally difficult. He sensed that his throat was almost completely blocked. Under such circumstances, not to mention eating, it was probably difficult to even survive. Zhang Li raised his head in confusion and looked around. He was certain that he had never been to this world. The sky here was grey and lifeless. Floating in the sky was not rain clouds that could moisturize the soil, but thick dust and smoke. It blocked out the possible sunlight above, making it even harder to live. Under his feet was a vast and flat ground. At a glance, one could see the despairing barrenness. The endless gobi was covered in thick sand. Even the most tenacious weeds faced extreme difficulty surviving in such a land environment. Not to mention other precious crops like food and fruit trees. Even the golden rice grains would probably not sprout on this medium-sized land. In this world, even 1,000 acres of land could not support a family of two. After using his Dharma eyes to scan this world a few times, Zhang Li had already roughly guessed the situation here. After seeing a few skinny humanoid creatures spitting flames, he was even more certain. This world was none other than one of the lower three paths of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the hungry ghost Dao. In another large world of the 3 realms and 6 paths, a place that he could not find in the past, he accidentally found this place today. With a thought from Zhang Li, he formed 2 strange seals, and an arrow made of the 9 nether wood appeared in his hand. At the same time, he sensed the other end of the hungry ghost Dao's reincarnation well. As long as he threw this samsara token arrow in, it could create a connection with the netherworld and put the hungry ghost Dao back into the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, the other party clearly would not give Zhang Li such a free opportunity. After taking a breather, he charged towards the current human emperor. His eyes opened a little more than usual. His movements became even more agile. Even if he only used Zhang Li's methods, it still gave him an extremely wonderful feeling, and it was actually even more perfect than Zhang Li himself. He was beaten back step by step and could only rely on his undying body to endure, making him extremely depressed. In the endless collision, the barren continent of the hungry ghost Dao was shattered. Those hungry ghosts that were already very miserable died in this calamity. Fortunately, the samsara token arrow that Zhongli threw on the ground came alive. It transformed into a nimble 9-nether-wood dragon and swayed its elegant figure as it threw into the reincarnation well. Through the power of the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9-nether-wood, it connected this world to the netherworld. Fortune and calamity depended on each other. These dead hungry ghosts might be the luckier ones. 892 Buzhu Mountain, 2. After they died this time, they would no longer only reincarnate endlessly in the hungry ghost Dao. Their souls would be accepted by the netherworld. After walking through the Yellow Springs Road, they would undergo another 200 trials and be able to reincarnate in peace to other better worlds. The two wreaked havoc in the hungry ghost path for a month. A month later, Zhongli and the other two collided out of the hungry ghost Dao. He continued to walk into the distance. Perhaps because the cultivationless age had ended, the 3 realms and 6 paths were attracting each other and slowly approaching. Their luck was not bad. After an unknown period of time, they crashed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Ghost Dao, the Beast Dao, and the Azura Dao. There were also many other small worlds formed by the shattered space of the primordial world in the netherworld and earth realm of the 3 realms. In their collision, a few fragile small worlds were even directly destroyed. In the end, Zhongli, who was unwilling to waste resources, resisted the other party's attack and put them all into his small world. The world they passed through could only withstand their power in the last place, the territory of one of the 3 realms. As expected of a continent formed from the Pangu true body, the rocks and soil in this world were extremely sturdy. Even the most ordinary small mountain could actually withstand several battles of today's level without collapsing. In the 9 provinces, even an ancient immortal mountain like Tu Mountain could not do it. Perhaps only the Baekhyun mountain of the netherworld could do this. This was because this place was the center and connection of the 3 realms and 6 paths. When this world fused heavily with the 9 provinces, human Dao, and the animal Dao, it would become the once famous primordial world again. With the toughness of this world, not to mention moving mountains and filling seas, the cultivators in the 9 provinces could even change the map. It was impossible to blow up the most ordinary mountain. The mortals of the 9 provinces were unable to recover the strength of some ancient humans, let alone farm here. Only such a place could become a battlefield where golden immortals could fight freely. Previously, due to the great destruction caused by the aftershock of the battle between the 2 sides, every world they passed through would be tainted by heavy negative karma. Although the 2 sides looked identical and the damage they caused was identical, Zhongli could easily remove the negative karma. Every world he passed could escape the entanglement of those troublesome consequences. As for the other party, he was the focus of the 8 worlds to begin with, yet he still dared to destroy it under their noses. At this moment, dark clouds were already surging on his head. However, it was clearly a pipe dream for ordinary heavenly tribulations to deal with the sage phantom. After arriving at the earth realm, the place that Zhongli could vaguely sense in his mind finally became clearer and clearer. It was the ultimate power prepared by the 8 worlds to kill sages. It was hidden somewhere in the world. The territory was vast and boundless, more than 10 times larger than the 9 provinces. However, that could not stop the golden immortal's speed. In that direction, Zhongli quickly saw a mountain that he had never seen before. It towered high into the sky. After the great god Pangu died from exhaustion, his breath turned into wind and clouds. His voice turned into thunder. His eyes turned into the sun and moon. His limbs became the 4 poles of east, west, south, and north. His skin turned to the ground. His blood became rivers, and his sweat became rain. This extremely tall mountain peak was clearly formed from Pangu's male organ. In terms of height, even Baekhyun mountain was far inferior to it. If the 3 realms and 6 paths did not separate, this mountain would probably directly stab into the heavenly realm. In the earliest primordial world, the world was supported by this towering peak. It perfectly explained what it meant to be a real man. However, on the extremely tall mountain peak, there was a huge crack that surrounded the mountain peak and directly cut off the entire mountain. If Pangu knew the final outcome of this mountain, he would probably hold his breath and not die. This is Buzhu Mountain. Zhang Li could be considered to be knowledgeable and experienced. He could still recognize such a famous immortal mountain. Back then, Gong Gong angrily destroyed Buzhu Mountain, causing the world to collapse and a hole to appear in the sky. In his previous life, everyone knew the story of Nuwa mending the heavens. In terms of which mountain could directly connect the earth realm and the heavenly realm, it was only this Buzhu Mountain. But didn't this mountain break long ago? Who brought Buzhu Mountain back? Zhang Li was slightly curious as he carefully stared at the ring-shaped crack. Sure enough, he felt an aura that caused him to be terrified. There's something in that mountain. Something that can kill sages is in that mountain. Through the gap, Zhang Li himself felt an extremely great threat. Even with the infinite Dao soul and Qi Yu's Dao body, Zhang Li did not dare guarantee that he could really endure the aura that was revealed from the gap at this moment. Behind him, the phantom of the sage that had been chasing after him stopped abnormally. Zhang Li immediately realized that he was afraid. It was a good thing that he was afraid. Immediately, Zhang Li could not be bothered about his safety. With a shake of his body, he released the mirror immortal transformation. Then, he mobilized all the strength in his body and used himself as a weapon to collide with the severed mountain peak. The current human emperor had never fought an ancient expert at his peak. However, with his cultivation and foundation, even if he was thrown back to the ancient primordial world, he would definitely be stronger than Gong Gong. At this moment, the Buzhu Mountain had already been broken once and was far from as sturdy as back then. Gong Gong could sacrifice his life to break Buzhu Mountain. Zhang Li could do it too. In fact, he could do the same without dying. However, as if he was really afraid of Zhang Li who could release the thing in Buzhu Mountain, the sage phantom finally could not hold it in anymore. Because he could not catch up to Zhang Li with the same escape light, he used his ability in the end and arrived first. Only then did he catch up to Zhang Li and kick him flying. It was also because he had used his own strength. This caused the sage phantom's body, which was already very close to the corporeal body, to begin to become illusory again. The eyelids that had opened a little closed again. It was indeed not so simple for him to completely disguise himself as Zhang Li and deceive the will of heaven and earth. If he was not careful, all his previous efforts would be wasted. So you're afraid of this? Zhang Li, who had his neck broken by a kick, was overjoyed. Ignoring everything, he pulled his neck back to its original position and continued to collide with Buzhu Mountain. This time, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning Phantom finally did not deal with it so easily. Relying on the formless immortal heart, it was naturally easy for him to dodge Zhang Li's attack. However, such a huge target like Buzhu Mountain could not escape. He was forced to fight Zhang Li head-on. Sometimes, in order to protect Buzhu Mountain, he had to use the Jade Void Palace's divine art to suppress Zhang Li. After a few rounds, one of the phantom's eyes closed. The other eye was only as thick as 12 strands of hair. Human Emperor! How dare you stop my great Dao? Do you know that you've already made a huge mistake? Within 10 moves, I'll definitely capture you. The phantom that had been maintaining silence actually spoke. The voice pierced through Zhang Li's ears and into his brain. It made him feel confused. When he recovered from his shock, a resplendent jade scepter had already appeared above his head. Before he could react, his mind went blank and he was smashed into mush on the spot. The phantom fought with Zhang Li for several months in exchange for 10 free attempts at attacking. However, these were 10 methods of a former sage. Could the current human emperor withstand it? The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning pointed out, and 3 colors of water poured out. One was the golden sunlight divine water, the other was the silver moonlight divine water, and the third was the purple starlight divine water. 3 streams of water carried a dreamlike light as they washed toward the 3 flowers on Zhang Li's head. This was the three lights divine water. 893 The last cultivationless age. 1. The speed of the three lights divine water formed from the three lights of the sun, moon, and stars was extremely fast. Before Zhongli's head, which had been blasted apart by the jade scepter, could recover, it was completely entangled by the three lights divine water. When he came back to his senses, his vision was filled with various colors. The intense light covered his 5 senses and 6 senses, preventing him from sensing everything outside. The only feeling was that he was soaking in endless light. The three lights divine water pierced through the body like light and pierced through the soul, melting everything like water. Zhongli could sense that the immortal spiritual qi, essence, and qi in his body were disappearing at an extremely fast speed. The effect of these three lights divine water was almost not inferior to the yin fire, one of the 3 calamities of immortality. Once he was hit, even a dignified golden immortal would fall into it. In the end, all his cultivation would be washed away and he would become a mortal, or even a weak and mentally challenged mortal. Fortunately, this was the situation that the current human emperor was least afraid of. However, in less than 2 breaths, the three lights divine water that was running around in his body inexplicably lost its strength and completely disappeared. Even the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was extremely surprised by the sudden change. After this period of fighting, Zhongli had truly suffered at least tens of millions of attacks from him. Not to mention knowing everything about both sides, he at least knew 70 to 80% of their methods and combat strength. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning knew that with the current human emperor's toughness, he naturally would not fall so easily. However, the three lights divine water was not an unknown ordinary item. Instead, it made a name for itself with the lives of several golden immortals in the divine investiture battle. Even if ordinary Zenith Heaven golden immortals encountered them now, if they did not have any special divine arts or artifacts, they would probably be unable to escape. However, there was clearly no powerful energy fluctuation in Zhongli's body earlier. He did not execute any special divine arts or spell techniques, nor did he use any powerful artifacts or divine weapons. However, his three lights divine water strangely disappeared without a trace. This method did not make sense at all. Even his formless immortal heart could not see any secret. Even the former sages had never seen or understood such methods, causing the heavenly lord of primordial beginning to be even more serious towards Zhongli. However, after escaping the three lights divine water, Zhongli was still unable to regain his freedom. After using the minus sign behind the status bar to remove the negative status, Zhongli finally saw the surrounding situation clearly. Immediately, another 1,000 auspicious clouds flew over and surrounded him. No matter how much strength struggled in Zhongli's body, it would still be absorbed by the auspicious cloud and be useless. As expected of a sage, this was another top-notch treasure called the Heavenly Celebration Clouds. This cloud was called a Heavenly Dao treasure. It was formed from the righteous Qi in the heart of the great god Pangu. It was not connate and was not for future generations. If it could develop intelligence, it might become another of the 3 pure ones. After Pangu died, this cloud became Dao ancestor Hongjun's protective treasure. After the 3rd lecture ended, the Dao ancestor gave this treasure to the heavenly lord of primordial beginning to protect himself. Once the heavenly celebration clouds were summoned, all evil could be avoided and all techniques could not be touched. It ignored the attacks of any treasure or weapon and was immune to the damage of all divine arts and spells. Only then did Zhongli understand that as the current human emperor, he clearly had the providence of the human race protecting him. However, how could the other party not suffer a backlash after hitting him tens of millions of times? It turned out that it was the effect of the clouds. It seemed that Zhongli had resolved the three lights divine waters method in 5 seconds and indeed messed up the other party's plan. In his anxiety, he even threw out his protective treasure. However, even if the power of the clouds was 100 times more terrifying than the three lights divine water, it would not be much different to Zhongli. 5 seconds. Zhongli was a little anxious. In front of the sage phantom, he could do too many things in 5 seconds. However, that was the heavenly celebration clouds. Relying on the power of the status panel, this was already an unbelievable speed. Otherwise, if he was entangled by this auspicious cloud, he would not be able to break free even after 10,000 years. As he struggled, a pearl filled with chaotic energy smashed towards him. With a sound similar to a watermelon exploding, he could not see anything again. A slight pain came from his soul. Even if he could not see or sense the outside world, he could guess. All kinds of magical and powerful artifacts and unknown sage divine arts smashed into his body. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. What a powerful attack! Even with Zhongli's Qi-Yu body and infinite Dao soul, although he could not die, he was unable to maintain his complete form. He was smashed into pieces by the unknown ball and fell into a daze. Flesh, blood, and souls splattered everywhere like trash. However, under the characteristics of indestructibility, they slowly gathered. His soul was scattered, and Zhongli's logic sank into silence. With his current soul cultivation, he could only maintain a bit of his true spirit consciousness. He did not care about anything else and stared at the status of the heavenly celebration clouds in the status panel. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, exactly 5 seconds passed. The clouds that were tightly wrapped around Zhongli's flesh, blood, and soul suddenly shook. They no longer targeted Zhongli and floated into the air again. 894 The last cultivationless age, 2. However, they did not disappear inexplicably. They spontaneously fused into the ground, as if they had returned to the body of the great god Pangu. Without the suppression of the clouds, the speed at which the flesh, blood, and souls gathered increased greatly. However, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings methods came again. A jade box was thrown out and took away his Dao body that had just gathered and had yet to return to its human form. There was a powerful refinement power hidden inside, enough to turn a golden immortal into a pool of thick blood. The souls and spirits had just gathered together when another glass lamp put his soul into the lamp. This lamp looked ordinary. The price of a lamp was probably only that of a single green note. However, the lamp fire was the most important. There was a ball of gold flames in the lamp. It was called the Myriad Spirit Ancient Yi. This was used to light up the surroundings when sages were talking about scriptures to their disciples. After all, it was a sage preaching. No matter how talented an immortal was, they would not understand 9 out of 10 sentences. At this time, they needed the help of some external forces. For example, under the illumination of the light of the Myriad Spirit Ancient Yi, it could allow a cultivator to directly enter a state of epiphany. If he had lit it for the current human emperor earlier, he might have long walked another path of cultivation. Those illuminated by the lights could enter a state of epiphany at any time. However, even such a treasure required energy and expenditure. If it was put in and lit as lamp wick oil, the effect would be completely different from the outside world. The lamp wick would exhaust one's rationality. Although his soul and body were sufficiently tenacious and undying, this could also suppress his rationality to a very low level. He might only have 7 seconds of memory like some small fish. Once he forgot who he was and where he was, he would never be able to escape from this place until he burned himself to light up others. This included the 3 jade scepter and 3 lights divine water at the beginning, as well as the heavenly celebration cloud. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning attacked exactly 10 times. Without any suspense, he suppressed the current human emperor. Even this sage heaved a sigh of relief. Who is this human emperor? It seems that with Qi-Yu's power, he can't be killed. However, he can actually break through the 3 lights divine water and the heavenly celebration clouds so quickly. How did he do it? But this time, you won't have the chance. The treasure box and the glass lamp were both top-notch artifacts from the primordial world. Logically speaking, with his soul and Dao body sealed separately, there was no hope of escape. The remaining eye of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was only left with 2 cracks. In order to deal with this human emperor, he had paid a considerable price. Fortunately, it was finally resolved. Only then did he look in the direction of Buzhu Mountain. Even as a sage, he felt a lingering fear when he sensed the power sealed in that mountain. This was because it was the power that had killed him and made him lose his position as a sage. It was the natural enemy of all immortals, Buddhas, and supernatural forces, the power of the cultivationless age. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was thinking about how to resolve the final power of the cultivationless age. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed slowly. However, 5 seconds later, the flame on the wick suddenly flickered and extinguished. Yes, even the glass lamp of the Jade Void Palace's sage could not control Zhongli. If he could scatter the consciousness of the current human emperor in 5 seconds, that would be fine. However, as long as Zhongli was given a chance, even a chaotic supreme treasure would fail. As the flames were extinguished, a will came from the lamp. Then, a deep and distant roar sounded from the other side of the mountain. A huge Kunpeng wearing Ba-Xia's tortoise shell collided with Buzhu Mountain. As the treasure of the current human emperor, the Yin burial coffin could also absorb the power of the humans of the 9 provinces like the human emperor's battle halberd. To the Yin burial coffin with Kunpeng's skeleton, there was no longer a need to put the humans in the Yin burial space. Instead, no matter where they stayed, it could absorb the aura and strength of the humans of the 9 provinces. When creatures gathered the power of life, when accumulated, it was a terrifying power that could destroy the world. With the power of the Yin burial coffin's Kunpeng, it collided with the Buzhu Immortal Mountain. The sage phantom still wanted to stop it. However, another crack appeared on the glass lamp in his hand. Zhongli was about to escape. The remaining opportunity for the sage phantom to attack was already insufficient to suppress Zhongli again. In that case, blocking a collision was useless. The sage phantom could only grit its teeth and throw the jade box and lamp that sealed Zhongli to Buzhu Mountain. He used his divine art escape technique and fled into the distance. One had to know that even a sage could not force a sage to escape. This was only because he had encountered a power that could truly consign him to eternal damnation. The armored Kun crashed into Buzhu Mountain. With an explosion that surpassed the limit of human ears, Buzhu Mountain broke again along the crack. The giant armored Kun formed by the Yin burial coffin wailed and fell. From the broken Buzhu Mountain, a white light instantly spread out. The immortal Qi and spiritual Qi floating in the air were directly sucked dry. The nearest coffin was enveloped. It reverted to the coffin state on the spot. A large number of cracks appeared on the 6 coffin boards, and it was immediately heavily damaged. Endless immortal Qi and spiritual Qi quickly surged out from inside. If not for the fact that it was the treasure of the human emperor and had the enhancement of the providence of the human race, it might have directly exploded. Immediately after, the impact of the anti-cultivation aura collided with the treasure box that sealed Zhongli's body and the lamp that contained his soul. The treasure box and lamp shattered one after another, and the current human emperor inside finally escaped. However, as soon as he came out, he suffered the heaviest blow in history. His soul and body directly exploded again. On the status panel, all his attributes had greatly decreased to less than 30% of their original level. Even the small world in Zhongli's chest suffered a serious blow. If not for the fact that the 5 Qi in his chest was sufficiently solid and Zhongli's merit and fortune were deep, he would have fallen below the golden immortal realm at this moment. Zhongli's infinite Dao soul returned to his body, and he could not care less about himself. He hurriedly flew to the coffin and took out a small apricot yellow flag before wrapping it around it. It was one of the Khanate 5-direction flags, the apricot yellow flag. It represented the peerless defense in the world. With the apricot yellow flag, the Yin burial coffin was temporarily free. After Zhongli put it into his small world, he looked in the direction where the sage phantom left. It took more than 3 years to bring you here. I paid such a huge price to restart the cultivationless age. You want to leave now? Aren't you looking down on me too much? The speed at which the sage escaped was extremely fast. He could no longer see the shadow and was about to escape outside the territory. It was naturally impossible for the 3 realms and 6 paths to really start the cultivationless age that swept through all the worlds again. That might kill the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, but their 3 worlds might really perish completely. However, Zhongli naturally had something to rely on to come here. He raised his hand and threw them into the sky, and 9 small jade cauldrons flew into the air. Then, 9 pillars of light appeared in 9 directions. In the 9 provinces, the 9 inverted bronze cauldrons suddenly flipped over in the sky. When they landed, they had already reached the thick ground of the earth realm. The treasure of providence of the human race, the 9 provinces cauldron. The 9 provinces cauldron suppressed space, making the world barrier of the earth realm extremely solid. It was as if the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning had collided with an iron plate. Not only did he not escape, but he was also even shaken to the point of falling back. Human providence was the source of power for the 9 provinces cauldron. This was a providence treasure that was not afraid of the cultivationless age. Standing beside the Bakyan mountain, Zhongli, whose condition was worsening, raised his hand and guided. Every time he attacked, the 9 provinces cauldron would jump 1,000 miles from 9 directions. The suppressed space was continuously compressed, forcing the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning back to the Buzhu mountain area. Soon, the impact of the anti-cultivation aura followed. The sage phantom flickered and became even fainter. Now, he was forced into a corner. If the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning attacked with all his might, he would lose consciousness on the spot and fall asleep again. If he relied on his body's instincts, he would probably be unable to deal with the following situation. However, if he did not attack with his full strength, he would not be able to break through the suppression of the 9 provinces cauldron. If he was pushed back to Buzhu mountain, he would be waiting for death sooner or later. 895 Cultivationless Death Battle, 1. Human Emperor, the Heavenly Dao is so unfair to us cultivators. Why are you stopping me? You have the cultivation of a golden immortal. When the cultivationless age kills me, will you be able to escape? In the end, the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning did not choose to attack the 9 provinces cauldron. Instead, he turned around and stared fixedly at Zhongli through a gap in his eyes. Without me, you're the greatest threat to the Heavenly Dao. You'll be the next to be doomed. Let me leave. After this time, the 3 realms and 6 paths will no longer be able to stop our rise. It's indeed shocking for a rogue cultivator like you to reach your current level. However, the path ahead is not so easy. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, I can also help you in reaching the zenith heaven or even become a sage to share the world with me, the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning. Make a choice. Do you want to die here with me, or do we split into the 3 realms and 6 paths and become sages? The Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning did not have the confidence to break the 9 provinces cauldron and escape. With his current situation, once he attacked, he would fall asleep and be unable to deal with the current human emperor. He could only suppress the pride of a dignified sage and reason with him. He tried to persuade Zhongli with emotions. He even threw out the temptation of pointing at the zenith heaven and sage realms. To sages, anyone who did not enter the profound sect was probably no different from a rogue cultivator. No one knew that it was really extremely difficult to take the last few steps. The current human emperor indeed needed this guidance. However, Zhongli's temperament was extremely firm. How could he let others threaten him? Both sides had long treated the 3 realms and 6 paths as their own. They were clearly mortal enemies, so how could he listen to such nonsense? Moreover, he would not lose. Zhongli did not answer him. However, his silence seemed to be taken as concern and temptation by the other party. This human emperor held a high position at a young age and had unparalleled strength and authority. Such a person must be afraid of death. As long as he had worries, he would definitely choose to escape when he was really about to die. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning believed that he was more accurate in judging people. This was also his last chance at survival. He immediately used his last chance to attack with all his might. An ordinary-looking chain appeared in his hand. Zhang Li originally wanted to dodge, but in the next moment, the chain grabbed his ankle in an extremely mysterious manner. Before Zhang Li could react, the other end of the chain was locked onto the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's ankle. He used his last chance to tie himself to the current human emperor. This is a chain formed by the heavenly rules. Bring me out, or we'll all die here. This meant that he was afraid Zhang Li would escape and trap him in the 9 provinces cauldron. If he wanted to leave, they would leave together. If he died, they would die together. Zhang Li was also stunned. This scene made him feel inexplicably familiar. Not long ago, he had always used chains to wrap around others. This was the first time he had seen someone use chains to wrap around him. Heavenly rules? This chain is really quite sturdy. According to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, this so-called Heavenly Rules chain was actually similar to the rules grasped by the former armored troll queen. Using the rules to form a corporeal body, as long as the rules were not broken, the corporeal body would not be damaged. However, the armored troll queen's rule talent was only superficial after all. This chain was not only made by a sage but also the master of the rules. The heavenly rules here had been observed by the former gods of the divine investiture board for millions of years. For things like rules, the more targets one followed, the stronger the target one followed. The longer they followed, the stronger and indestructible they would become. Although this chain was originally not a chaos connate treasure, its power was no longer inferior. Looking at the status panel, there was indeed an additional status called Heavenly Rules Prisoner Binding. As for the duration, it actually reached an exaggerated 13.5 million years under the power of the anti-cultivation period. In other words, if he did not cheat, Zhang Li would be utterly unable to destroy this chain. What a good chain! The current human emperor pulled the chain on his foot and was not prepared to remove this chain immediately. On the one hand, he quite liked this sturdy chain. If he could connect it to the dragon imprisoning lock, it would probably be very useful. On the other hand, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was afraid that Zhang Li would escape, so how could Zhang Li not be afraid that the other party still had a backup plan to escape? If the top of the 9 provinces could not suppress him, even if only a little bit escaped, it would brew into a calamity in the future. It was best to eliminate such troublesome enemies completely. Then I'll accompany you to the end. This situation of binding the enemy with chains made him inexplicably excited. Wasn't this his forte? This was the first lesson Zhang Li learned after becoming his master's disciple when he was still weak back then. There was no way out. No matter who his opponent was, even if it were a former sage, he had to rush up and punch him. Zhang Li skillfully wrapped his calf around the Heavenly Rules chain a few times, and then he kicked back forcefully. As expected of a chain formed from the Heavenly Rules, the feeling was really not bad. Even if Zhang Li's strength had fallen to less than 30%, it was still extremely terrifying. 896 Cultivationless Death Battle, 2. The heavenly chain suddenly tightened and ruthlessly pulled the sage phantom opposite him over. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, who had completely transformed into his original appearance and his rationality was slowly disappearing, did not see the anger he expected from the current human emperor. The last scene in his eyes was actually Zhang Li's excited and bloodthirsty smile. He could not understand. He was already at death's door. What was there to be excited about? As Zhang Li's fist landed on the other party's face, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's consciousness fell asleep again. Only the instincts of the phantom remained as it continued to rely on the formless immortal heart to collide with Zhang Li. However, this time, he could not easily suppress the human emperor. After being bound by the chains, the current human emperor suddenly had inexplicable bravery. As long as it was within the bound range of the chains, it was Zhongli's absolute domain. Furthermore, he continuously deliberately rolled the chain to shrink the distance. No matter how powerful the formless immortal heart was, it could not dodge. After being struck by Zhongli's punch, the inverted domain of the Baekyan mountain was activated. It clearly contained an extremely terrifying force, but it was not sent flying by such a punch. On the contrary, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's face seemed to have been sucked into his fist. He did not have the slightest chance to release his strength and completely absorbed the power of Zhongli's fist. As long as Zhongli's fists touched it, what greeted his opponent would be an airtight and smooth combo. The sleeping phantom of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was almost unable to fight back. Unfortunately, he was actually not much better. Bang! Before he could finish the ancestral Dragon 9 Tribulation Slaughter combo, a ball of immortal chi exploded with a large amount of flesh and blood, splattering everywhere. The originally powerful and obedient immortal chi in his body became a bomb that could explode at any moment. The sudden change interrupted Zhongli's satisfying combo. His entire body was heavily injured again and almost fell to the ground. There was not a single piece of good flesh on his entire body. The holy spiritual light of a golden immortal in his entire body became extremely mottled. Only then did he truly realize the terror of the cultivationless age. Even if he was in that period, he would not have had an easy time. The battle under the chains looked intense, but what really caused them the greatest damage was the power of anti-cultivation. Zhongli's methods were interrupted, but he did not suffer the other party's counterattack. This was because the heavenly lord of primordial beginning had also suffered a full blow from the cultivationless age. Now, it depended on whose life was tougher and could last longer. Time passed bit by bit. The auras of both sides locked by the chains continuously fell. In the 9 provinces, the immortal chi and spiritual blood that everyone could not fight for came here to continuously waste natural resources and evaporate into thin air. Zhongli possessed the infinite Dao soul and the Qi Yu body. Both of them were peerless talents throughout the eras. Even if he really experienced another 200,000 years of the original cultivationless age, he was confident that he would not die. However, the drop in cultivation was unavoidable. The 3 flowers on his head were condensed from the merit lotus flowers. As long as Zhongli did not take the initiative to delete the status, his incomparably vast essence, qi, and spirit would not disappear. It could ensure that his foundation would not be lost. However, because he had never triggered the status for the 5 qi in his chest, they would not receive this treatment. If they suffered too much destruction, they would dissipate. Now, only the apricot yellow flag, one of the connate 5-direction flags, was holding up inside. With this defensive treasure that did not belong to him, enduring most of the damage caused by the anti-cultivation method, the pressure on the small world in his body was not too great. However, the 49 Earth Surge golden lotuses summoned by the apricot yellow flag were slowly withering. If it took a little longer, the small world that had just formed in his body might be scattered by the power of the anti-cultivation world. Without the small world in his body, his realm would fall from a golden immortal to a heaven immortal. A small world that had not invested much effort in management was gone. With the 3-colored 9th grade merit lotus flower, it was not too difficult for Zhongli to refine it again. What made his heart ache the most was the 5 qi in his chest. Among the 5 qi, there was the Nuwa Earth Mother Qi, the 9 Netherwood Spiritual Qi, and the Human Fire. These 3 were easy to find. One was from his Dao companion. As long as he needed it, his childhood sweetheart, Shen Shan Kai Hua, would not hesitate at all. The second and third were Zhongli's own. As the last spiritual root of heaven and earth and the human emperor who could not have appeared in this era, he could basically obtain things that others could not. However, the connate metal was extracted after sacrificing the immortal binding rope, and the 8 desolate water spirit was from the 8 desolate spring. For these 2 qi, Zhongli directly destroyed 2 prehistoric treasures. If he lost these 2 forces, where could he find two metal and water attribute chi of the same level? However, now was not the time to feel heartache. For the sake of the people of the world, as the current human emperor, he gritted his teeth and endured. Under the power of the cultivationless age, other divine arts and Dao techniques could not be used at all. The only reliable thing now was his passable brute force. Zhang Li could only pick up his fists and continue to attack the sage phantom desperately. As long as he could make the heavenly lord of primordial beginning collapse a second faster, he would suffer fewer losses. In order to deal with him, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning had lost the heavenly celebration clouds. Compared to Zhang Li, who had the apricot yellow flag, he should not be able to last long. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After the 7th day, the sage phantom no longer reacted. The phantom was even thinner. Under Zhang Li's increasingly weak fist, a ball of spiritual light would erupt with every strike. The human figure was gradually beaten into a ball. However, sages were so difficult to kill. As long as this ball of spiritual light did not completely die in this cultivationless age. Once he was given a chance to escape, Zhang Li believed that as the spiritual chi of heaven and earth slowly recovered, this fellow would definitely come out again. He could only endure the pain all over his body and continue to attack the heavenly lord of primordial beginning phantom. At this moment, a large number of cracks had already appeared in the small world in his body. It began to leak out energy, matter, and the power of the world. Every 15 minutes, he would lose the 100 years of bitter cultivation of ordinary golden immortals. Zhang Li was still unmoved and continued to persist. 10 days, 20 days. 49 days later. In the small world in Zhang Li's body, the 49th Earth Surge Golden Lotus completely withered. The apricot yellow flag that was passively protecting everything suddenly ignited a fire at the same time. The power on it was quickly disappearing. The final Khanate 5 Elements flag was also destroyed today. There was only a fist-sized ball left. Zhang Li sighed and took out the yin burial coffin wrapped in an apricot yellow flag from his small world. He threw it far away. Since he could no longer defend it, he had to stop the losses in time. Since his cultivation level had fallen, he could not let his human emperor's treasure be completely damaged, right? This swing directly threw the coffin out of the realm. There was also a small world's yin burial coffin inside. After transforming into an armored Kunpeng, it could move freely in the immeasurable yin domain. With the endless energy inside the coffin, it was only a matter of time before it recovered from its current injuries. There was no need for Zhang Li to worry. After sending away the yin burial coffin and losing the protection of the apricot yellow flag, the small world in Zhang Li's chest immediately suffered an even harsher test. If the initial intensity of the attack was hail, after losing the apricot yellow flag, the damage suffered directly turned into a meteor shower. The small world in Zhang Li's body was torn open time and again. The rocks, soil, and rivers inside poured out from the torn hole, and soon, a spiritual mountain was randomly created below. There were also many shiny spirit stones and ores mixed in the gravel. It proved how rich and prosperous Zhang Li's small world was. However, under the power of the cultivationless age, those spirit stones would quickly lose all their spiritual chi and become ordinary jade stones. His rich small world would probably be completely destroyed before long. At this moment, the 9 provinces cauldron around him suddenly emitted a layer of golden light before entering his small world. 897 Death of a Sage, 1. Just as the small world in Zhang Li's chest was about to be torn apart by the power of the cultivationless age, the human treasure, the 9 provinces cauldron, that surrounded him suddenly emitted an even more dazzling golden light of merit. They automatically flew up and entered the small world in his body. These 9 big guys were called cauldrons, but when they were forged back then, they seized all the weapons in the 9 provinces. The size was so exaggerated that it took Zhang Li a long time to fly around a 9 provinces cauldron when he first saw it back then. If it was a mortal, they would probably be unable to walk from one side of the 9 provinces cauldron to the other in their lifetime. It was so large that even if Zhongli knew that the 9 provinces cauldron could suppress space, he was originally unable to put them into such a huge hole in his small world. The small world was like a balloon. If he used an axe to cut a huge hole in it, the small world would probably collapse on the spot. However, he did not expect that at the moment when his internal world was on the verge of collapse and the 5 qi in his chest was about to dissipate, the 9 provinces cauldron would take the initiative to enter. Even if they were piled together, it was still filled to the brim. The 3 small worlds were not directly broken. The 9 provinces cauldron immediately displayed the effect of suppressing space. For a time, it really stopped the collapse of the small world. Immediately after, something even more magical happened. At this moment, the 9 provinces cauldron seemed to have become 9 suns. The golden light on it became denser and denser. Not only did the 9 golden lights maintain the stability of Zhongli's inner world, they even faintly projected that they would gather together and gradually form a brand new 3-legged round cauldron. Before the round cauldron could form, the power emitted stabilized the swaying small world. The large gap torn open by the anti-cultivation storm even showed signs of healing. The 9 provinces cauldron had such an ability. How could he not know as the human emperor? When his consciousness entered the golden light emitted by the 9 cauldrons, he immediately sensed the will of countless humans in the 9 provinces. On this day, all the humans in the 9 provinces, be it the commoners, nobles, peddlers, or beggars, everyone in all walks of life put down everything in their hands on this day. They knelt in front of the human emperor's temple that covered the world and kowtowed sincerely. They did not feel hungry or tired. Even the pregnant woman who was about to give birth, the old man lying on the bed, and the prisoners waiting to be killed did not have the time to worry about themselves. Their hands were tightly holding the wooden tablet bestowed by the current human emperor. In their minds, they repeatedly chanted the human emperor's scripture. This scripture was created based on the status of the human emperor, and it was Zhongli's own human emperor scripture. Every time a mortal chanted it, a trace of incense offerings unique to Zhongli would be born. It was precisely the combined efforts of the humans of the 9 provinces that caused the treasure of the human race to change at this critical moment. This kind of scene where tens of thousands of people were united in subduing the 9 provinces was definitely impossible 100 years ago. This was because the human heart was unpredictable and human nature was different. Even if the current human emperor saved the people of the world and blessed them, acting as a perfect human emperor, mortals were too narrow-minded after all. The old people who had walked 100 miles out of the village could be said to be knowledgeable. They would be the ones to make decisions in neighboring disputes. They would casually fabricate some nonsense and use the method of elders know what they are doing to influence the children in the village for generations. Other mortals might not even have gone out of their village. In the few calamities back then, basically everyone who had seen them died. As for the mortals who were farther away and had not suffered any calamity, they could not figure out what had happened. Without experiencing the pain of being cut, the gratitude towards the hero who saved the world would never be deep enough. If he wanted everyone to be grateful to Zhongli, believe in obeying the human emperor, and even worship Zhongli as the faith of the world, his contribution to saving the world was indeed understandable. However, relying on stories passed down by word of mouth was far from enough. The current human emperor naturally knew the importance of doing good deeds without leaving a name. In 100 years, he had helped nurture more than 20 female immortals in the 9 provinces. Who had he ever muttered to? He had always been carefree and unrestrained. However, as a ruler, a great human emperor who controlled the 3 realms of the 9 provinces, he also knew the role that heroes and role models could play among the mortal people. He also knew that creating a legend could increase the confidence of the people in the ruler and increase the happiness index of mortals. When those people rebelled, the first step of the rebels was to spread rumors to belittle the rulers and shake the hearts of the people. Therefore, for the sake of the prosperity, stability, and prosperity of the 9 provinces, Zhongli still beautified himself. In the past 100 years, other than developing the human race to build the 3 worlds, Fengde City had also placed the construction of the human race's thinking as the most important. They first exterminated the false gods and cults established by ghosts, demons, or some cultivators. After purging all the chaotic faith systems of the humans of the 9 provinces, only the human emperor's lineage was left. To ensure the unity and authority of faith, they sent out the 9 nether clone and left miracles everywhere. Chapter 898 Death of a Sage, 2. Coupled with the strong publicity of Fengde City, they even recruited all the storytellers in the mortal world. After giving them short-term training, they spread the deeds of the human emperor everywhere. The mortals of this era were relatively ignorant. Under the circumstances of absolute authority and absolute violence, if he was diligent, it would only take a few years for Zhongli to become the end of all faith. After that, they even requested all children of suitable age to study. They did not need to learn anything else. However, everyone had to learn the human emperor's legacy as teaching material. It was an exciting and ups and downs story. Clearly, it attracted the enthusiasm of children more than those literary words. He had always seized the ideological education of his childhood to directly reorganize the values of the entire human race in the 9 provinces. After 20 to 30 years, everyone knew the name of the human emperor, the dignity of the human emperor, and the kindness of the human emperor. Apart from that, Zhongli and Galanfran even improved the formula for the Mengpo soup. He did something inside. After drinking the Mengpo soup, there would not be much difference between them. They would forget everything that they should forget. The only thing they would not forget was the human emperor Zhongli and the human emperor's scripture that was engraved in the depths of their souls. After 100 years, the effect could be imagined. In this year, if one did not believe in the human emperor, that was absolute heresy, an ungrateful sinner, and trash that everyone spurned. Human Emperor Zhongli was no longer simply politically correct, he was still the god in everyone's hearts. On this day, the envoy of Fengde City spread the news of the human emperor's expedition to the world. Billions of citizens spontaneously knelt down and prayed for the human emperor. They came to help Zhongli in this way. This could really help him. It was the same for the cultivation world, which was 10 times more prosperous than back then. Be they sincerely grateful or because of the might of Fengde City, they all contributed their strength. Even when they chanted the human emperor's scripture, they could feel waves of strength being sucked away from their bodies. They felt weak but did not hesitate. This was because they knew that the current human emperor must have risked his life to fight an extremely powerful enemy to save them. Now that the human emperor needed to borrow their strength, how could they be stingy? Under endless sincere willpower, the golden light emitted by the 9 provinces cauldron finally condensed into the 10th complete cauldron. This was the treasure of the human race, the cosmic cauldron. Only when the human race was in danger and the people of the world were united could the 10th cauldron condensed from the power of the 9 provinces cauldron be formed. It represented the supreme power of the human race. Blessed by the tens of thousands of humans of the 9 provinces. Added status, blessing of the immeasurable cosmic cauldron. Immeasurable cosmic cauldron, the heaven above, the earth below, and when the universe combines, all things will be born. By controlling the supreme treasure of the human race, the cosmic cauldron, it can suppress heaven and earth, absorb all things, and suppress all living beings. If the human race is not extinct, the universe will not be destroyed. Duration, 7 days, plus. As the golden cauldron appeared, a status appeared in Zhongli's consciousness. There were many statuses on him. Apart from the most common buffs, there were also statuses like the ghost lantern blood tattoo that increased his talent. This was the status that provided him with a powerful incarnation. However, this was the first time Zhongli had encountered the status of directly creating a powerful artifact. The large number of cracks that had been torn open in the small world was recovering at a visible speed. This golden cauldron could actually withstand the cultivationless age of heaven and earth to protect his small world. Feeling the three-legged golden cauldron in the small world, Zhongli felt an extremely powerful and vast force from it. It was even more domineering than him. The three strongest artifacts in Zhongli's hands were the Yin burial coffin, the reincarnation yin-yang grind, and the 8 desolate spring that could stir up the 8 desolate flood. Among them, the reincarnation yin-yang grind was the strongest. Among the many treasures he had seen, the heavenly celebration cloud and the apricot yellow flag were the best. Zhongli had originally thought that it was the strongest power artifact in the current world. However, when he saw the cosmic cauldron, Zhongli realized that he had been ignorant. The pile of artifacts in his hand combined was actually unable to compare to this cosmic cauldron. Even the apricot yellow flag was half a step lower than the cosmic cauldron. This was a treasure condensed by humans after birth and could only exist for 7 days. Moreover, it had a fatal weakness, which was that it needed the support of the faith of all the humans in the world. Once a mighty figure attacked countless mortals and caused heavy casualties to the human race, the power of such a treasure would be greatly reduced, and it might even directly collapse. However, without such circumstances, once the human race's cosmic cauldron appeared, its power would probably not be inferior to the Pangu banner, the Taiji painting, the Eastern Emperor bell, and other Khanate chaos treasures. It was the true peak of the peak. This was the ultimate weapon of the human race. As the current human emperor, his safety was undoubtedly a major event that determined the survival of the human race. Coupled with the boundless reputation he had developed in the human race, this just happened to satisfy the conditions for the appearance of the cosmic cauldron. Fortunately, he had never underestimated those mortal citizens. Otherwise, how could he have such a precious treasure at this moment? He did not care about anything else. Immediately, Zhongli pressed the plus button behind the status of the immeasurable cosmic cauldron. 5 seconds later, this status was fixed. The cosmic cauldron completely condensed and would not ever dissipate. Relying on the faith of the billions of humans and the supreme power of the cosmic cauldron, Zhongli could finally face that terrifying anti-cultivation storm head-on. Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, old things should obediently stay in the dust of history. In this era, we only need the human emperor and not the sages. Zhongli squeezed the fist-sized ball in his hand. The legendary sage was indestructible. Even without the protection of the heavenly Dao and the ability to revive indefinitely, it was still an extremely difficult existence to kill. Especially toward the end, it became harder and harder to destroy. He had been grinding this last ball for a long time, but even under the cultivationless age, the effect was getting slower and slower. According to his speculation, if this continued, it would probably take at least 100 years to completely destroy it. This was already a very short period of time to kill the sage, but Zhongli still felt that it was not enough. Since it was too slow in this place, he would be even more ruthless. Zhongli held the ball and walked towards the broken Buzhu mountain. There was a ball of anti-cultivation rules that did not have a physical body and could not be seen with the naked eye, but it really existed and could make all immortals tremble. This was because the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning had used some method to separate a portion of himself and leave it behind. Due to his threat, the cultivationless age of 200,000 years had not completely ended. Instead, they were gathered in Buzhu Mountain. What was in front of Zhongli were the remaining rules. That rule would kill and expel all supernatural powers. This caused every step Zhongli took, a piece of his body would vanish into thin air. That was because his entire body had an extraordinary top-notch immortal body. He was also not allowed to exist in the cultivationless age. The closer one was to the source of the rules, the greater the damage and pressure they would suffer. His body was annihilated by the power of the cultivationless age. The suppression on his body also increased. With every step that the tall and strong Zhongli took, his figure hunched an inch and shriveled a little. As he got closer, his eyelids drooped and he did not have the energy to open them. His figure was thin and withered, like an old man on the verge of death. The dignified human emperor looked like he was about to die at any moment. However, Zhongli still did not retreat. He reached out shakily. He pressed the last ball of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning into the core of the anti-cultivation rule. The ball that did not react no matter what attack it suffered finally shrunk like a broken stone ball. No. I can't accept this. In the end, with a wail that resounded through the 3 realms and 6 paths, the former sage, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, completely disappeared from this world. From now on, there would only be the human emperor in the world. Chapter 899 Unification of 3 Realms, 1. The former Jade Void Palace Master, the Jade Pure Sage, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, had disappeared in the final cultivationless age. Zhongli, who had finally achieved his goal and was already old and withered like rotten wood, raised his head and collapsed to the ground. Something kept flowing out of his body, causing the current human emperor to become even weaker. Even trembling his eyelids was extremely difficult for him at this moment, let alone standing up again and leaving this damned place. Ordinary mortals could come and go as they pleased without being affected by the power of the cultivationless age. However, at this moment, not to mention that there seemed to be no mortals in the earth realm. Even if there were mortals, they would not have the ability to climb up this almost vertical Buzhu mountain in their lives. Even if it was broken, it would still be extremely towering. No one could save the current human emperor. He could only lie here alone and endure the destruction of a golden immortal by the anti-cultivation storm. Zhongli's chest that was rising and falling with difficulty collapsed bit by bit. The flesh and blood on his body seemed to have lost all their moisture. With any movement, large pieces would fall off and shatter into dust on the ground. Not to mention a living person, he looked even more miserable than a corpse. Even the corpses that had been refined in the incinerator for 3 days and 3 nights were more human-like than him. How long had it been since Zhongli had felt such weakness? If not for the fact that his soul and body were indestructible and defended the last line of his life, the current human emperor would probably have died here. It had to be said that as a sage, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had a deep understanding of the will of the Heavenly Dao. It was just as he had said before he lost consciousness. If he died, Zhongli would be the unlucky one. Originally, logically speaking, the cultivationless age was meant to eliminate sages. In the end, this cultivationless age was preserved to deal with sages who had not completely died. Now, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had completely disappeared. The cultivationless age that was left behind should have disappeared as well. Next was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the accelerated recovery of immortal chi. All living beings in the world welcomed the happy ending of a beautiful future. However, there was a mistake in common sense. The final cultivationless age had yet to end. What was the use of keeping this anti-cultivation technique? The meaning of the world's will was more or less obvious. After those world wills eliminated the greatest threat, they wanted to seize this opportunity to kill Zhongli, the current human emperor. It was a ruthless move to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Regarding this, there was actually nothing much to say. This was because the will of heaven and earth had no emotions to begin with, so how could it be heartless? This was because the current human emperor had already become the top of the world. If this continued, it would not be long before he became the next sage. The will of heaven and earth was naturally unwilling to allow such a thing to happen. Zhongli could actually understand their actions. The only thing that comforted him was that his previous efforts were not in vain. The 3-colored 9th grade merit golden lotus above his head still played a role at this moment. After the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning dissipated, the power of the anti-cultivation method was reduced by 40%. The 9 provinces, the Netherworld and the Azura world did not continue to target him. Instead, they withdrew their strength. However, the reason and method used to deal with him in the other 5 worlds were a little ridiculous. Looking at the status bar, Zhongli discovered the additional status. He did not know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Killed the last evil sage. Obtained, Heavenly Realm, Earth Realm, Heavenly God Realm, Beast Realm, and Hungry Ghost Realm, the favor of the 5 worlds. Your immortal light has transformed into the Grand Unity. The Grand Unity calamity has descended. Added status, Heavenly Human 5 Degenerations. Heavenly Human 5 Degenerations, sullied golden body, withered flower on the top, filthy pores, numbed 5 senses, joyless life. Gain the Grand Unity Immortal Light status after this ends. Duration, 128,600 years, plus. A dignified golden immortal was naturally a heavenly human. This heavenly human 5 degenerations was the calamity when golden immortals transformed into the Grand Unity. The Grand Unity was indefinite and transcendent. It was a true mighty figure who could leave a world and wander alone, looking down on the world. If he wanted to reach this step, he first had to transcend the world and not be bound by the rules of the world. But for the same reason, after transcending, without the restrictions of the rules, it was equivalent to losing the support of the rules. Lifespan, vitality, mind, deo body, and even soul and emotions are all products born under the rules. Once they lost the support of the rules, they would be like rootless duckweed and naturally suffer the 5 degenerations. Only by surviving this Grand Unity calamity that could cause one to die if they were not careful could they truly transcend. From then on, he stood alone in the world and was not afraid of all techniques. Zhongli was really speechless with this status. Look, the world's will was indeed clear about rewards and punishments. Since he had made a huge contribution, it naturally could not harm him openly. At the very least, it had to find a reason, right? The heavenly human 5 degenerations was not persecution, but a reward given to him by the 5 worlds. After passing it, one could attain the Grand Unity. Others could not even ask for more. If it was only the heavenly human 5 degenerations, Zhongli would not mind it. However, they did not even withdraw the power of anti-cultivation. Accompanied by the merit immortal light that splattered down, they directly added the heavenly human 5 degenerations to Zhongli. Wasn't this clearly taking his life? If not for the fact that he did not even have the strength to raise a middle finger, he would have pointed at the sky and cursed ruthlessly. 900 Unification of 3 realms, 2. However, the heavenly human 5 degenerations is definitely a super luxurious version. If this is the norm, how many of those scheming people from ancient times could become Grand Unity? The 5 worlds each imposed a layer of their curse. The unbelievable strength really almost beat Zhongli back to being immortal in his 70s. He was usually weak and on the verge of death. This kind of treatment was really an honor for the current human emperor. Fortunately, these few worlds still did not know Zhongli well enough. Otherwise, they would not have done such a thing. Isn't it just 128,600 years? This calamity can be passed with a flick of my finger. Zhongli was not interested in continuing to suffer meaninglessly. 5 seconds later, the Grand Unity calamity ended. The anti-cultivation rules that wreaked havoc in the Earth realm completely dissipated on this day. The dark clouds in the primordial world finally dispersed. 5 resplendent Grand Unity immortal lights scattered down. It was a gift from the 5 worlds. Although the intention of these worlds was to kill Zhongli, they had failed. After all, it was a calamity sent down by them. Now that Zhongli had successfully survived it, they had the obligation to help the human emperor achieve the Grand Unity. The reward had to be comparable to Zhongli's 128,600 years tribulation. When it landed on the current human emperor, his withered body and soul were nourished and began to recover like time was reversed. Together with the large stack of statuses in his body, Zhongli returned to his peak state in a short period of time. The surging strength returned to his body. The feeling of being able to crush the space in front of him with just a little strength made him feel extremely comfortable. Compared to the previous state where he could not even move a finger and was about to fall asleep at any moment, this was his strength. However, that was far from the end. Zhongli's strength was still rising like a rocket. Soon, the current human emperor felt that he had broken through a layer of obstruction and reached a new realm. It was unstoppable without any delay. For a time, 9-colored divine flowers fell from the sky like rain. Wherever his gaze landed, golden lotus petals broke out of the ground. It was the birth of a sage. As the wind whistled past, it naturally sounded like immortal music. The sun, moon, and stars above lit up at the same time. Even if the time was chaotic and the day and night were reversed, they had to congratulate Zhongli immediately. If it was in ancient times, there would be a phoenix offering treasures from thousands of miles away. A true dragon would sweep away the rain for thousands of miles. The heavenly palace immortals would fight to congratulate him, and the jade pool immortal maidens would dance in the air. It should have been a grand scene in the three realms and everyone should know about it. Unfortunately, in this era, these things did not exist. Only in the 9 provinces could there be some fairies and goddesses. Immortal light bridged the way, and stars paved the way. At this moment, a portion of the space between the Earth realm and the 9 provinces that represented the human Dao overlapped. Apart from Shen Shan Kaihua, who was protected by Fengdu City and was not forcefully summoned, the 99 most beautiful female mystic immortals in the 9 provinces were carried by the power of the 3 realms and 6 paths and brought here. They were originally doing their own things. When they suddenly came here, their faces were still filled with confusion, not knowing what had happened. It was not until they saw their city lord, the current human emperor, bathing in resplendent immortal light that they realized this human emperor had broken through again. Moreover, it was exaggerated to the point that the 3 realms and 6 paths had to bring them fairies over to dance for him. What the heck was this? Why was the difference between an immortal and an immortal even greater than the difference between a human and a pig? All of them had become mystic immortals because of Zhongli. They either relied on the yin burial coffin or Zhongli's golden immortal essence yang. However, even so, after becoming a mystic immortal, it was difficult to advance further. Now, all of them were still making all kinds of preparations for the first calamity that would happen in 500 years. At that time, they would probably have to ask Zhongli for help. However, how long had this human emperor just become a golden immortal? Was he going to break through again in the blink of an eye? They were all helpless. In fact, they had already become immortals and had long suffered a heavy blow in their minds. Fortunately, that was their human emperor, right? Because Zhongli had already surpassed them by too much, they were utterly unable to arouse any jealousy, and all they felt was reverence. If they were dancing for others, they would probably be unwilling. At most, they would send out a strand of spiritual qi to transform into an immortal dance. However, if it was their city lord, they would start moving. Not only did they have to jump, but they also had to work hard. This current human emperor himself was a huge opportunity. As long as they were fortunate enough to obtain a dual cultivation session and retain a mouthful of yang essence, it would be enough to help them cultivate for 100 years. Immediately, Luo Shen led the dance and used the sun, moon, and starlight as precious hairpins. With white clouds as clothes and a breeze as a veil, they danced around the current human emperor in the middle, looking extremely beautiful. This fairy was indeed different from mortals. Zhongli, who was breaking through in the middle, watched with interest. It seemed that he could let them form a song and dance troupe in the future. When he was free, they could secretly perform for him. Zhongli had faced a huge calamity in the world and had obtained the blessing of the heavenly Dao to advance further. The path of cultivation in the current world had also been expanded to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm on this day. In the blink of an eye, 300 years passed. The human Dao and the beast Dao fused with the primordial world one after another. They were originally divided from the primordial world but were related. The reaction of the fusion of the worlds was even more stable than the assembly of the netherworld fragments back then. Most mortals did not sense anything. However, one day, when they looked up, they discovered that the sky above them seemed to be different. After that, this world began to reveal some of the glory of ancient times. Compared to hundreds of years ago, the number of humans had swelled by more than 100 times. On this land, they cultivated fertile land and built bustling cities to form powerful kingdoms. In an environment with even denser spiritual chi and led by the current human emperor, they gradually returned to the ancient human race and had increasingly powerful strength. Even without the protection of the human emperor, they began to have enough power to protect themselves and continuously expand. Many souls who had accumulated extraordinary merit when they were alive and were unwilling to reincarnate could also choose to become ghost cultivators and return to the mortal world. They gathered in the ghost city filled with ghost chi. They created a world unique to the dead and ran their lives according to unique rules. Occasionally, when they were discovered by outsiders, mysterious legends would spread. Endless demons from the beast Dao reproduced on the plains, mountains, rivers, and seas, dominating an area. The immortals who came out of Fengde city established cave abodes and immortal mountains that belonged to them. They established sects and educated the people. Countless experts from different worlds fought to walk onto the stage and lead everyone in this vast continent. The primordial world was wider, stronger, more mysterious, and more than 100 times more beautiful than the former 9 provinces. Everyone with dreams could sing their own legend in this world. 500 years later, the heavenly god Dao fused into the heavenly realm and appeared above the dome of the primordial world. The hungry ghost Dao fused into the nether world and appeared under the ground of the primordial world. The Azura world turned into a blood moon and floated in the air. Every 333 years, it would invite the experts of all the races in the primordial world to participate and start a bloody war. Finally, on that day, the 3 realms combined. The primordial world was reopened. Zhang Li, who led all of this, obtained the 9th grade golden lotus of each world. At the same time that the 3 realms returned to one, he fused the chaos treasure, the 9th grade merit lotus platform. Zhang Li dragged the merit lotus platform and went straight to the heavenly realm to search for the heaven of zenith heaven. Due to the cultivationless age, the heavenly realm, which was purely ruled by pure chi, suffered the most. At this moment, everything in the heavenly realm was still blurry and chaotic. The former heavenly palace and immortal abode could no longer be found. Legend had it that the zenith heaven golden immortals' great overarching heaven was also based there. The current human emperor simply opened the sky in the heavenly realm. Using the divine investiture board, he could enlighten the living beings of the heavenly god realm and establish the heavenly court, immortal palace, and even the 33 heavens. From now on, the 3 realms would have one master. In the 3 realms, they started to perform a world where gods, ghosts, immortals, demons, monsters, devils, spirits, and humans danced together. 901 Little 4, 1. Eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. There was a huge golden valley here called the Scripture Storage Valley. It was a cultivation sect famous for having many scriptures. This place looked ordinary from the outside. Its history was not too long. The sect was located in a remote place far away from the center of the primordial world. It rarely participated in the 4 storms on the continent, and there was not much reputation spread outside. It was as if it was really just an ordinary remote small sect living peacefully in a corner. However, if there was really a blind sect or a self-righteous rogue cultivator who provoked the Scripture Storage Valley, there was no need for them to attack overnight. Rogue cultivators or entire sects would be uprooted and disappear from the world without a trace. As for where they went, the 18 levels of hell might be a good choice. It was quite scary when one thought about it. How could such a remote small sect have such power? Regarding the secret and truth, only a small number of top cultivators who were established in a powerful sect that held a high position in Fengde city before the Great Change could know a little about the terrifying background of the Scripture Storage Valley. They did not fight or snatch, and they did not show their might in front of others. It did not mean that they did not have this ability. It was also possible that the other party did not care at all. This place was a top-notch immortal holy land even in the entire primordial world. No one could afford to provoke it. This was because the current ruler of the 3 realms, the current human emperor, had actually walked out of this remote small sect. Just this relationship alone was so strong that it made people despair. Compared to the scripture storage valley, how many people in the world could have such strength? This relationship undoubtedly made the scripture storage valley become a super sect that countless young talents wanted to enter. The descendants of large families with a long history and the second-generation cultivators of powerful sects would wake up laughing in their dreams if they could come here to become outer sect disciples. After all, if he could become a junior of the sect that ruled the three realms, then who would dare to touch him in the future? Moreover, besides having a strong relationship, this was also an extremely rare cultivation holy land in the three realms that could be ranked in the top 10. This was because the current human emperor had never forgotten his sect. When he was traveling and plundering in the primordial world, he saw all kinds of good things and brought them back. Just the small special mystic realms that could assist in various stages of cultivation and improve all aspects numbered more than 100. There were also all kinds of magical natural treasures, spiritual trees, and spiritual fruits planted neatly in the spiritual plant garden. Looking at them in rows, there was almost no end. The former scripture monument had already been taken away by Zhongli and fused into the divine investiture board. However, Zhongli had gathered all the scriptures in the world, Dao techniques, divine arts, alchemy scriptures, and secret manuals. He had built an even larger mystic realm that was 100 times larger, causing the scripture storage valley to be worthy of its name even in the three realms. Any one of the above was a huge opportunity that others dreamed of. Obtaining any one of them could change a cultivator's life. However, the disciples in the scripture storage valley did not need to leave. As long as they accumulated enough merit points, they could obtain them all in their sect. If the rogue cultivators outside knew about the difference, they would probably die of jealousy on the spot. Cultivating in the scripture storage valley meant that he did not have to worry about spiritual qi or immortal qi. Back then, Zhongli used a supreme method to capture hundreds of earth veins of various sizes. He had even forcefully changed the direction of the earth veins and forcefully connected them into an underground array. As time passed, it was not a problem to nurture the dragon vein. Cultivating in this valley was only stronger than other people's grotto heavens and blessed lands. Under such conditions, as long as one joined the scripture storage valley and became an official disciple, they would obediently cultivate step by step. Even the worst inferior grade spiritual root could at least cultivate to the soul formation realm. This was something that low-grade spiritual root cultivators did not dare to imagine. Apart from the word perfect, there was almost no other word to describe such a sect. How could it not be sought after? In the scripture storage valley, all the elders and disciples were like dragons. It was difficult to find someone weak. In the shadows, there were more than 10 true immortal level wood dragons and wood demons hiding, protecting this sect. In the current three realms, there were only 1,000 immortals, and they were basically all spirit immortals. The powerful ones had only survived 1 or 2 calamities. They were still far from truly becoming a true immortal. Such a force created by Zhongli was already sufficient to run amok fearlessly. In one of the regions of the scripture storage valley, 13 types of heaven and earth spirit fire with different characteristics were burning all year round. Violent flames spewed out from the huge cauldrons. Thick pill fragrance filled every inch of the ground. This was the alchemy hall of the scripture storage valley. One of the alchemy rooms had not changed for 500 years. There was a sign hanging on it that said Little Four's Alchemy Room. These are the new medicines batched today. There are a total of 103. They are all 1,000-year-old spiritual plants from the West Mountain of the Great Desolate. I wonder if there are any spiritual materials that can replace the divine brilliance grass this time. The person who spoke was the daughter of the former Nightless City Lord of the Great Mountain region, Liu King Day. Back then, Zhongli was still weak and poor. He used his clone to transform into Green Mountain Ascetic and built Green Mountain residence in Nightless City to earn spirit stones. 902 Little 4, 2. By chance, he used the 9 nether earth fruit to save Liu King Day, who had a useless spiritual root, and took her in as his disciple. That was only a temporary measure at that time. Later on, he only let her stay in Green Mountain residence and gave her a simple pointer before not paying much attention. However, they were still master and disciple after all. There was still some fate. After Zhongli was strong enough and his identity no longer needed to be hidden, he brought her back to the scripture storage valley as his registered disciple. The useless spiritual root that could not even cultivate was already a dignified earth immortal. Perhaps this was the importance of fate. Just because of the title of disciple that the clone casually took in, it completely changed Liu Qingdai's life. Without Zhongli, she would forever be immortal. Perhaps after living for decades, she would die of old age. However, with this relationship, she actually cultivated to the earth immortal realm in a short few hundred years. Now, she had become an elder in the scripture storage valley. Leave it at the side. Thank you for your hard work. Following this voice, a thin figure walked out of the pill chamber. The former alchemy hall's little four had already grown into an alchemy grandmaster. She had once controlled the alchemy matters of the Great Mountain Alliance and even Fengde City. She had worked with many legendary alchemy masters and had been taught everything by them. With her participation in presiding, she had refined more than 100 heaven-rank medicinal pills. Later on, for some personal reasons, she chose to give up those rights and positions and return to the scripture storage valley alone. She focused on studying the ancient immortal formula in her pill chamber. The immortal pills refined by those immortals were extremely powerful, but many spiritual materials had already disappeared. If one wanted to successfully recreate the pill formula, one had to find suitable substitute materials. It was an extremely heavy job that could not guarantee that they would definitely gain something. Many alchemists were unwilling to plunge into this invincible abyss. Only Little Four chose this difficult path without any hesitation. She, who had a clean ponytail, walked out of the pill chamber. Time did not leave any traces on her face, but her face was no longer as childish and lively as before. She was still dressed as simply as before. She did not put on airs as an elder and personally started to move the jade box on the ground. That place contained all the spiritual materials she wanted. The divine brilliance grass came from the west mountain of the Great Desolate. Spiritual materials that grew in the same environment might have the same characteristics and could replace a portion of the medicinal effect. However, the work was still extremely heavy. No one else understood why she gave up on such a place that touched the center of authority in the three realms and returned to the scripture storage valley to cultivate alone. Only she understood that that was because continuing to refine ordinary medicinal pills could no longer help him. If they could not help him, it was meaningless. Now, the only thing that could help him was immortal pills. That was why she gave up everything there and returned to the scripture storage valley to try to refine immortal pills and complete the pill formula. The jade box that was larger than her blocked Little Four's vision. However, she, who had already gathered 3 flowers and 5 chi, would not be affected at all. After taking 2 steps, she seemed to have collided with something. In her memories, there was clearly nothing there. Little Four instinctively scanned with her divine sense, and then her entire body froze on the spot. That was, how was that possible? Senior sister Little Four, leave this heavy lifting to me. After all, I'm also a body cultivator. A pair of burning hands dragged the jade box and lightly placed the things in the corner where the medicinal herbs were piled. When that person turned around, his appearance, figure, and expression were all those of the current human emperor. Senior sister Little Four, don't worry. It's me. No one in the 3 realms can turn into me. Whoever dares to do that will directly trigger the heavenly punishment. Look, there are no dark clouds above my head. It's true. This time, Zhongli called her senior sister Little Four again. This familiar title immediately pulled their memories back to the distant past when they were still in the era of chi refinement. Looking at this senior sister who still looked stunned and slightly in disbelief, Zhongli specially explained. Only then did this little senior sister finally come back to her senses. Senior brother human emperor should be busy every day, why did you suddenly come to me? Little Four's eyes were filled with excitement as she involuntarily took half a step forward. However, as if she suddenly thought of something, she suppressed her emotions. Zhang Li saw her expression and immediately understood. It should have been a long time since they last met, and there was a huge difference in status and strength, causing Little Four to not know how to face Zhang Li for a time. In order to prevent herself from being disappointed and afraid that Zhang Li would change his attitude towards her because of the change in his identity, she might already put on a defensive and cold expression. Zhang Li was not disappointed. Senior sister Little Four just did not have confidence. At this moment, he only needed to give her confidence. This cauldron, there are many heaven-rank cauldrons in Fengdu City. Why is senior sister Little Four still using this old cauldron? He did not explain the fact that as the ruler of the three realms, he was actually not very busy. He only strolled around the familiar pill chamber. He suddenly looked at the huge cauldron in the center. This cauldron was not special. Instead, it seemed quite ordinary. Not to mention a grand master like Little Four, it was not even worthy of the current scripture storage valley. This cauldron had not even reached the earth rank. It was only a high-grade profound rank cauldron. It was a huge cauldron that he had seized from the 100 Tempering Mountain back then. It might have been good back then, but now. Profound rank, what antique was that? Because. When Little Four was asked this, a flustered expression appeared on her face. When she was young back then, she might not have understood why she was often depressed and would only be happy when she was by Zhang Li's side. What was that strange situation? But how long had it been? The 3 realms and 6 paths had already returned to 1. Over a long period of time, as she gained more experience, she had long understood herself. She had placed someone in a very important position a long time ago. However, she did not dare to face it, let alone say it out loud. Little Four lowered her head, quickly weaving any excuse in her mind. It's because I gave you this, right? A determined voice sounded from behind, saying what Little Four was thinking. This caused her to feel as if she had been struck by lightning, and she was stunned on the spot. Zhang Li had unknowingly circled behind her. A hand gently undid the other party's ponytail. With a shake of his other hand, the door of Little Four's alchemy room closed. 903 Achieving the Zenith Heaven, 1. This 9 Heavens Palace is finally built. Zhang Li carefully dragged the human emperor's immortal palace and placed it at the core of the 9 Heavens array. Wiping away the non-existent sweat, he heaved a sigh of relief. In the past few hundred years, besides bringing Shenshan Kaihua along and going sightseeing from time to search for treasures, Zhang Li's most important job was to build his 3 realms Dao Hall. Among them, the Netherworld had Fengdu Ghost City, which controlled all the ancient Netherworld buildings on the Yellow Springs Road. There was almost no need to do anything. In the Earth Realm Dao ground, he directly sent the broken Buzhu Immortal Mountain back. After some refinement, it became the human emperor's pagoda that reached the heavenly palace and descended from the primordial world. As for the heavenly realm, it was still cold and uninhabited. There was only a group of heavenly humans living in the heavenly god Dao. However, with the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the 3 realms returned to their former glory. At that time, when the immortals ascended and tens of thousands of immortals came, he had to make some preparations against those pilgrims and ambitious people. A decent and powerful immortal palace could not be missing. After Zhang Li opened the first to the 9th heaven, he pointed at the finally completed heavenly palace in front of him. In the name of the human emperor, let the heavenly palace be completed. I control the 3 realms and 9 nether. No one will dare to disobey. A human emperor's decree shot out from his finger. After landing on the immortal palace, the huge 9 heavens array immediately flickered and activated with it as the center. Endless power rippled in the sky. The cultivators below looked up at the sky. Dense immortal light enveloped the sky, locking the entire sky. In the future, even if cultivators became immortals, it would not be so easy for them to ascend. They had to obtain the approval of the human emperor and pass through the human emperor's pagoda in Buzhu Mountain to reach the heavenly realm. Similarly, if an immortal who had already ascended wanted to descend to the lower realm, it was also an illegal action that violated the rules of the human emperor. Not to mention whether they could do it or not, if they were caught, they would be in deep trouble. As the ruler, Zhongli somewhat understood the meaning of isolating heaven and earth back then. Only then could they better establish the order of the two worlds. Otherwise, if immortals kept going up and down, wouldn't the people on the ground be endlessly exploited and never be able to rise up again? For the sake of building this grand array, Zhongli had awakened countless wood demons as craftsmen and pulled over 3 million heavenly humans from the heavenly god Dao to act as laborious heavenly soldiers. It was even to the extent that after consuming the million years of immortal qi accumulated in the coffin, the initial construction was finally completed. The scale was not something that could be compared to a simple array that only used spirit stones and earth veins. This was a super array that truly combined the power of the 9-layered heavenly realm. Inside were the 3 million immortal soldiers and divine generals that Zhongli had pulled from the heavenly god Dao. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers of the ancient heavenly court were basically pulled over from the heavenly god Dao like this. The people living there were all reincarnated from the group of people who had accumulated the most merit in the 3 realms and 6 paths. It was needless to say that all of them were talented. After the 3 realms and 6 paths separated, they, who were the last to stay in the heavenly god Dao, stayed there for 200,000 years. They enjoyed life without reincarnation for 200,000 years. Now that the 3 realms were united, the residents of the heavenly god Dao innately had extraordinary strength that surpassed mortal immortals and was close to the spirit immortal realm. As long as they were given enough immortal qi, they could easily become spirit immortals. Although it would be 100 times harder for them to submit to anyone than other immortals, they could be said to be the happiest group of people in the 3 realms. Among them, there were 3 million immortal soldiers from the Desire World Heaven guarding the lower 3 levels of the heavenly realm. The 300,000 heavenly soldiers of the Color World Heaven guarded the middle 3 levels of the heavenly realm. As for the 30,000 divine generals of the Colorless World Heaven, they were stationed in the upper 3 heavens. They guarded and controlled the array. Even Zhongli himself would find it extremely difficult to forcefully enter the immortal palace. Without anyone presiding over it, they could forcefully resist Zhongli, an obviously extraordinary grand unity golden immortal. If it was easily presided over by Zhongli, the might would really be unimaginably powerful. As such, they had already built the foundation of the heavenly palace. When he was building the immortal palace, he had specially left room for expansion and modification. In the future, when his cultivation level increased and his horizons increased, he could still modify it at any time. Thus, the 3 realms Dao ground was completely completed. Next, even if he did not do anything and found a place to lie down and sleep, at least in the million years of the earth realm, no one could overturn the human emperor. He looked up. The 3 realms that had yet to fall into Zhongli's hands were only the 27 heavens above. However, if he wanted to go further and open up the rest of the heavenly realm, it was not a domain that the residents of the heavenly god Dao could reach. The development of the 3 realms was too short in the end, so Zhongli could only rely on himself for the rest of the work. However, before that, he still needed to store enough immortal qi. Now that the 3 realms had returned to being one, the recovery of the spiritual qi environment was indeed much faster than before. However, with the passage of time alone, it would undoubtedly be a long process to wait for the heavenly realm to recover to its original state. Chapter 904 Achieving the Zenith Heaven, 2. It just so happened to be a great opportunity to rebuild the heavenly realm and seize merit. How could Zhongli let it go? He was still thinking about what it would be like to see the legendary 12th grade merit Golden Lotus. However, the human emperor did not immediately continue upwards. Instead, he turned around and went straight to the netherworld. He went to the 18th level of Hell again to cultivate in seclusion. In Hell, it was impossible to cultivate above the immortal God realm. However, Zhongli could rely on the super acceleration of time rules to obtain a vast amount of immortal qi and other energy. Similarly, the small world in his body needed a large amount of time to evolve before it could produce a unique civilization system and blossom with the brilliance that belonged to this world. The last million years of accumulated immortal qi almost exploded the coffin. This time, the yin burial coffin had already become an immortal artifact, and the internal space was more than 100 times larger. In Zhongli's body, there was also a small world that used the 5 primordial qi as the foundation and absorbed the power of the 3 realms. There was also the precious treasure of the human race, the cosmic cauldron, that suppressed it. It was almost a miniature version of the primordial world's 3 realms. It could easily accommodate the 5 lakes, 4 seas, 3 peaks, and 5 mountains. After spreading life, it was enough to evolve dozens of small worlds. Zhongli activated his infinite Dao heart. This seclusion was equivalent to an entire day in the outside world. In other words, it was another astronomical figure. The small world in his chest had been destroyed and reconstructed for countless eras. Due to the immortal qi inside, it was extremely dense. Under the nourishment of endless immortal qi, many resplendent civilizations had been born in small worlds, and countless astonishing heroes had appeared. The heroes that appeared were all recorded by Zhongli. If he needed anything, he could summon the humans and pull them to the primordial world to become his immortal palace team. Thus, after an unknown period of time, Zhongli returned from hell with boundless immortal qi. He stood on the 9 heavens again. With his peak grand unity golden immortal cultivation, he could have ignored most of the rules of heaven and earth and easily passed through the obstruction of the 9-layered heavenly realm and stepped into the new level above. The yin burial coffin transformed into an armored kun that spat out a vast amount of immortal qi. Zhongli raised his finger and drew forward. In the name of the human emperor, Zhongli. The 10th level of the heavenly realm. Open. As soon as Zhongli finished speaking, a yin-yang taiji diagram quickly unfolded. The 10th level of the heavenly realm, which was in a chaotic state, quickly began to evolve. In the heavenly realm above the 9th level, because the clear qi was already becoming thinner and thinner, it was very difficult to carry some heavy things. Therefore, there was no need to build an immortal palace in the heavenly realm above. Zhongli only needed to establish this heavenly realm. Split the clear and turbid qi, open up the universe, shine the 3 lights, and nurture life. Allow the circulation of the sun and moon, and unify the 5 elements to complement each other. It was enough after doing this. This was not difficult for the current human emperor who had endless immortal qi and grasped the great ultimate principle. In just 3 days, the 10th level was opened. After judging the top and bottom, Zhongli could find the direction to go up and find the next level of the heavenly realm. He continued. After each heavenly realm was established, merit would descend. Accompanied by the heaven-splitting mystic light, some rare treasures that could not be replicated were born, or some connate life forms that accompanied the heavens were born. For example, the 9 heavenly maiden was a connate divine spirit formed from the 9 heavens' profound light. With Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan's example, Zhongli naturally knew that such a connate divine spirit was a rare opportunity for the human emperor. After a series of exercises, his grand unity immortal realm advanced further. Continuing upwards was the location of the 4 Brahma heavens. Just from the sound of it, one might not be able to sense the difference. However, the ancient immortals and gods basically knew that it was a forbidden area that could not be trespassed. This was because above was the former sage Dao ground. These 4 heavens were the Buddhist Dao ground guided by the sage of the West, Kundi. Above that were the 3 pure heavens. These 3 pure heavens were the 3 heavens named after the 3 pure sages. Among them, the monkey had once secretly eaten medicinal pills in the 33rd heaven. No immortals or gods could ascend to the other 2 heavens. As for the great overarching heaven, it was at the highest 36th level. The great overarching heaven was not where the sage Dao sect was located. Originally, it was not the highest 36th level. However, because of its special status and function, only by ascending here could one become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. This was theoretically the highest level below the sages. Out of the instinctive monopoly of the higher UPS, the great overarching heaven was jointly raised to the 36th heaven by the sages. This was also the reason why there were so few Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. It was hard to say if there were even 10 of them in the entire ancient era. This was because after those sages attained the Deo, if they wanted to become Golden Immortals, they had to obtain the approval of the 5 sages to reach the 36th level. Apart from their own cultivation, they also needed a huge background and connection. How could an ordinary Grand Unity Golden Immortal do that? Fortunately, in the current 3 realms of the primordial world, all the sages had died. The last sage of the 35th heaven, the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, had also fallen to the current human emperor not long ago. At this moment, there was no need to obtain the approval of others. On the other hand, he discovered 3 things that only existed in ancient times in the 3 pure heavens. It was the true connate spirit chi. In the earliest period of the creation of the world, cultivators did not need to reach the chi refinement realm, foundation establishment realm, and core formation realm like now, nor did they need to refine their essence into chi like in ancient times. They only needed to absorb the connate spirit chi to directly become connate divine spirits. It was an energy that was 100 times higher and stronger than immortal chi. It was only possible for a large world like the primordial world to be born from the beginning. Moreover, there was a predestined high-level energy that could not be replenished. On the other hand, the connate spirit chi that Zhongli obtained this time seemed to be even more extraordinary. Opened the 34th level of the heavenly realm, the great pure heaven, and obtained the gift of the great pure creation. Added status, great pure connate essence chi. Great pure connate essence chi, absorb the Deo of the connate essence chi. Heaven and earth form the essence chi, and all things form heaven and earth. You can create all things to attain the primordial chaos. Duration, 100,000 years, plus. Opened the 35th level of the heavenly realm, the supreme clarity heaven, and obtained the gift of the supreme clarity creation. Added status, supreme clarity connate true chi. Supreme clarity connate true chi, absorb the Deo of the connate true chi, the primordial chaos true chi. Before the world was divided, the sun and moon were not lit, the chaos was too empty, and there was no form, no name, and no smell. You can create all things to attain the primordial chaos. Duration, 100,000 years, plus. Opened the 36th level of the heavenly realm, the jade pure heaven, and obtained the gift of the jade pure creation. Added status, jade pure connate origin chi. Jade pure connate origin chi, absorb the connate origin chi. The heaven-bound chi is yang, the earth-bound chi is yin. Yang is healthy and yin is smooth. The 2 chi circulates continuously like rings without friction. You can create all things to attain the primordial chaos. Duration, 100,000 years, plus. These 3 connate chi were respectively the essence chi, true chi, and origin chi. They were probably the 3 pure chi that Pangu had transformed into the 3 pure ones. After obtaining these 3 connate chi, Zhongli had the possibility of attaining the great Deo of primordial chaos. It was not in vain that he had spent so much immortal chi. It was not a loss to have such a gain. With the 3 pure chi, Zhongli warped towards the upper world again. After a solid barrier, Zhongli finally arrived at the goal of this trip, the Sage Realm's great overarching heaven. He drew the sky again. Endless immortal chi surged out along with the yin-yang Taiji diagram. While establishing the great overarching heaven, it also gave Zhongli the power of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. It allowed his Grand Unity Golden Immortal status, which had already reached its peak, to rise to another level. He had finally reached the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. In the name of the human emperor, Zhongli. The 10th level of the heavenly realm. Open. As soon as Zhongli finished speaking, a yin-yang Taiji diagram quickly unfolded.